Good morning and welcome to the 80th SKOCH Summit and Awards with focus on banking, financial services, insurance, and public sector undertakings. 2021 was a year that tested the resilience of economies and businesses around the world, with organizations slowly recovering from the impact of the pandemic. No doubt, the year proved to be rather challenging for the public sector, banking, financial services industry. Through the course of the pandemic, these sectors witnessed significant movement in retention of customer trust. Though most displayed buoyancy with decent revenue performance and reasonable movement towards investments and profits. The going has been good. We are on our way to recovery. And there have been many such beacons of hope that have kept the torch burning without letting the enthusiasm wane. We have the pleasure of having some of them with us today, and it's time to cheer their achievements. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we go into the announcement of the first round of SKOCH Order of Merit. Let me first invite Ms. Devjani Chatterjee, Social Performance Manager from ASA International India Microfinance Limited for Social Impact by ASA India. ASCENTech Information Technology Private Limited for Nagar Karyavali, Mr. Ashutosh Vithal Samant, Managing Director. Do we have Mr. Samant with us? SKOCH team, can you spotlight him, please?
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have such a great award. So yeah, thank you very much. It's a really appreciation for the efforts what we have put for this basically the Nagar Karyavali e-governance project.
So, how old is the organization?
So my organization is 6 years old, but we are into this domain almost. I am 22 years in this domain.
Mm-hmm.
And for e-governance, in fact, we have started somewhere in 99 when we developed the first application. And then again from 2016, we have developed our ERP system for corporation. Actually, initially we had developed one single application for the tax collection. As considering the revenue is the main source of income for ULBs. We see this ERP Nagar Karyavali is for urban local bodies, that is ULBs, that is municipal corporations and municipal councils. And tax collection, that is a property tax collection, water tax collection, is the main source of revenue for these municipal corporations and municipal councils. So we first focused on this revenue part, and we developed the application to collect the taxes from the field, that is directly door-to-door collection from the citizen. And while working on this, we found that there is a tremendous scope for developing application for the different departments. So then we focused on developing complete web-based solutions, and we first developed for the revenue departments like property tax, water tax, CFC, and also then later on we developed applications for citizen services, because most of the time it was observed that citizen has to travel to the municipal offices even for the small certificates. So we focused on getting these certificates immediately from their home itself. Like suppose new certificate for the property tax or occupancy certificate. Like this, there are various services, almost 125 plus services are there, which one by one we automated. And
how many municipalities you have implemented this solution?
Sorry, sir?
How many municipalities have you implemented this solution?
So currently this 7 municipalities already we are implemented, and 4 are under implementation. And now actually,
how have their financial situation improved as a result of this application?
For this, I'll give you one typical example of Thane Municipal Corporation. The Thane Municipal Corporation, almost 70% revenue increased after this new solution. Even the main focus was revenue increase, and the other focus was collecting the digital data. Digital data, again, the most of the services getting digitized. That was the main focus. And it is observed that online payment has also increased almost 70 to 80% after implementing this solution. That was a great achievement for this particular municipal corporation.
Great, congratulations.
Initially, we implemented for one municipal corporation, and then that solution was repeated for 7 other municipal corporations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samant, for sharing these details with us. We will have more opportunities to interact with you through the day. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
The next one goes to Atyati Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Prakash Prabhu, Chief Executive Officer for Enabling Financial Services in Rural India. Mr. Prabhu.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Extremely grateful to all of you for recognizing what we are doing. Humbled by the Scotch Order of Merit. Thank you so very much. Humbly accepted. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to Atyati Technologies Private Limited for response to COVID. Mr. Prabhu.
Thank you so very much, sir. I think the COVID sort of fairly, and all of us have sort of experienced it in our own ways. And our because we were there in the rural villages across around 26, 27 states, we tried doing whatever we thought was made sense to the people in those villages, people in those towns and taluks and all of that, by whatever help we could do in terms of oxygen concentrators, any ventilators which we could provide, any food which we could provide, and all of those related things. So that's really what we sort of tried doing, and increasing the welfare of the people there. So that's really, thank you so very much for recognizing it. Thank you.
Yet another one for doorstep banking. Mr. Prabhu.
Yeah, so this is an initiative wherein it's almost like a Swiggy for banking kind of a thing, where people can sort of wherever they are, they can log into our app or our portal and say that any financial services, both financial transactions as well as non-financial transactions, can be sort of availed. So they can just log into the app and say that, I'm suddenly needing a DD of 20,000 rupees from State Bank of India. And then the entire agent management and tech integration with State Bank of India and all of that is sort of enabled through this. So it primarily helps various different sets of people, be it senior citizens from a life certificate point of view. They don't have to visit during these times to the branches, as well as for entrepreneurs, shopkeepers and all of that. They don't have to sort of, they can avail of this service from all public sector banks and a few of the private sector banks as well, with whom we are trying to tie up right now. So it sort of helps people to sort of be where they are and avail of any of the banking services. Thank you so very much, sir.
Congratulations once again. I move on to invite Mr. Naveen Prakash, Additional General Manager from Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, for state-of-the-art technology deployment in indigenous development of hot box for ACC equipped power plants. Mr. Prakash. The next one also goes to BHEL for technology deployment for learning and development. Mr. Naveen Prakash. Yet another one for BHEL for pressure vacuum swing absorption based MO2 plant. I now invite Mr. Rahul Tandon, Head Digital Transformation for Project Anubhav from BPCL.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a pleasure and privilege to be recognized for the work which public sector organization has done in the past 1 or 2 years, largely keeping the interest of the customer in mind. We all are a commodity organization. Commodity products are what we deal in. And how do we take customer experience to a different level where we are able to serve the requirements of these of our valued customers as per their convenience through the channel of their choice and at a time when they want to do business with us. That has been the core objective of Bharat Petroleum in the technology space, and that is what Project Anubhav has delivered in the last 2 years. We are honored to have been acknowledged for the efforts we have taken in this direction, and we thank the Scotch committee for doing so. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
From Steel Authority of India Limited, Bhilai Steel Plant, recycling of industrial effluents for achieving zero discharge and reduce specific water consumption. Mr. Anirban Dasgupta, Director in charge. Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, Dr. Lavanya M., General Manager for Indigenous Production of Missile Fuel, candidate fuel for JP7. Dr. Lavanya.
I am available. I am Lavanya from Chennai Petroleum. Actually, sir, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, but would like to see your video.
One second, sir.
Yes.
I'm available, sir.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Actually, sir, it is a first time production of this missile fuel, sir, equivalent fuel in Indian refinery at the commercial, actually. And CPCL feels honored and proud of its vital role towards the furtherance of this India's missile project, which is of national importance, sir. For this DRDO, we have developed this indigenous fuel, sir, and it is the most critical fuel for this hypersonic missile, sir. And it needs to be imported by them. By our research and our findings, it can be done indigenously, sir. And it is actually production and supply of this new fuel is a giant leap in the Advanced Missile Development Program and a crown in the Atmanirbhar initiative by CPCL, sir. And thank you for selecting us, sir. And we are very much happy and we are privileged, sir, to receive this award. Thank you so much, sir, for choosing us.
Congratulations to you. And when you talk about the integrated missile development program, how long have you taken to develop this fuel, and how many stages of deployment it has gone through? That is the testing phase before final implementation.
Actually, sir, at R&D we started, sir. DRDO approached our R&D division to develop in a small scale, sir. So then we have done a lot of tests, and the samples have been tested in DRDO. Around 5 to 6 samples they have tested, and each time for the specifications, we have streamlined the testing procedure as well as the specifications. Once they finalized it, we have brought it to straight away to commercial scale production, sir. And we produce the fuel, and it is exactly meeting the requirement of DRDO. Now we are in the process of producing this commercially as well as continuously, so to meet the requirements of DRDO, sir. And it will be applied for other applications like ISRO also, sir. We are actually extending our service to them also. And we are very much proud to say that we are the only producer of this missile fuel in India.
So if I may ask you one more question on this.
Yes,
this is a great achievement.
Yeah.
Which of the missile systems that it is been implemented on, whether it is the Agni, the Akash, air to air, surface to surface, which of them?
Actually, sir, in DRDO, what they are telling is actually they are not disclosing the full details of that, but what they are telling is this hypersonic cruise missile.
Okay.
Actually, they are developing the engine for that, And along with that, they are developing the fuel also indigenously. Both are indigenous development. So for that, this requirement is there. And it's currently being imported and tested. Now, since it's being indigenously produced, it is comfortable for them to check their engine with our production, sir.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sanjay Bajpai, Executive Director for Corporate Governance from Container Corporation of India Limited. Mr. Manoj Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director from EDSIL India Limited for response to COVID.
Can you start? Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Gursharan ji. Thank you, Scotch Group and the jury members for honoring EDSIL with the prestigious Order of Merit. It's a pleasure to receive this award, which recognizes the efforts, dedication, and hard work of all EDSIL employees during the pandemic. Like other sectors, during the pandemic, education sector was also affected severely. Schools and colleges were shut down, we all know. However, this served as an opportunity and the challenge for all the stakeholders to implement digitization at a tremendous pace in the sector and bring in the innovative solutions. EDSIL has been conducting exams for many public sectors throughout the country for so many years and giving the transparent system of recruitment. But during the pandemic, we saw because of the COVID protocols, all those activities came at a stall. Then some methods had to be derived immediately. In that, some touchless methods had to be derived by EDSIL and were used in the recruitment exercise. We had to stop the biometric verification, then came with the face recognition technology. Similarly, handheld metal detector, but not so much being used, those were used. Similarly, when we put one isolation lab, so anybody coming for exam, appearing in exam, we cannot make him exit. So one isolation lab was installed at every places. So many initiatives were taken. That's why we were able to have conducting this exam perfectly. Being the only public sector in the education sector, it became our motto at EDSIL to introduce innovative solutions in the sector, not only in the recruitment, but digital solutions for imparting of the education also. And this approach enabled us to continue our growth as an organization, even when businesses were impacted, our business also, for 2 quarters in financial year 2020, 1 quarter in 2021. And I will be happy to say this thing that just financial year closed this 31st of March. And this year also, even after hit in 1 quarter, we are registering a growth of 25% in the turnover and simultaneously 25% growth in the profit as well. Certainly, this recognition from Scotch Group will surely boost up morale and motivation of the organization. And I once again thank the jury members and the Scotch Group. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Manoj. Congratulations to you and the entire team. Thank you. Mr. Suresh Chandra Gupta, Chief General Manager from Engineers India Limited, Development of Technology for Conversion of Furfural to Furfural Fuel. Alcohol. I beg your pardon.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Mr. Suresh Gupta is unfortunately not able to attend. We have Mr. Rajiv Agarwal, our Executive Director Technical. He's alongside me. And
so good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
So I mean, Mr. Suresh Gupta actually superannuated on 31st of March. So on God's behalf, I think we are taking this certificate.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Zaw Ali Khan, Additional Director, Research and Development from ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, Innovations in Medical Education and Healthcare. Mr. Khan.
Thank you so much. It's a really great honor that our innovations for medical education and healthcare have been recognized at this platform. And combined effort between doctors, teachers, researchers, engineers, and our combined vision to minimize medical errors that has led to this honor. So thank you very much once again, Rajput.
Congratulations. Project Arogya by GAIL India. Mr. M.K. Sogani, Chief General Manager, CSR and Head of the Department. Health Wheels Private Limited for dial 4242. Mr. Sujit Gaur, Director.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Gursharan ji and the SKOCH group and jury members for recognizing the work that we have been doing. So basically, we are a technology-driven startup, 4 years old. We are doing ambulance aggregation, and we are trying to solve the issue of getting the ambulance to every person in the country. We have around 3 million subscribers who are subscribing to our service, and our presence is there pan-India across 500 cities, so our network is present. And over the last 2 years during the pandemic, we were able to, and the Dial 442 team was able to do a lot of ambulance trips and help the people for the emergency transportation. So thank you once again, SKOCH Group and the jury members.
Congratulations. Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited for Raman Mandi Rewari Kanpur Pipeline. Mr. Anurag Subhash, General Manager.
See, myself, Jay Kumar, and just representing Raman Mandi Rewari Kanpur Pipeline, because my boss has gone out of station. On behalf of him, humbly we accept this recognition. Sir, this is the longest pipeline of our company in the North Zone, 750 kilometers, and we are catering almost all the locations of North Zone like Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and UP, sir. Thank you once again, sir. Thanks for the jury for encouraging us and providing this opportunity to take this award. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Adil Bakshi, Head, Public Relations and Corporate Communications, ICICI Prudential Asset Management for Best ETF Provider.
Yeah. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you to the SKOCH Group and the jury members. I am representing ICICI Prudential Asset Management Company. It is an honor to be recognized for the efforts we had put in for the ETF division. And we consider it a privilege to be recognized by the SKOCH Group. Thank you once again. Thanks.
Well, congratulations to you. Mr. V. Bala Subramaniam, MD and CEO from India International Exchange Limited for competitiveness.
Yeah, very good morning and thank you so much, Doctor. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's truly an honor to receive this award. I'm here to represent my MD CEO, who is unfortunately unable to join because of a prior commitment. But we are really humbled by this order of merit that has been given to us. We're India's first and leading exchange in India's first IFSC gift city. And we aim to fulfill our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of onshoring all offshore activities, which currently the issuers and investors have to go abroad to seek. So we're looking forward to making that Atmanirbhar seek in India services also, not only make in India products. And we hope to really get there very soon.
Sure. Absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations to you and your entire team, and particularly to Mr. Balasubramanian. Indian Oil Corporation Limited for EPIC. So Liton Nandy, Executive Director, Information System.
Good morning to everyone. Thanks, Dr. Gursharan, Scotch Group, and the jury members for recognizing Indian Oil's effort for bringing in a digitally driven business platform for Indian Oil. Indian Oil had a very long vision to come up with a project which would be a single platform for all the transactions and services providing the secondary sales business. And that could completely transform the experience of our channel partners as well as of our customers in a systematic manner. It involved reimagining the entire framework of the Indian Oil business in different line of business, as well as to provide best customer service and flexibility in the system to cater to the future business needs too. Indian Oil, with its platform EPIC, EPIC means e-platform for Indian Oil customers. This platform provides effective and seamless solution to diverse lines of business, such as retail, LPG, aviation, institutional sales, and other business lines. EPIC as a dynamic and cutting-edge tool envisages digital platform to execute strategies and provide 360-degree view of customers with integration and standardization of marketing efforts across product lines, better handling of customer service requests, grievances, and the facility to customer like indenting and payment, and presenting a unified customer experience across various devices such as mobile phones, tablets, desktop. Enrich customer experience over time converts into customers' loyalty towards Indian Oil. EPIC is a platform where 13,000 LPG distributors of Indian Oil, cutting across the nook and corner of India, catering to approximately 13 crore plus customers, the LPG households, 72 our non-fuel manufacturers, 443 lubricants stockists, and almost over 2,500 retail outlets are all live across all the 28 political states and union territories across India. So thanks Scotch Group for considering us for this prestigious award, and thanks from Team EPIC and Team Indian Oil. Thank you.
Congratulations. National Seeds Corporation Limited, Mr. Vishwanathan Mohan, Chairman and Managing Director for uninterrupted seed production and marketing activities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Sumit Deb, CMD, NMDC Limited for Safety First. The next one also is for NMDC Limited. Project Kalpataru. We have Mr. Dubey with us. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, on behalf of our CMD, Sumit Deb Sahab, I humbly accept this award, sir. NMDC has done very well during the pandemic, sir. We have been able to increase our production. Last year it was 34 million ton, and I'm very happy to inform you that this year we have surpassed 40 million ton. We are the highest producer of iron ore, and first time any company has produced 40 million ton iron ore in India. Our revenue growth is almost 60%, sir. From last year, 15,000 crores, we are now more than 25,000 crores. So I humbly accept both the awards. Actually, our chairman, sir, was very busy, and we had our ED personnel, Praveen Kumar Sahab, but I don't see him here now. Maybe some issue. But on behalf of both of them, I accept both the awards, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am here, but I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah. My ED is here, sir.
Already my colleague has narrated about the NMDC's historic performance during this last year. And this COVID has also brought a lot of change in all our employees' attitudes and other things, because of which we could achieve that production, and we have gone ahead with most digitalization also in all our projects, which has helped us to reach such new heights. Thank you very much for this Scotch Award. And we are receiving this on behalf of our chairman, who is a visionary. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Mr. Sumit Deb. Praveenji, congratulations to you and your entire team. Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The next one also goes to NMDC for promotion of technical education and skill development in Dantewada district through NMDC ITI, Bhansi. Praveenji.
Thank you. Once again, thank you. This, because we are, as you all know, mining projects are all in remote places. and we have to observe the locals, and we that is the reason where we have entered into this technical and skill development programs with various agencies, and our NMDC ITI, which is there, a knowledge city is built there, and we are mostly tribals population is situated there, so they have all been, I mean, we are taking care of those sections which are deprived a lot over a period of for so many years post independence, and this is achievement for NMDC. Thank you very much for the SKOCH group to recognize this, for recognizing this. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, COVID response through CSR. Dr. Alka Mittal, CMD.
To all, actually, our CMD is not able to attend this meeting. She has some prior engagements. So on behalf of ONGC, I'm accepting this Order of Merit Award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. Mr. Ambika Prasad Mohapatra, Executive Director, PruTech Solutions India Private Limited for Thanjavur Smart City.
Hi, Ambika sir could not be available today, but on behalf of the entire team at PruTech Solutions, I'd like to thank the SKOCH group for this initiative and for recognizing our smart governance solutions implemented on the Thanjavur Smart City project with this very prestigious Order of Merit. So thank you, everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, Mr. Rajesh Prasad.
Nandy join there, you can exit.
Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, SPV Kutch Railway Company Limited. Mr. Rajesh Prasad. The next one also goes to Rail Vikas Nigam Limited for response to COVID, Mr. Rajesh Prasad. Railtel Corporation of India, Hospital Management Information System, Mr. Puneet Chawla, Chairman and Managing Director.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sucharita Pradhan, AGM PR from Railtel, and it's an honor to receive this award on behalf of my company. And I would like to thank the SKOCH team wholeheartedly for recognizing our project of implementation of Hospital Management Information System for Indian Railways. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. SRG Housing Finance Limited, Ms. Sunaina Nagar, Company Secretary, SRG Dream Home.
Good morning, all participants, and especially Dr. Dhanjal. Home is the story of who we are and a collection of all we love. At SRG Housing Finance, we help to narrate this story for all individuals, especially those who are underserved and unserved by mainstream financial system. I am honored to receive this award, and we are thankful for the SKOCH Group for recognizing our efforts in financial inclusion. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Swastika Investment Limited for Financial Inclusion, Mr. Amit Pamani, Deputy General Manager. BharatNet VSAT project by Telecommunications Consultants India Limited, Sarika Kain, General Manager. The next one also goes to TCIL for project Digital Advancement of Rural Post Office for a New India, Ms. Sarika Kain. SKOCH team, can you spotlight Ms. Kain, please?
Very good morning, sir.
Let me go back to the announcement for Rail Vikas Nigam. Yes, we have Mr. Prasad with us for Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, SPV Kutch Railway Company Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Prasad.
So very good morning, sir. Thank you very much.
For response to COVID, that's the second one for you.
Okay, sir. So should we go one by one, or
no?
This
when we come to the panel discussion, I mean that's when we do a reflection not only on your project, but we set the agenda for that. But this is only receiving and acknowledging for the project that you have done the good work, and you are receiving it on behalf of your team, all the stakeholders involved.
Okay, sir. So on behalf of Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, sir, we are thankful and we feel privileged for receiving these 2 awards. So thank you very much, sir.
Well, congratulations. Shipping Corporation of India, all women officers sailing on MT Swarnak. Harjeet Kaur Joshi, Chairman and Managing Director.
Dr. Gursharan ji, thank you very much for this recognition. We are indeed very honored to be in the Scotch Order of Merit as a semi-finalist, and we hope we would make it to the end also, because this is the first time anywhere in the world that such a feat was accomplished, and we try to do the nation proud. Thank you very much for this recognition.
Congratulations. Sarika Kane, General Manager from TCIL, a Digital Advancement of Rural Post Office for a New India.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of TCIL, I am honored to accept this award. This is a Government of India initiative to provide the digitization benefits to rural areas with the help of Gramin Dak Sevaks. So, thanks Scott Group for this, and thanks panelists. Thank you so much.
There is yet another one for TCIL, BharatNet VSAT project. Ms. Kane.
Thanks for this award also for to Scott Group and the panel. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We go back to the Shipping Corporation of India and invite CMD Ms. Harjeet Kumar Joshi for contributions to the economy. We have Mr. Joshi with us. Ms. Joshi. There's one more for Ms. Joshi, CMD Shipping Corporation of India Limited for technological upgradation of offshore vessels. Sigma Global Environment Solutions Private Limited, Municipal Solid Waste Landfill Mining. Mr. Dharamraj Bhupati, Director.
Mr. Dharamraj couldn't join. Myself, Shankar Raman, General Manager from Sigma Global. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to us. Thank you, Dr. Gursharan and the entire Scotch jury team. Just a few data points on what Sigma has accomplished till date in a tangible impact, positive impact to the environment. We've reclaimed more than 220 acres of land and given back to various ULBs across the country. And till date, we have processed about 57 lakh metric tons of legacy waste from various dump sites across India. This has been our substantial achievement, and what it means is actually about 3.95 million tons of carbon emissions saved every year. And also there's a very important constituent of the legacy waste processing, which is the refuse-derived fuel, which is acknowledged by the, which is mandated by the Honorable National Green Tribunal to be as an alternate fuel to coal. So we have supplied close to 6.25 lakh metric tons of RDF, refuse-derived fuel, to various cement plants across the country, which has actually had again a tangible positive impact to the environment of having saved about 1 million ton of carbon emission. So these are some of the extremely important achievements what we have made, sir. Thank you so much for the award, sir.
Congratulations. And with this, we come to the end of announcement of the first round of Scotch Order of Merit. And for the live voting, I request all of you to kindly refer to the specific time given in the agenda. At that time, that particular time, you will have the voting panel popping up in front of you for you to make your choices. Well, thank you very much for joining us for this first round, and we move on to our next.
मैं नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता हैं। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से M.Com और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती में भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मैं लूना चाहिए थी, बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी एक पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4,500 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी। वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि, लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ था।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई। उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण ही बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
RSS और ABVP के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाया। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में है कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर PPP, BOT वो विकसित हो गया।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो BOT मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,85,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे। पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे पर, और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और ऐड उसमें कर रहे हैं।
इतिहास में पहला बार ट्राइबल के एरिया में निकोबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट, छोटा सा जिला जहाँ 30,000-40,000 वोटर्स है, आज नितिन गडकरी ने उस निकोबार द्वीप में नेशनल हाईवे घोषणा कर दिया 45 किलोमीटर्स।
डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच, फास्ट ट्रैक डिसीजन में मैं फटाफट निर्णय करता हूँ, हाय आना में बात करता हूँ। दूसरा टीम वर्क, सबको साथ लेकर काम करता हूँ। और चौथा ट्रांसपेरेंसी, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम।
श्री सुंदरलाल पाटवा ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री थे जब नितिन गडकरी महाराष्ट्र में थे। वे सड़क, बुनियादी ढांचे के निर्माण और अन्य चीजों पर चर्चा करने के लिए मिलते थे। एक दिन नितिन जी ने उनसे कहा,
पटवा जी, आपको कुछ करना है तो गाँवों को जोड़ो। और फिर उन्होंने मेरे अध्यक्षता में अटल जी को बोलकर एक मीटिंग हुई। अटल जी ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, कमेटी बनी। तो नाबार्ड के उस समय के अध्यक्ष थे। 1,10,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, ऐसा उस समय रिपोर्ट आया। उस सवाल को अटल जी ने स्वीकार किया।
2009 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व में बदलाव की तलाश में थी। लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया कि पार्टी नेतृत्व को युवा पीढ़ी के नेताओं के हाथों में सौंपा जाना चाहिए।
तो 4 नेताओं के नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी जी, शिवराज सिंह चौहान, मैं और मनोहर पर्रिकर। पर बाद में शिवराज जी मध्य प्रदेश में आवश्यक थे और मोदी जी गुजरात में आवश्यक थे। और फिर मनोहर और मेरे से मेरा नाम का चयन हो गया। और जब मुझे निर्णय पता चला तो मैं आडवाणी जी के पास गया और सबके पास गया। मतलब मुझे अध्यक्ष क्यों बनाते हो? मैं तो कभी दिल्ली आता नहीं, मुझे दिल्ली का अनुभव नहीं, यहाँ की राजनीति पता नहीं। फिर सबने कहा कि नहीं, अब तुम्हारे सेवा पर रहने, तुमको बनना है। अटल जी को मैं अध्यक्ष बनने का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया तो मैं उनके पैर छुए, आशीर्वाद दो। तो उन्होंने आंखें घुमाई और हाथ हिलाया। वो उनका मुझे आशीर्वाद मिला, ये मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है।
2014 में जब बीजेपी सरकार को ऐतिहासिक चुनावी जीत मिली तो नितिन गडकरी को विकास की राजनीति करने का अवसर मिला।
मोदी जी ने मुझे पूछा था तो मैंने कहा कि मुझे रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम दो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम 3-4 प्रमुख लोग हैं, तो फाइनेंस, डिफेंस, होम, इसमें से भी आप सोचो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे कौन से नंबर पर है इसके बजाय मैं जो अच्छा काम कर सकता हूँ मुझे दीजिए। मुझे आप रोड का काम दीजिए, रोड शिपिंग का काम मुझे दीजिए।
भारत में सड़क मार्गों और जलमार्ग परिवहन क्षेत्र में माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काफी बदलाव और प्रगति हुई। सागरमाला कार्यक्रम के तहत 572 परियोजनाओं की पहचान की गई और इसीलिए बुनियादी ढांचे पर निवेश के लिए 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए एकत्रित किए जाएंगे। इस कार्यक्रम से सालाना 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत बचत में मदद मिलेगी। ये कार्यक्रम घरेलू जलमार्गों की आर्थिक स्थिति को दोगुना कर देगा। इसी प्रकार भारतमाला परियोजना के तहत देश भर में 64,000 किलोमीटर सड़कों का नेटवर्क बन रहा है।
इसमें 50% हमने 24,000 किलोमीटर का काम लिया है, जो 7.5 लाख करोड़ का है। और मैं आने वाले दिसंबर तक 7.5 लाख करोड़ में से करीब 3.5 लाख 4 लाख करोड़ के काम शुरू कर दूंगा। और इसमें कम से कम अभी 10 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं शुरू कर चुका हूँ।
गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने 135 किलोमीटर के इस ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से जिस नई कार्य संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य किया है, वह अन्य सभी कार्यदायी संस्थाओं के लिए अनुकरणीय होना चाहिए।
कि उन्होंने 9 नेशनल हाईवे हमारे मंजूर किए, लगभग 35,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत उनसे आएगी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जितना हरियाणा में बढ़ेगा, जितना उत्तर प्रदेश में बढ़ेगा, दोनों राज्यों की प्रगति होगी।
4 धाम के रस्तों का काम पूरा करना चाहता हूँ। मेरी कोशिश है कि वो पूरा होगा। गंगा को और गंगा की 40 ट्रिब्यूटरी और नदियों को मैं शुद्ध और बनाना चाहता हूँ। इस मार्च के बाद अगला मार्च आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से 100% गंगा क्लीन होगी। 3 हाईवे मैंने अभी लगभग पूरे के, मेरठ हाईवे का पूरा होगा, दिल्ली का रिंग रोड पूरा हुआ। अब शिपिंग में 7,000 करोड़ हमारे पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला है। ये देश में कमी है न पैसे की न टेक्नोलॉजी की, इस देश में कमी है सही दिशा सही विजन की।
मैं आज गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे नितिन जी ने 15 महीने की छोटी अवधि में जो काम पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हो पाए थे, ऐसे अनेक नए इनिशिएटिव लेकर के पूरे पोर्ट सेक्टर को नई ताकत दी है, नई ऊर्जा दी है और नई गति दी है।
एक सामाजिक उद्यमी के रूप में वो अभी भी देश में स्वदेशी प्रौद्योगिकियों और उत्पादों को बनाने और बढ़ावा देने के लिए सक्रिय रूप से अपना सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
बास्को कानून में ग्रास लिखा है, तो मैंने पूछा ग्रास तो काटने की परमिशन लगती है क्या? नहीं। बोला आप ऐसा क्यों करते हो? हमारे यहाँ गलत नीति आई, इस देश को और बेरोजगारी को अगर जिम्मेदार कोई तो हमारी गलत नीति है। 40,000 करोड़ का लकड़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, 4,000 करोड़ की अगरबत्ती की काड़ियाँ इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम वेस्ट लैंड पे बाम्बू लगा के कर सकते हैं, बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बनेगा, क्या नहीं बनता। अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, अगर 2 बातें आ जाएगी तो फिर इनोवेशन टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ आ जाएगा, देश बदल जाएगा। अब हवाई जहाज चल रहा है, यहाँ नागपुर में 35 बसेस इथेनॉल पर चलती है स्कैनिया की, और अभी स्कूटर ऑटो रिक्शा भी आई। देश का किसान इस देश का पेट्रोल डीजल का पर्याय दे सकता है, बिजली बना सकता है, ये मेरा विश्वास था। आज सब जगह ये एक्स्टैब्लिश हो गया, और इससे 2 लाख करोड़ अगर ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी में जाएंगे तो 50 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा और ग्रामीण भारत का चित्र बदलेगा। मैं कभी स्कूटर पे चला जाता हूँ, गलियों में घूमता हूँ, लोगों में जाता हूँ, तो ये मेरे अच्छा लगता है। मुझे सिक्योरिटी के कारण मुझे बड़ी अड़चन होती है, 50 पुलिस वाले मेरे साथ चलते हैं बंदूक लेकर, थोड़ा अनकम्फर्ट। में फुटपाथ पे खाता था, मक्के का कनीस खाता था, पानी पूरी खाता था, बिल, तो मुझे बड़ा इसके कारण अड़चन होती है। रात को होटल में खाता था। देखिए मेरा जीवन मुझे जीना है, और कैसे जीना है वो मेरा प्रश्न है, उसका समाज का राजनीति का कोई लेना देना नहीं।
1984 में नितिन गडकरी जी का विवाह कंचन जी से हुआ। अपने व्यस्त राजनीतिक जीवन के साथ साथ नितिन गडकरी परिवार में पिता, पति और नेता के रूप में अपनी जिम्मेदारी बखूबी निभा रहे हैं।
हमारी शादी 18 दिसंबर को थी और नागपुर में 23 दिसंबर को लोकसभा का चुनाव था। तब हमारे शादी में इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए आए, इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए कि बाप रे, मैं भूल नहीं सकती। पूरा अनाज खत्म हुआ था,
क्योंकि वो इतना रिलेशनशिप मेरे लोगों में थी कि लोग मुझे इनके घर की शादी ना अपना ही है ऐसा समझ के आए।
जब पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर थे, जब बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे, तब बच्चों की और इनकी 3-3, 4-4 समय में मुलाकात नहीं होती थी।
मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार रात को सोया था, मेरे पैर बांध दिए थे, ये कल न जाए मुंबई करके।
पिता की भूमिका, माँ की भूमिका, दोनों भूमिका मुझे निभानी पड़ती थी।
अब मुझे थोड़ा लगता है कि अभी मैंने उनके साथ अन्याय किया है, अभी थोड़ा न्याय करना चाहिए। मेरे बच्चे कोई राजनीति में नहीं है, मेरी पत्नी नहीं, मेरी बेटी नहीं। मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो मैं अपनी सब बातें आपको दे दूंगा, अपनी विरासत दे दूंगा, संपत्ति दे दूंगा, पर मेरी राजनीतिक अधिकार मेरे ऊपर, मेरे पार्टी और मेरे कार्यकर्ता में। मेरी राजनीतिक विरासत कार्यकर्ता के पास जाएगी, बेटे के पास नहीं जाएगी। हम जितना काम करेंगे, जितने मोदी जी से हजारों लोग, मेरे जैसे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करें, तो भी समस्या नहीं सुलझाने वाली है, और लोगों को ये काम करना होगा, पीढ़ियों से पीढ़ियों तक चलेगा।
हे प्रभु, नितिन जी को इतनी शक्ति देना कि उनके हाथ से भारत देश का गरीब लोगों की सेवा हो, स्वास्थ्य मिले और 2 टाइम का खाना उनको अच्छी तरह से मिले।
मैं समझता हूँ ये देश मेरा है, तो ये मेरा व्यवहार, ये मेरा कैलकुलेशन नहीं है, मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये मेरा नैसर्गिक स्वभाव है। मैं अपने स्वभाव से जी रहा हूँ। अब उससे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, अच्छे होते कि बुरे, आप जैसे लोगों का काम है। आप अच्छा कहें तो भी मुझे चिंता नहीं, बुरा कहे तो भी चिंता नहीं। मैं कोई कैलकुलेशन से कुछ करना नहीं चाहता, जो है जैसा है। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, मुझे कहाँ पता कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, तुझे क्या खबर है कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। होगा कोई मेरा भी साथी, होगी कहीं तो मेरी भी महफिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, ये हुस्नो इश्क का जहां, ये शोखियां ये मस्तियां, ये पर्वतों के काफिले, ये बादलों की टोलियां। पूछती है मुझसे तू चला है किधर, मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
Welcome back to the inaugural session. Every possible attempt is made to ensure that central PSUs wholeheartedly contribute to the ongoing and future infrastructure projects of national importance and other important projects to aid and accelerate economic growth. The biggest factor which underlined the performance of banks in 2021 and will define the industry's growth in 2022 is the ability to capitalize on technology investments and create value. Economic revival and the changing regulatory landscape, reimagining customer relationships, buy now, pay later as a form of consumer lending, digitization, and a fast emerging new ecosystem are new opportunities as well as challenges for the banking system post-pandemic. One view is that it may take 24 to 36 months for banks to recover from the current situation. Global rating agency Moody's says that public sector banks will need an additional capital of rupees 2.1 lakh crore to overcome this pandemic. Another view, as per PwC, India is expected to be world's third largest banking hub by 2040, and India's fintech market is expected to touch 6.2 trillion by 2025. Cut to insurance. Despite lingering concerns about COVID-19, most insurers expect an accelerating economic recovery and additionally digital technology investments in 2022. Since the onset of the COVID-19, health insurance premiums have been the main driver of the non-life insurance industry. In spite of a long nationwide lockdown, the health segment grew significantly by 32% plus in year to date in comparison to a growth of only 9.9% during the same period last year. Although for life insurance, India ranks 10th in the world and for non-life 15th, sounds good. But look at the penetration that has moved up by barely 2 percentage points given the width and the penetration at the same time of the country in last 2 years still remains below 10%. So there are opportunities and there are challenges, which is what we're going to discuss. But before that, I have the pleasure of introducing our chairman, Mr. Sameer Kochhar, founder of SKOCH Group, author of Modinomics and Reforms Historian. We have the pleasure of his presence with us. And I now invite him for his opening remarks to address our esteemed delegates and speakers. Mr. Kochhar.
Namaskar and good morning, my brothers and sisters. I am indeed very happy to be addressing you all on this auspicious day of Durga Ashtami. It is also the holy month of Ramzan. The timing is correct. Yesterday we had the monetary policy and the growth forecast was cut yet again. They say ignorance is bliss. As an economist, as an academic and as a reforms historian, sometimes you know a bit too much, and at my age, you also worry too much. So when you look at these numbers and you look at what India has been through, specifically during COVID and post-COVID, I don't think we have very easy times ahead of us. We have very challenging times ahead of us. Economy is not in the pinkest of health. The recovery that we are seeing is K-shaped. Whether it is in infrastructure, whether it is in finance, whichever areas. I mean, it doesn't take you to be an economist or a scientist to figure out that people at the bottom and people at the top. There's a huge amount of disparity, which is something that is practically a no-go for a vibrant democracy like India. So if you look at the last budget, you find that the government has practically put the entire focus on the infrastructure sector, capital investments, and we are banking on that to lead revival. That is going to be job generative revival. It is going to be a spatially dispersed revival, and it's possibly going to be an equitable revival, or what we call inclusive growth in a nutshell, which has been my life's work. So as I come and talk to you this morning, I see people from banking sector, I see people from finance sector, I see people on PSUs, and I see people from private technology sector. There are three things I want to say to all of you for which the country is depending on you. The reason I say country is depending on you is having come to this stage and reaching SKOCH Order of Merit. You are undoubtedly brilliant and you are committed to your work, and you have done something which is definitively helped India. We have one of the most rigorous and comprehensive evaluation exercises. And once you're sitting in the chair of being a semi-finalist, there is not an iota in doubt of my mind that you are the people that we can depend on. So to all of you, I have three things to say. First is we need to go deeper. So whether it's financial inclusion, social inclusion, digital inclusion, as those of you who are aware, a lot of financial inclusion policy has come out of my work, whether it was Swabhiman earlier or Jan Dhan Yojana or the JAM Trinity or the DBT that has happened today. So if you look at the horizontal coverage of access to finance or banks or bank accounts has been a commendable job that has happened. What has, however, not happened is the financial deepening. So these are two different terms. You have financial inclusion, which is dealing with more the horizontal spread, and financial deepening, which talks about how mature your financial markets are. I mean, how many people are invested in markets? How many people have access to small sachet credit? Even small savings products, give a lot to be desired. So whatever we do henceforth, if we have to do, what Modi ji talks about, the Amrit Bela, 2047, the last 25 years till Indian democracy becomes 100 years old, we have to go deeper and we have to make sure that the depth of financial products, the depth of infrastructure, the depth of social benefits reaches the last person in the queue. And that is what I mean by we need to go deeper. Now, when we go deeper, you find that the order and scale of magnitude is a completely different ballgame. Can India do it? India can do it. We have shown, let's say, a platinum level example to the world, how, let's say, the COVID vaccination drive was handled in India. We were able to reach almost 95% of the people who needed to get vaccinated with the first dose and 80% or with the second dose. So when the state puts together its might, when the people pull together, when the private sector, public sector officers work together, you can, do the unimaginable. So we have to do the same thing with going deeper. The second thing we have to do is we need to go faster. We cannot have the luxury of time overruns. We cannot have the luxury of projects getting delayed. I was just looking at some number. Projects that are having a time overrun in the infrastructure sector, the cost has already shot up about 43%. And this is just in the Gati Shakti ministries. 43% in a country where capital itself is so scarce. FDI is a problem. Infrastructure investment is a problem. State governments do not have too much of money. Central government again do not have too much of leeway. So where is this investment going to come from? And whatever investment comes, so there is this concept of incremental cost to output ratio. Whatever capital we deploy, what is the maximum output we can get out of that? In India's case, this needs to be at the least consistently 4. That currently is not the case. So whatever you do, you need to go faster, make sure that there are no time overruns. The third thing which I want to talk to you about is that we have to learn to do more with less. We cannot afford cost overruns like we talked about time overruns. Cost overruns again are killing. Again, if you look at just the infrastructure projects, there is about 23% cost overrun. As a country, we simply cannot afford it. We just don't have the money. So go deeper, go faster, and need to do more with less. So this would have actually a 3-pronged strategy. So one strategy that is required, which is administrative push, governance reforms, or business process reengineering, depending on which side of the table that you are. You cannot go deeper by carrying on to repeat the same thing that you've been doing for 70 years or 80 years. The second part of, so obviously you have to reinvent the wheel, you have to do things differently. Second, you have to use deployment, deploy technology to the hilt. You have to outsource. I mean, for example, the reason why all of us are here largely from a technology background is that there are upcoming technologies like artificial intelligence, technologies like machine learning. But in India, we haven't even moved to something as basic as cloud. So if you look at financial sector, you look at PSUs, there is a big hesitation in moving to cloud. Now, if you're a bank, your job is to deal with money, your job is to provide financial services. It is not your job to run a data center. How do you do that? There would be regulatory issues. You'll find a regulator will tell you that my Infinity server you cannot put on a cloud, somebody else will. So there is a learning curve that everyone needs to go through, because the cost of transaction is going to kill you, the time overrun is going to kill you unless you move on to a public cloud or at least an MPLS, a hybrid cloud kind of a situation, whether it's in the banking sector, whether it's in the enterprise sector, so on and so forth. If you look at the infrastructure sector, whether it's railways, whether it's Jal Shakti, whether it's roads, whether it's highways, we are barely doing 2D drawings today. The world has moved to what we call BIM, Building Information Modeling. You have 3D drawings, You can actually put time on it. You can overlay costs on it. You can overlay geospatial data on it. You could project manage it to the extent that there are no time and cost overruns, and the whole world is moving in that direction. So as a country, can we deploy BIM as a technology? Can we embrace it across organizations? Many countries have done that. Recently, Niti Aayog has shown some traction towards it. In fact, they tried to push it. But I don't think that even the concept of BIM is understood. So that would be the second area. The third area is how do you have a clarity of contract? How do you make sure that arbitration becomes a way of life rather than litigation? And even arbitration needs to be speeded up. Arbitration needs to be speeded up, and awards have to be respected. You have awards, you have arbitration, which is time consuming, then you get an award. And to implement that award, then you have to go to court. So the whole purpose of arbitration itself gets defeated. So if there is clarity on what your contractor is supposed to deliver, has it been done in time, there's been no cost in time, and there's a very clear definition and differentiation on accountability, I think this country will do well. You are all forward-thinking people. What we're discussing today, you are here for doing various things. I am giving you 3 mantras that can help you do these things even better and make sure that India becomes a developed country by 2047. Go deeper, go faster, do more. God bless you all, and thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kocher, for those really, really encouraging words, and also in a way setting the agenda for our next 3 speakers during the inaugural session. In fact, just to sum up what you said, how to accelerate infra projects, which is what we would like the next 3 speakers to focus on. Infra projects without cost overrun. How to give it an administrative push and do complete the business process reengineering and go in for the next generation technology deployment. The role that the arbitration may play differently in your different domains, and to do financial deepening. So 3 things, which is what Mr. Kocher talked about: go deeper, go faster, and do more. And with this, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Rajesh Prasad, Director Operations from Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, whose responsibilities include the gamut of works ranging from preliminary preparatory studies for projects to evaluation of capital operational outlays, socioeconomic implications, besides ensuring necessary securities for traffic guarantees. He is also responsible for creation of new SPVs and other business deployment expansion initiatives. So with this, over to Mr. Rajesh Prasad.
So very good morning. And just now I was listening to Mr. Kocher. He said 3 things that we need to go to deeper. Sir, this company that is RVNL, we are having the focused approach. Next thing he said that go to faster mode, that is the fast track execution with less cost overrun and time overrun. Sir, Ministry of Railway had assigned 180 odd projects. We have completed, commissioned and handed over 116 projects. And most of the projects have been executed on very fast track. Then the third thing which he mentioned about is that do more with less. I appreciated this particular dialogue because RVNL is one company where we have got a strength of only 540 odd persons. Sir, this COVID year 2020, 21 and 21, 22, sir, I'm happy to announce that we have achieved all the physical and the financial targets, the capex target, and all-time high results were basically obtained by RVNL. So we are very clear about our thoughts. We have been using the most modern technology for implementation of projects. GPS, we are using this REMS, that is the remote eye monitoring systems. We are switching over to 3D drawings. We are planning to implement BIM in some of the projects. We are very, very clear in our contract management. There is a harmonized version of the contract system in RVNL. And sir, I'm happy to inform that this year, the financial year 2021-22, we have done more than 1,000 kilometers of railway infrastructures, which is about 35 to 40% of the entire Indian Railways work. And this trend is continuously we have been adhering to. In last 11 years, this company has been rated as excellent, and 7 times out of the last 9 years, it has been rated as #1 company under Ministry of Railway. And sir, we are here for the two purposes. We have been slotted for this PPP model of the railway infrastructures, a success story of Kutch Rail Company. And the second is the transformational performance during the COVID for RVNL. So briefly, I will cover about the special purpose vehicle. Sir, this PPP model in railway infrastructures started in the year 2004. We had a policy R3I in November 2008. It was revised in 2011 with R2CI policy. And now we have got the participative model policy of December 2012. This company, Kutch Rail Company, was basically the commercial operation started in 2006. It was incorporated in 2004. And it was basically for the gauge conversion of 300 route kilometers. And sir, I'm happy to inform that we could pay back the entire loan, and the company started giving the dividends, and it has registered a freight loading to the extent of about 450 million tons. And it has generated revenue for Ministry of Railways to the extent of 51,969 crores. And the SPV share was more than 8,000 crores. And I'm also happy to inform that with its internal resources, the company is undertaking the doubling and the railway electrification of length over 250 kilometers. And only yesterday about 39 kilometers was commissioned, and 166 kilometers have already been commissioned. Balance 81 kilometers we are planning to commission in calendar year 2022 only. And if you see the overall performance of RVNL, we have generated 83,000 crores of revenue for Indian Railways without any additional investments. RVNL is the pioneer in the PPP model. We have already commissioned 5 SPVs. There are new SPVs which are in pipeline. For example, Pachwara coal block evacuation line in Eastern Railway in state of Jharkhand, Sardega Pelma in Odisha and Chhattisgarh, Rawgad, Jagdalpur. We are working on this. Recently, we have signed one MOU with the JK Cement for working a SPV model. The principles are very simple, that we need to have the bankability studies to assess the traffic potential, to ascertain the internal rate of return. And if the project IRR is more than 10%, and there is another concept, we call it a DSCR, debt service coverage ratio. If it is more than 1.1 to 1.2, then it becomes very, very viable. Then we seek for the strategic partners through EOI. And once the ministry approves, the SPV is through. In this particular Kutch Rail Company Limited, we have got, RVNL has got a share of 50%. Deen Dayal Port Trust is having a share of around 26%. Adani Port and their SEZ is having about 20%, and Government of Gujarat, the remaining part, maybe around 4 to 5%. So what I wanted to tell is that this model is the one of the most successful model for the creating railway infrastructures, and it is the future. And RVNL is the pioneer in developing such PPP models. And we are sure that in time to come, RVNL will play a very, very important role in developing railway infrastructures, and Kutch Rail Company model will be remembered for this particular PPP concept in railway infrastructures.
Mr. Prasad, I am really delighted to hear your talk. It's one of the most forward-looking talks that I've heard. And you know what I would propose is we'd like to work very closely with you. Maybe we could, create a paper together and do a series of discussions on use of BIM in railways and how does it help reduce cost and time overruns.
Sir, as far as RVNL is concerned, we have got 3 models. One model is that we are getting the projects on assignment basis from Ministry of Railways. The second model is the SPV route. Just now I explained that how we have generated 83,000 crores of revenue for Ministry of Railways without any additional investments. Third is we have signed a lot of MOUs, and we have recently entered into the market. We have signed the MOUs with NHAI, with Tata, Braithwaite, some foreign companies like Frosser, Altinoc, and then we are also in the process of signing an MOU with Bharat Electronics Limited, which is under Ministry of Defense, then MCL. So we are in the process of having 3 verticals, we can say, and the policy is very simple, sir. Basically we have got the key strength of this particular company has been the expertise of all stages of project life cycle, diverse categories of the projects which we have been doing. We have established a very sound financial record. We have got the experienced and trained workforce, and we have got our values in the companies. And the value is
thank you very much. That is wonderful to hear. As I mentioned, there are 3 areas. There is, BPR and administrative reform. There is arbitration and legal delays, and then there is use of technology. And as you rightly said, that you've got these 3 beautiful verticals. So if, our team and yours could work together and do a, use case in each one of the 3 verticals, how these 3 things can be, implemented, what changes administratively, what changes for arbitration and award, and what changes for technology usage, which would greatly help the country. So that could be.
Sir, I'll take only 1 minute, sir. We are very well connected to the ground, and we always believe the teamwork. Right. The contractor, we do not treat the contractor as a contractor. We treat them as part of our team, and their problem we consider as our problem. And we jointly resolve many issues. We have got the system of amicable settlements. We have got the system of regular reviews where we discuss the problems being faced by the contractors. We make sure that the cash flow does not get affected. We have got the harmonized system of the contract management, which is based on FIDIC. And
then it would make a wonderful case study. How are you managing this? Because in most other areas in infrastructure, cash flow jamming is the biggest problem. Companies have gone bankrupt because, let's say, in road projects they have not been paid.
We are having some internal policy guidelines, and our aim is to just implement and commission the infrastructure projects. And we are very, very focused, sir. One of the mantras of success of the RVNL has been the focused approach, sir. Focused approach. And as Mr. Kocher had said that go to faster, we are on faster mode, and we are having very less manpower, sir. Sir, can you imagine that we are having only 540 odd persons, maximum 600, and we are having a turnover during the COVID year more than 15,000 crores. These financial figures have not been out, but it will be 19,000 crores plus for 21-22 FY. So what I am saying is that if you work out the turnover or the output per person, it will be the best. Even amongst the private companies will not be able to compete with the RVNL.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Prasad. We will take this discussion forward, and we shall get in touch with you to learn more about your achievements and how you have gone about doing it, particularly around these 3 areas which I talked about. With this, we move on to invite Mr. Zaw Ali Khan, Additional Director R&D, ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital. Is responsible for administration and R&D with focus on personalized nutrition and supplementation, neurodegenerative diseases, neurogenesis, telemedicine, and health informatics solutions. He's been instrumental in the development of educational medical video games and Criterion Tech's remote monitoring dashboard for proactive management of critical patients. Over to you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gursharan. I once again thank SKOCH Group for giving me this platform and recognizing our efforts when it comes to enhancing medical education and healthcare through the use of technology. So we've always been focused on trying to minimize medical errors, which are reported to be the 3rd largest killer in the US after cancer and heart disease. And in India also, it is estimated that 3 billion years of healthy life or quality of life are lost every year cumulatively due to medical errors. So it's a huge issue, and one of the reasons we see for that happening is the shortage of doctors. Of course, that is one of the key factors in it. The problem is not just specific to India. It's a global problem. Every country has a shortage of doctors, healthcare workers. But in India, of course, considering the population, it's a more serious issue. And we've been trying to address that by using technology to augment the abilities of our doctors and our teachers both, and help students self-assess themselves, revise their lessons in an interactive manner, and then be able to effectively retain all of that information in the long-term memory, because simply being a degree holder in a profession such as medicine is not sufficient. You need to recall your learned knowledge at you have to make split-second decisions, and for that you need to have a very efficient recall system for everything that you've learned. So in order to increase their efficiency of recalling all the medical knowledge, we used 3D medical animations that help them visualize their lessons, and also educational video games in which they can play as doctors, manage virtual patients, manage emergencies in virtual patients without any actual threat or ethical dilemma that comes when you're trying to teach students on live patients directly. So that's what we've been doing towards the education side for the next generation of doctors. We've also been trying to empower the current generation of doctors by giving them technological tools which help in better clinical decisions, which help prevent drug interactions, drug contraindications. In fact, adverse drug reactions or ADRs are such a huge problem that FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, the US body, estimates that the cost for managing ADRs, adverse drug reactions, is greater than the combined cost for managing heart disease and diabetes. So you can imagine the scale at which adverse drug reactions or these kind of medical errors can have on healthcare systems. So these were the reasons why we've been trying to focus them, and we used this two-pronged approach where we were helping the current generation of doctors, and we are also empowering the new generation or the next generation of doctors through effective education. And we saw good results, of course, in COVID-19 because of the technological advancement we were doing for managing patients in a proactive manner. We developed a dashboard that helped identify deterioration in patients at the earliest sign of an emergency, and that helped doctors make timely decisions and prevent further deterioration. And so that was a very measurable outcome that we saw through the use of technology in healthcare. And in medical education, we saw, we measured, of course, we anticipated that through the use of these interactive technologies, students will be able to understand their lessons better, which happened. Their marks in internal and external assessments increased. But we also observed another unanticipated benefit, that their attendance also increased. They became more interested in their curriculum as a result of these technologies. So I feel that this is something that we'd be happy to share with other institutes and collaborate with them in a not-for-profit manner, so that India can pioneer in the field of medical education and healthcare.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saul.
Thank you.
I move on to invite our next speaker there, Mr. Ashutosh Vithal Samant, Managing Director, ASCENTech Information Technology Private Limited. He started this as a proprietary firm in 2003. And there has been a meteoric rise for the company, and currently it serves 7 major municipal corporations. It also has its presence in various business segments such as cable, gaming, information technology infrastructure, banking, and others. So let's try and understand more from Mr. Samant. Over to you. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Dhanjal, and thank you, SKOCH, for giving us this platform to explain our journey. Now we are being working on this Nagar Karoli product. Actually, this Nagar Karoli product we have developed to automate ULBs, because this is a very large sector where citizens need digitization. As we are moving towards a digital India, and that is what the dream given by our Prime Minister also. So we are also trying to implement the same and trying to bring these digital services to the last mile, that is citizen. Actually, the idea behind this product is every citizen should be able to access services from anywhere and from any device. Like these ULBs, that is municipal corporations or municipal councils, they give services to the citizens. Now these services need to be digitized so that citizen can get the better service. And same time, our focus was to bring this automation to economical, because sometimes this automation becomes very costly. So considering these two aspects, digitization and bringing these services to the citizen, that is last mile, and making an economical product. Considering this, we focused on this Nagar Karoli product and we developed this cloud-based solution. So the cloud-based solution, has become economical for all these ULBs because they don't have to invest in infrastructure. What we did, we tap with the various data centers also, and then we made it as a software, as a service. In this service, we are giving various services like server infrastructure, on-site team, then reconciliation, then call center, which is very important to the citizen. Now, due to these services, corporation or ULB is able to give better service to the citizen, because in case of online payments, there are certain queries, because since still we are under the process of digitization, citizen gets various queries. So for every query, they don't have to travel to the municipal offices. Due to this call center, they could able to directly call this team, and the person sitting in our call center could able to address that queries immediately. And the overall impact was this online payment or digital services was increased almost 3 times or 300% rather. And that was a great achievement for the municipal corporation. This product first we implemented for one municipal corporation, Vasavira Municipal Corporation, and then we implemented on a large scale at Thane Municipal Corporation. And result for the Thane Municipal Corporation was very good. In fact, the more focus was on the revenue, how the revenue of these ULBs can be increased. Because this property tax and water tax, these are the two main source of revenues for any ULB. So we first focus on those revenue departments. We try to automate it. We try to give maximum possible payment solutions like online payment, mobile wallets, then BBPS, like various POS payment, like various services we enabled. And due to this, citizen was able to make tax payment from anywhere. Then secondly, the main focus was how the various certificates citizen could get at his doorstep. Earlier, it used to happen that citizen has to travel to the municipal offices to get the various certificates. But we made the whole platform, online platform, where there is a RTS platform, where citizen could apply for the various services. Municipal offices used to verify the application, and depending on all the documents, they used to issue the certificates. So everything used to happen online. So due to this, citizen is able to get all the services online. And that was a major achievement in this process. Now, while doing this automation, we also thought that any automation should be able to give benefits to all the stakeholders. On this specific product, there are three stakeholders. One is a citizen, then second is the administrative offices, and third is the top management. Top management always wants to implement these digital projects. Now, the first important stakeholder is the citizen. So, for citizen, various services we enable. Then we enable call center, online payments, POS payment, like various payment options, digital certificate, call centers. So, various services we enable for the citizen. For the offices, we defined SOPs, standard set of operations. Then we give the various reports, standardized reports. And same time, the top management is again an important stakeholder. For this stakeholder, they want to control or monitor the entire system. So we brought all the dashboards on the mobile, so they could see all the real-time information on fingertip. Also, end of the day messages, or maker-checker system, or like this, various options were given to the top management. So all the stakeholders were getting benefited from this, the entire process. And sometime when we implemented, we thought, okay, this also should become revenue, it should increase the revenue of the organization. So when we implemented at TMC, so TMC's revenue almost got increased 300%. Whereas digitization, that is online payments, that helped a lot. That also increased almost 300%. Now, this product, we implemented 6 more municipal corporations. And now these 4 more we are getting implemented. We are planning to implement this cloud-based platform in various other municipal councils, because the municipal councils where they don't have much funds for the automation, so they cannot invest every time in the servers or other online infrastructure. So we developed this cloud-based platform, and we are offering it as a service-based model. So they don't have to invest in infrastructure, and they can get the automation at economical cost. Around 300 municipal councils we are trying to implement. So this is in Maharashtra basically, and maybe soon we'll aiming to spread it all across the states in India. Maybe this maybe slowly we'll try to promote in other states also.
Sure. Well, thank you so much. It's been quite a cross section from a PSU to a healthcare and an industry where Mr. Samant, you come from, having made strides in making the municipalities profitable, because that is one area. Then both the mopping up of taxes, the collection, and increasing the revenue has been one of the most neglected areas in the Indian cities. So I'm sure your efforts would go a long way in making them profitable. So gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Khan, as well as Mr. Samant for joining us for this inaugural session. Kindly do stay with us as we move on to our next session, which is on the state of PSUs. It was in 2021 that the government decided to reduce the number of PSUs to about 24, down from over 300 as per the new policy that focused on privatization of non-core sectors while shutting down loss-making state-run enterprise. And I'm sure this has been a big challenge for almost every PSU ever since. It was made clear that there would be only 3 to 4 key strategic areas, and in these segments, only 3-4 PSUs will be there, namely atomic energy, space, defense, transport, telecommunications, power, coal, BFSI are identified as strategic core sectors. Other outside these will either be privatized, subsidiarized, or shut down. Attempts have been made for a very long time since 1991 to reform PSUs, yet the challenges have remained. And the pandemic, as I said in the beginning itself, and Mr. Kochar also talked about, that not only gave us posed challenges in front of us, it also opened up a huge amount of opportunities. So we were largely, brandished as we lack autonomy. There is underutilization of capacity, there is absence of rational pricing, there are technology gaps and trade unionism and so on and so forth. But yes, for many of us, those are things of the past. So what is the way moving forward? Come 2023, will Indian PSUs be able to increase their geostrategic reach? Will PSUs be able to lower India's import bill? How will the infra projects to be accelerated without cost overrun, and how do we go deeper, faster, and do more? And we have a very, very esteemed panel today, and I have the pleasure of inviting our first panelist. Let's spend maybe 3 to 4 minutes to make an opening statement. After that, we will get into a discussion and Q&A. And I invite Ms. Harjeet Kaur Joshi, CMD of the Shipping Corporation of India Limited. She's heading it since 2019, and she was earlier Director of Finance at the Shipping Corporation itself. While many would find it difficult to handle one portfolio in the pandemic, she continues to hold the Director of Finance portfolio along with the CMD charge, and is currently also holding the additional charge of Managing Director of India Ports Global Limited and Chairperson and Managing Director of India Ports Global Shabahar Free Zone. So that's quite a responsibility. So I hand the mic over to you, and let's try and understand as to these areas, which is what we would like to focus on. Where do we stand, and what's your expert opinion on that? Ms. Joshi.
Thank you, Dr. Gursharan ji, and a very good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and the attendees who have joined us today for this very interesting session. Because as Dr. Gursharan Singh ji said in his introduction, there are radical changes which are going to be happening in the public sector domain, and that is going to define how our nation is going to get strengthened with these policy changes which are going to take place. Before I start my address, I would first like to take this opportunity to thank SKOCH Group for this, because this is a very, very important subject that we are discussing. And since I represent one of the Navratna CPSCs, I'm really happy to be sharing my views. Now, PSUs, through their tireless and determined service to the nation, have undoubtedly been enablers for the development. And there has been a robust growth of our economy through these 75 years, where the PSUs have played a major role in nation building. And when we are celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of independence, we have to acknowledge that some of the largest commercial enterprises in the country are today PSUs. And the PSUs actually provide a huge leverage to the government to intervene in the economy directly or indirectly to achieve the desired socio-economic objectives. So while the government has, yes, decided on what are those strategic, that means the government is today having a more focused approach on the nation's development and the important role that the PSUs can play in nation building. PSUs have always come forth whenever there has been a need, a national disaster, a national calamity, whatever, but it doesn't mean that PSUs are important only during the time of crisis, even though during the pandemic, the PSUs did play a major role, and you will see that most PSUs outperformed during the pandemic. Before independence, our nation had only a couple of CPSEs from a meager number of 5 in 1951. We've grown in large numbers. We contribute a lot to the nation in terms of not only our contribution to the exchequer, custom duty, GST, corporate tax, interest, dividends. And it will not be out of place to say that the CPSE also become an important source of development financing for the government. The capex of the PSUs have been robust at more than close to about 5 lakh crore rupees. Today, PSUs are actually synonymous with trust, transparency, social welfare, resilience, and dependability. And these are the strengths of the PSUs, which I think need to be developed. And that is what actually the private sector also seeks, when we've seen that even on retirement, the most government stalwarts are actually sought by the public sector. It is for these very strong qualities which are host in the public sector that the market still demands them. I'd like to share with you a survey done by Dun & Bradstreet, where most of the natural resources are managed by state-owned enterprises, and these rank amongst the top 10 countries on the metric of Resource Governance Index, where countries have been ranked by the transparency in natural resource management. Further, when you study the top 500 companies in India for 2 decades, it is found that 71% of the state of the enterprises retained their position compared to only 52% of the private firms after 10 years, which clearly indicates the high resilience the PSUs have. Dr. Gursharan ji, while we are talking about CPSCs, it's my duty that we acknowledge the role which the Department of Public Enterprises and DPEM plays, because today they are coming out with new policies, new reform with enhanced focus on operational efficiency and profitability. They are bringing out a revised mechanism of performance evaluation and MOU ratings. There is an extreme amount of monitoring being done by the DP with respect to corporate governance also. And this is actually bringing the CPSCs today at par with their peers in the private sector. I would also like to say that the nation is today at the cusp of global leadership, and in such a transformative environment of economic and social achievements, the role of PSUs will only evolve rather than subside. I'll stop here so that we can have a more vibrant Q&A session. But like I said, the disinvestment is not here to dilute the importance of the PSUs. Maybe it is with a focus on what is important. We stay focused on that. Thank you, Gursharan ji, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I have the pleasure of inviting now Mr. Sanjay Swarup, who's Director, International Marketing and Operations at Kaur. With more than 3 decades spanning across a range of assignments in public sector and government, including BHEL and Indian Railways. He's worked in Kaur in various capacities in operations and management of dry ports, international marketing, commercial and operations at pan-India level, with a rich experience in the design of dry ports and multimodal logistics parks. Over to you, Mr. Swarup. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gursharan and fellow panelists. I would like to thank Scotch Group for giving me an opportunity to speak on this forum. Indeed, it has been a pleasure, to tell about my company. We are a small company which started in 1988 and gradually seeing the growth in every subsequent year. We have now some 4-5 years back we were designated as a Navratna. We are a Navratna PSU under Railway Ministry and having our spread throughout the country with 61 terminals, providing multimodal logistics facility to the EXIM trade. And wherever we set up our terminal, it's not only the profit is not the only objective for setting up a terminal. We see the development of area and the demand of the trade and then go out for setting up the terminal. So that has been the philosophy of our company, which has helped us to grow year by year. Then in the corporate governance also, we believe in philosophy of corporate governance and transparency, full disclosure, independent monitoring, and fairness to all. These are the motto of our company. And we have a robust internal control systems and processes in place for smooth and efficient conduct of business. And it complies with relevant laws and regulations. And we use state-of-the-art enterprise resource planning systems that connects all parts of the organization to record data for accounting, consolidation, and management information purposes also. So we have a very, very robust corporate governance in place, and we continuously assess the effectiveness of our internal controls through extensive internal audits, which are being conducted on regular basis by experienced independent firms of chartered accountants, etc., in close coordination with company's own internal audit department. The significant observations of internal auditors and corrective actions thereon are presented in the regular meetings of Audit and Ethics Committee, which comprises of directors, mostly independent directors, and one functional director also. And these reports are reviewed, compliances are ensured, and everything goes to Audit and Ethics Committee for final reporting of these things. Our company believes in transparency in working, and we have taken a lot of IT initiatives. All the processes are IT driven. There is nothing manual, and we have paperless office. We don't all our transactions, all our file movement, tender committee meetings, everything is done on e-office, which is fully implemented in my company. We are a very lean and thin company, and our total expenses on our manpower is only 6% of our total earnings, which competes fairly well with any PSU and even our friends in private sector also. So we have integration of commercial ERPs, financial ERPs. We have introduced recently Know Your Container Location, KYCL, which is a great IT initiative and very well received by trade. We have automated the contract management system, automatic billing, EMBs are also automated. Then we have recently introduced HRMS, which is Human Resource Management System, everything online. Then we are now developing AI-based system for management of our terminals at our flagship terminal at Tughlakabad, and we hope to complete in 3 months. After that, we will replicate it throughout the country in all our terminals. All our terminals will be, using AI technology. I would like to conclude my talk by telling the august audience that throughout the pandemic, we were working 24/7, all the days, every hour. Our terminals were operational. We did not close down or even for a single hour. And secondly, we helped the Indian Railways to transport oxygen special trains, oxygen cylinders within the country and even outside country to Bangladesh also. we ran oxygen special trains from our terminals and on our wagons. That way, whatever was possible, we did our bit to fight the pandemic and make a small contribution. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Liton Nandy, Executive Director, Information Systems at Indian Oil Corporation, who is responsible for strategizing, developing, securing, and managing the entire IT-enabled business ecosystem for the organization. With over 35 years of experience in the field across segments, he's currently driving the team for building agile, scalable, end-to-end synchronized, resilient, and secure digital platforms, which help to facilitate ease of doing business for the Indian Oil customers as well as the stakeholders. Mr. Nandy.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists and attendees, Dr. Gursharan ji. I am representing the Indian Oil, the #1 public sector company, a diversified integrated energy major with presence in almost all streams of oil, gas, petrochemicals, and alternate energy sources, and using state-of-the-art technologies and cutting-edge R&D, a world of best practices, quality consciousness, and transparency, and a world where energy in all its forms is tapped most responsibly and delivered to the customer most affordably. And as Indian Oil, as you know, we are the extended arm of the government, and we are responsible for implementation of government policies, schemes. Namely, we have implemented this DBTL, direct benefit transfer to LPG customers, PMEY, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, recently the PMA 2.0 also. For all of our activities, the digitalization, IT enabled have been the core of the things. We started our first paradigm shift through digitalization when we adopted and implemented ERP across our entire corporation, spanning across this country. And this was one of the largest implementation in Asia, the ERP implementation. And then again, our second paradigm shift we have started when we embarked on the journey of our digitalization for our secondary customers through our primary customers who are dealer, distributor, and stockist. And that's why this birth of this project, EPIC, Indian Oil, in its belief to create a customer-centric culture to build employee passion towards customer experience and empower its partners to serve customer with two various initiatives. These initiatives culminated more customer satisfaction and enhanced control over public money in terms of subsidy disbursement. EPIC, which is actually the e-platform for Indian Oil customer, is one of the biggest digitally driven business project globally in terms of its scale and size. It facilitates superior customer experience through better background and back-end integration between Indian Oil and its countrywide reseller and distributor network. Digital transformation is driving the creation of new business models in today's world. And by infusing a customer-centric initiative, we are ensuring best customer service excellence and quick adaptation to business processes as per the requirement of the customer. These initiatives have changed the perspective in Indian Oil business for its customer, partners, and delivery network. EPIC is one of the projects which have brought change in digital transformation, which is the buzzword and actually the utmost necessity of any organization. And it has facilitated ease of usage with the concept of AAA, that is anywhere, anytime, and any device. In order to achieve end-to-end digitalization of citizen services and to enhance e-governance framework from citizen, partner, corporations perspective, the initiative takes care of first the eKYC for all customers through OTP based and partners through OTP and biometric. This enables quick KYC for existing as well as prospective customer, providing a major base for enabling us release Ujjwala 2.0 connection to the extent of 45 lakhs till mid-December 2021. Apart from Ujjwala and eKYC for all customers, various integration of microservices was done to provide seamless digital journey to citizens for various services, e-governance, which were earlier available only on offline mode. use of emerging digital payment gateways means, along with incentivization of digital payments to customers and the delivery personnel, as for example, dynamic Bharat QR, Amazon QR, etc., in order to enhance digital footprint, especially dynamic Bharat QR, which contains all details to the order level, there we're eliminating the multiple steps in payment process. These in turn led to greater adoption of digital payments, a jump from 4% to almost more than 35% in less than a year. In order to provide better and competitive service to the citizens with reduced booking to delivery time, refill portability and family member group booking facilities, etc. introduced. In turn, also inculcating competitive behavior among distributors, which ultimately leads to enhanced service standards for the entire corporation. So thanks to Scotch and the jury members and everybody for giving us the opportunity to present this was. It's one of its kind. Because as I told, we are the extended arm of government. So we actually support both the customer when we are a profitable corporation, and as the consumers and the citizens, we are actually doling out and helping government to implement the schemes. So thanks to all of you.
Well, thank you so much. And now invite Mr. Rahul Tandon, who is head of digital transformation at Bharat Petroleum. He leads the company's ambitious digital transformation journey, which is Project Anubhav, which involves reimagining customer journeys and delivering BPCL's value propositions using a state-of-the-art digital medium. He earlier headed the corporate strategy team at BPCL, profit and loss responsibilities for the fuel retailing business in Kerala and Karnataka, LPG marketing, so on and so forth. Mr. Tandon.
Thank you, Dr. Gursharan and fellow panelists. It's a pleasure and privilege to be able to speak on the same platform as you are in. And thanks to Scotch for inviting us over to participate in this panel. Since everyone has been talking about their organizations and their contribution to the society, to the government, to the customers, we would like to share our bit of story and how we contribute to making life easy for our customers. So BPCL, you all know, is a Maharatna company, and 2 decades ago we structured BPCL across 6 business units in the marketing space. We are an integrated organization, right from upstream to refining to marketing to now in petrochemical space, catering to almost 8.5 crore LPG customers. That's roughly around 30 crore families. We touched life. We have close to 1.5 crore transactions happening at our retail outlets, so customer visiting us almost on a daily basis. Apart from whatever interactions which happen through various other channels and our other lines of business. So this SBU structure has served us well in the past, but has resulted in creating siloed customer solutions, resulting in a very fractured customer experience. Traditionally, the oil and gas industry has been a commodity industry, and each of the business units have focused on their respective products. You all know we cannot see LPG, we cannot see petrol or diesel. Our customers will definitely come to us. They will need fuel for various requirements. But that used to give us a comfort some time back, no more. It is equally important for us to understand that with the change which has happened in the recent past because of the pandemic and the growing outreach of connected world, it is important that we rise up to this changing behavioral requirement, and hence we work towards making life easy for our customers. So what was most important for BPCL was to understand the buying experience which we were giving to our customers, and that is where we decided that while service, the look and feel, everything is at a common level playing field across the industry, across the country. It is the experience which is going to make the difference, and how we can better it and how we can differentiate ourselves based on that experience is what will define us and will hold us in good stead. And that is how our digital transformation journey of Project Anubhav was started. The objective of it was to bring ease and comfort in our customer lives and make doing business with BPCL considerably easier by implementing a technology platform that could cut across business units, giving us a unified view of customer as well as giving customers a consistent experience across all touch points of BPCL. And that is where the entire alignment of our digital transformation journey has been, and the focus for BPCL has been. While we have expanded into the government's requirement, meeting the government's requirement, and much faster than any other PSU on account of net zero, we are also moving towards getting into consumer retailing in various forms and ways. The most important development and one of the best developments in the recent times has been considering the COVID pandemic. The customers always were skeptical about visiting the retail outlets, standing in the queues, maintaining distance, exchanging currencies, talking to the DSMs who deliver fuel. There was some kind of a fear, and rightly so. And that is where necessity becomes the mother of innovation. We invented, or we created UFIL, which is a pre-auth kind of an arrangement which takes away entire manual intervention at the retail outlet or at the petrol pump. So the customer pre-fuels it using a very simple UPI method, comes to the outlet, the EDC, that is the machine, scans the QR code and it automatically presets for the value what he has paid. In case if he has paid for 500 and his tank gets over at 400, 100 rupees gets credited to his account immediately. So that is the kind of convenience, touchless, appless solution BPCL is building to give different kind of experience to our customers. To add on to most important thing in these times is to be able to interact with someone who can very intelligently answer you and quickly assuage the concern. BPCL came out with the AI, artificial intelligence and natural language processing bot, which could talk in 13 different languages and could interact with a diverse profile of our customers, from a chauffeur to a chairman. Urja, our chatbot, is able to connect, and we are very proud to share that we have had more than 30 crore transactions which have happened on Urja alone in the last 1 year. The kind of communications which are happening are giving us insights to build better and more efficient customer delivery platforms for our customers. So in short, our objective has been to empower, to enable our customers with a kind of convenience which they want at any given point in time on any device they want, and consistently. And that is what we believe, and our senior management believes is going to hold us in good stead going forward. And as a responsible corporate, our contribution to the government, to the exchequer, has been to build efficient systems, efficient supply chains, so that any leakage or any inefficiency should not add on to our cost. That has constantly remained our focus, and that is what BPCL has delivered in the recent times. We continue our quest to deliver on trust, convenience, and personalization going forward. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Tandon. And now invite Mr. M.K. Sogani, Chief General Manager and HOD at GAIL, He has facilitated new technologies in the field of pipeline integrity in India. That includes non-intrusive type magnetic tomographic inspection and acoustic emission type inspection of non-piggable pipelines, implementation of fiber optic based pipeline intrusion detection system, etc. He's also contributed to a number of CSR projects. Mr. Sogani.
A very good afternoon to all the respected panelists. A little difference. I am L.R. Verma, General Manager CSR with GAIL India Limited. Mr. M.K. Sogani, heading the CSR department of GAIL, just could not join this panel. I'm sorry on his behalf.
No problem.
Thank you very much once again as L.R. Verma, GM CSR. Sir, we have had the association with the Scotch Awards since 3 years back. We had applied and we had again won the Order of Merit. Since I come from the CSR background today on this panel, I limit my views on the matters of CSR that GAIL has been doing. I myself have a background of computer science. I have worked in the SCADA field in the GAIL India Limited. GAIL has a 15,000 kilometers of pipeline. All the respected panelists know. Most of the panelists know, of course, the colleagues from IOCL. The opening remark from the host spoke about the PSUs. I take it from there. GAIL India Limited has had the opportunity of being the lean and mean machine that apparently the governments wanted the PSUs to be. It has been the leanest company with the turnover that matches the behemoths of the country like IOCL and ONGCL. Okay, having said that, the CSR projects on which GAIL India Limited's team takes pride in, on the CSR projects, we have spent in current financial year close to 3.2% of the previous 3 years net profit of GAIL India Limited. So it's 1% more than the mandated requirement of 2%. Our spends have been mostly towards the health care of the needy people, the people who are living in the villages, the people whose lives have been touched adversely by the advancements that happen in the country. GAIL lays the pipelines. We lay the pipelines below the fields of the villagers, fields of the agriculturists, and once we lay the pipeline, basically they can use it only and only for the wheat, rice, etc. They can't make any construction over it. They can't make any trees on it. They can't make an orchards on it. So the point is that GAIL has a locus standi to try and benefit the people's lives in a positive manner, so that the healing touch is there from this company, from this behemoth of the PSU of the Government of India. So the Arogya project, which is a flagship project of GAIL India Limited, is the one in which we have been running approximately close to 60 mobile medical units across India, almost 14 states and 48 districts. We have been running them in the districts, aspirational districts that are allotted to GAIL. And these mobile medical units have been really very well received, very well received by the population. Those people who will otherwise not have access to the health care, the health care that we are so much used to it sitting in the cities. I have had the opportunity of seeing a number of interviews. I have personally visited a number of MMUs where the villagers say that
एक आदमी 7 वोट डाल सकता है.
I'm sorry. So
please go ahead.
Yeah, so we know that there are people whose lives have been touched by these mobile medical units. Those are the people who have no access to the healthcare as we know it, sitting in the cities. They say, one of the persons said that I did not know that I had a BP. This person is close to 65 years old in a village, in a remote village, say in Jhabua, and he knows that he has a BP now and he can take care of it. His life is elongated. So this is the value of the project that we do, and the employees in the GAIL India Limited really feel associated with it, and they really feel quite proud of it. We know the demands keep coming from our project officers and O&M officers that we need to run more and more mobile medical units. The cost of delivery is close to 115 rupees per patient. Lowest of the lowest. Having said that, GAIL India Limited, the manpower, the employees of GAIL really take pride in the CSR activities that GAIL does. I will just move on to the other activities. I will just cover up almost all the activities that we do in the CSR. We also contribute towards the SDIs.
You have just about 2 minutes to do that.
I understand, sir. So the SDIs to which we contribute, approximately 50 crores have been spent by GAIL. We have skill institutes in Guna, Madhya Pradesh, another remote location, and Rajamundi, another remote location, on which we have spent close to 30 crores of rupees among past 5 to 6 years. Likewise, it goes without saying, being a central PSU under Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, we have spent 50 crores in last year, close to 80 crores in total on the COVID relief. Current year also, close to 90 crores on COVID relief. Out of this 214 odd crores that we have spent in the name of CSR from the GAIL India Limited's profits. So I will just cap my words, cap my statement, stating very clearly that GAIL really takes pride in its CSR activities, because it really helps us elevate our image among the people whose lives we touch somehow or other because of the business needs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verma. So that, in fact, it's an amalgamation of views from across the sector. We start the discussion, the Q&A. In fact, the very first question that comes to my mind, and which is what I would like to pose to Ms. Joshi, that, as far as the infrastructure projects are concerned, and in one way or the other, almost each and every one of us is involved in the development of infrastructure, whether it's to do with the telecommunications or to do with the, the waterways or the ships and so on and so forth. What have you done, or otherwise what needs to be done to accelerate it, and also to avoid the cost overruns? Because that has been one of the biggest problems that we have faced in maybe last over a decade or something. Joshi.
Dr. Gursharan ji, since I am heading Shipping Corporation of India, which is actually a service sector rather than actually an infrastructure industry. However, with my background of 31 years with ONGC, I'm sure I'm going to be able to answer your question. Like I had said in my inaugural address also, that the government can substantially intervene on the pace of the national economic development by virtue of these infrastructure projects, which are across the length and breadth of these public sectors. Yes, it's extremely important that these infrastructure projects deliver on time without any cost overruns. So time and cost overruns are something which need to be very minutely watched, monitored and controlled. And I think this is very acutely being done, because today one of the important MOU parameters for the evaluation of all the public sectors is their CapEx spend. And once you take a parameter of a CapEx under the MOU, then also the performance of the CapEx with respect to the cost and time overrun is monitored. However, I would also like to add to that while this is an MOU parameter, in most undertakings, this gets evaluated only once in an annum. It needs to become a part of the daily ritual of the running and the operations of the organization. Proper monitoring of infrastructure projects is extremely important for the economic development of the country. I hope I've answered your question. I'm happy to supplement it in case you think I've left out something.
I'll come back to you. In fact, you said it very succinctly. And to add on to that, move on to another service provider and also the owner of a large fleet outside the Indian Railways, so to say, Mr. Sanjay Swarup.
Yeah, actually, we are setting up our own terminals in the country. So they are in fact infrastructure, creation of infrastructure. Now the main problem that we are facing is the acquisition of land. So land acquisition is has become a biggest challenge for us. But of course, being a PSU, we get a lot of cooperation from state governments, and we are using the district magistrates are helping us of the concerned districts wherever we have to set up our terminals. But the process is quite long, and many times we are facing issues at some of our locations. That is the biggest challenge that we face. Other than that, for civil engineering works, we don't face much challenge because we have developed our vendors for construction purposes, and they are well developed, and we are a cash-rich company, so we don't face any issue of payment to our contractors. They are very happy. In fact, we are getting very good rates because in our company, when they submit the bill, in 7 days, they get all the payment. So they are giving us very good rates in tenders. On that issue, we don't face much problem. The second issue, which is very challenging for us, is the notification of our terminals by customs department, because all my terminals are dry ports. So they have to be notified by customs department. So there also I am facing a bit of a challenge. But being a PSU, I am able to convince them. Plus, I have a standing of more than 3 decades in this field. So customs department is also aware that CONCOR finally will, suppose there are some shortcomings, they will make good these things in due course of time. But at some places, of course, we face challenges, and it results into delays, and it doesn't go as per our time schedule. So basically, to summarize, for construction of terminals, we face challenges in terms of land acquisition, and second is notification from customs department. Now, as far, just I will take 1 more minute. As far as the issue of my rolling stock, that is the wagons, because I own 370 rakes, container trains. Rakes means container trains, which I run throughout the country. And seeing the traffic projection, we have made a forecast that for in the next 3 years, we will take this fleet size from 370 to 800. So we are more than doubling our fleet capacity. Now we are facing a very big challenge in the country because the wagon manufacturing it's a limiting capacity of wagon manufacturing in our country, and we are in a very, very challenging situation where we have the potential, we have the traffic to cater to lift the traffic, but we are short of wagon manufacturing capacity in our country, and we have the money also to purchase those wagons, but unfortunately that capacity is not existing in our country. So we are exploring other options like taking permission from government to import such rolling stock. So these efforts are going on. They are ongoing efforts. So that is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. So, Mr. Nandy, particularly when it comes to technology, so how to go in for the next generation technology deployment, which can help you accelerate the expansion of your infrastructure with the minimum cost overrun, because that is something which has always been an impediment to the growth of business.
Yeah, that's a very important topic and very, very relevant for a company like Indian Oil, who has got presence across Indian the nook and corner of India. And we are one of the foremost company for helping government for all infrastructure building. Yeah, you are absolutely right, because digitalizations and the IT enablement not only helps for rolling out for customers, but it is also for proper project monitoring. And that's why in our company, we have already implemented paperless transactions and approvals, which helps us for monitoring and taking approvals and various other things. And we have got a system, project management system, which helps us for critically analyze the progress of our various projects across Indian Oil. And we are also having a very close relations and transactions with our vendors and the business partners. And we have also enabled them for whatever their bill processings and other things are concerned through our recently launched vendor invoice management system. Digitalization, yes, you are right. A lot of digital interventions are being done using AI and ML, which we are aptly using in our many projects, which is helping us for bringing in efficiency in the company and then lesser time to market. And it also creating a secured and digital platform where all my stakeholders can securely in an agile environment can actually work, and which considerably fructifies and contributes to the efficient project monitoring and minimize this cost and time overrun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In fact, that takes me to the another side of the question, which I want to pose to Mr. Tandon, that, what in the current scenario, when we're talking about digitalization, there are new technologies coming in. We are also talking about, doing wholesome, the second or the third generation business process re-engineering. What is the new model of development to maintain the competitive edge and to have a good balance sheet given the current challenges, and how to go in for the next generation of technology deployment?
Yeah, so Dr. Gursharan, I'm sorry I'm not keeping my video on because I'm on my way to the airport.
That's all right.
And so please bear with me, and my apologies to the fellow panelists and the viewers. I want to make a couple of comments on this and also on the previous question, if I'm allowed to.
Please go ahead.
As far as the project monitoring is concerned, I think Ms. Joshi very clearly outlined that what is the importance of project monitoring and why and what is required to be done to ensure there are no time and cost overruns. I want to bring out a couple of points on how do we do that and what is it that BPCL has done to ensure that we do not have time and cost overruns, considering the kind of weightage which has been given in not only MOU but the impact it can have on the P&L of any organization and the government as well, because ultimately it's the exchequer's money we are spending for the development of the society at large. Now, what kind of structural and interventions and innovations we have done is around decision making, is around working very closely with the state governments, ensuring declaring these project sites as no strike areas, ensuring that there is a complete video analytics built around these projects where reviews are happening not in air-conditioned offices but right straight from the site, and it can be done. It is being done through our corporate digital center located at Bombay, where our chairman and managing director and director marketing additional charge reviews all the critical projects straight with the people who are working at the ENP sites, and the kind of decision making which happens when you look at the reality is totally different. So if you are able to bring in that kind of transparency and connect of the ground to the decision making authority, I think the pace of delivery will automatically improve, and that is what BPCL has done by structurally re-engineering our business processes as well as decision-making processes. Now, coming to your next point as to what the new age technologies can bring in terms of whether it is your own way of doing business or how your customer interactions are, we will have to definitely look at new innovations, but it does not mean that you have to every time innovate or build something new, because everything comes at a cost. So if you can look at identifying inefficiencies in your system by digitally or technologically enabling certain business processes, that also can solve your problems around rationalizing costs, optimizing your manpower or resources, and thereby contributing to the bottom line of the organization. I'll give you one small example of what we have done in BPCL. Now, lubricant industry is a very fiercely fought business in the country, with almost 16, 17 global players trying to have their share of pie. Now, for us refiners who produce best quality grade lubricant oil, we are left with nothing but to be mass players, and in the crowded market, because we have to sell our base oils, we are not able to be in the premium segment. So why are we not able to be in the premium segment? Is because of the kind of branding and promotion and the kind of control and offerings the international players, based on their established technologies, are able to provide. So what, looking at this and studying the entire market, what BPCL decided to do was to tap the entire lubricant value chain to find out where are the inefficiencies and how I can reach out to my customer and be able to interact with him. Because till now, we were not aware who's our end user. See, in case of LPG and petrol and diesel, we know the customer comes to our forecourt, or we go to their kitchen and supply the cylinder. We know our customer. But in lubricants, we never knew our customer. So we introduced the QR coupon based track and trace technology, where at the time of bottling of our containers itself, a QR coupon is introduced, which has a mother-daughter relationship to different SKUs and containers, and at the CNF distributor, and then to the retailer, then to the mechanic, and then to the end consumer. So this way, we are able to, one, plug any false product coming into the market. Second, we are able to identify white spaces as to where it is not selling, and we need to make those marketing interventions. And third, where the inventories are getting blocked and are eventually becoming slow moving or non-moving. So this method helped us improve on our cost structures by almost 12% in just 2 to 3 months of implementation. So you can understand that you need not every time build new solutions, but if you look at your existing process and the processes and do a re-engineering and support it with the tech, which is what I feel Industry 5.0 is going to be all about. Not eliminating everything, but supporting human with tech. I think that is what is going to create a difference in the long run and a sustained run. This is what I believe and our organization believes.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
what you said makes a lot of good sense, and due to the paucity of time, we will not be able to further have another round of Q&A. The point is that respectively in your fields, a lot of good work, good achievements, and a lot of good implementation of technology has taken place, and each one of you is working in your own isolated vertical. But yes, you've done your best to reduce the cost, increase the efficiencies, bring in modern technologies, go on to the next level. So that is deserving of a case study, which is what we talked in the morning as well. It really encourages us to reach out to you once again after the summit is over and do a use case using your experience. So I hope this should be okay with you all.
That's an excellent idea, Dr. Gursharan.
Yeah. So, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone for extending your opinion. on the various aspects of your contributions to the economy and the way moving forward. So Joshi ji, Swarup ji, Nandy ji, Rahul ji, and Verma ji. So thank you very much once again for joining us, and kindly stay with us. Good afternoon and welcome back to this post-lunch session and the next announcement of the Order of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Ayushi Saxena, Communications Officer from AU Small Finance Bank, for Banking for All for Banking.
Hello, thank you so much for welcoming me. This is a great honor.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you so much.
Chairman Mr. Joseph Lawrence Tobias from Bhangiya Grameen Vikas Bank for Financial Inclusion. Mr. Akhil Handa, Chief Digital Officer from Bank of Baroda, BOB World, the super app of Bank of Baroda. We have Mr. Tobias with us. Can we see your video? Mr. Tobias, can we see your video, please? Am I audible? Yeah, we can see you. But you are not audible to us. Looks like there is some technical glitch. Your voice is not able to reach us. What I suggest, you log out and log in again, and we will come back and make the announcement in a little while. Probably that will solve the problem. Thank you. Mr. Akhil Handa, Bank of Baroda. The next one also goes to Bank of Baroda for digital payments. Digital lending platform, yet another one for Bank of Baroda. Bank of India, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Ram, General Manager for Credit Information Card. Mr. Ram? Scotch team, do we have Mr. Ram with us? Bank of India, once again, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Ram, General Manager for BOI, Corporate and Global Website for COVID Response. Financial Inclusion for Bank of India, Mr. Vilas R. Parate, General Manager. Bank of Maharashtra, Mr. Radhe Shyam Bansal, General Manager for Implementation of Official Language. Mr. Divesh Dinkar, General Manager, Information Technology from Bank of Maharashtra, Go Digital. Mr. Dinkar.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
So we just made the announcement for your Scotch Order of Merit for your project Go Digital. Mr. R.C. Gaggar, Chairman, Baroda Rajasthan Kshetriya Grameen Bank for BRKGB application development. Baroda Rajasthan Kshatriya Grameen Bank once again for digital inclusion, Mr. Gagar, Chairman. Canara Bank, Priority Sector and Agriculture Advanced Loan, Mr. Karthikeyan G, Assistant General Manager. Central Bank of India, Mr. Surya Narayanan K, CISO, for Cyber Security Operations Center.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving this award. We're very happy to receive this award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Chaitanya Godavari Gramina Bank, Mr. Kameshwar Rao Talasila, Chairman, New Initiatives in Credit Outreach, Retail Banking. Response to COVID from Chaitanya Godavari Gramina Bank, Chairman, Mr. Talasila.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for the award, sir.
Congratulations. Equitas Small Finance Bank, Dr. Jasmine Gupta, National Head Digital Banking for Digital Savings Account by Equitas SFB in partnership with NEO. We can see you.
Yes, thank you so much for the award and the recognition. NEO is one of the fastest growing neobanks in the country today, and we are very happy to receive this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Ms. Neha Joshi, Manager PR and Marketing from FinCare Small Finance Bank for Cyber Security Solutions.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope I'm audible. I'm Vijay Somnath. I'm representing FinCare Small Finance Bank. Thank you, Scotch, for recognizing us, and we are honored to get this Scotch this merit second time, and I look forward to winning this award next year. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next one also goes to FinCare Small Finance Bank, MCare.
Thank you, Scott, again. Thank you. MCare is part of a digital financial inclusion journey, has been winning many awards. Thank you. Thank you again, Scott, for recognizing it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. Ganesh Chandra Modak, Managing Director from Grameen Shakti Microfinance Services Private Limited for financial inclusion and income generation.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
This is Arpita. I'm from Grameen Shakti. I'm, representing my MD, sir, because he's a little, caught up with a meeting. On behalf of Grameen Shakti, sir, we would like to really thank you for this, because motivation like this really helps us to go forward, move forward with our goals for, catering to the rural people. So thank you very, very much, sir.
Congratulations to you
Thank
and Mr. Modak. Mr. Nabil CT, Manager, Corporate Communications from IIFL Samast Finance Limited for Shiksha Ki Udan.
Very good afternoon all. I am Shambhuling, representing IIFL Samasta. We would like to thank SKOCH team for this award. With this, we would like to continue our good work for helping girl children to continue their education. Thank you so much.
Khata Book for Financial Technology, CEO and co-founder, Mr. Ravish Naresh. Next Gen Telesolutions Private Limited, Mr. Tarun Mohan, CEO for digital and financial inclusion for the masses. Orange Retail Finance India Private Limited Managing Director, Mr. E. Daniel G. DigiWheels. Next one, to Orange Retail Finance for FinMibi app. MD, Mr. Daniel G. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Dubey, Chairman, Punjab Grameen Bank for Financial Inclusion.
सब आ गए?
Chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Dubey, Punjab Grameen Bank for Poverty Alleviation. Mr. Venkateswaran TR, CISO, Punjab National Bank for Security, Orchestration, Automation and Response.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, so on behalf of Venkat, TR Venkateswaran, here, Young Rastogi, next CISO there. And I would really thank Scotch for providing us this award. It is motivating for our team, and we would try to be a better SOR, and we will try to improve more. That's what is required in the digital world now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
Telangana Grameen Bank for eKYC mobile app. Chairman, Mr. Arvind V.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Scotch, for recognizing Telangana Grameen Bank. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Scotch, for recognizing Telangana Grameen Bank.
Well, congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you.
The next one also goes to Telangana Grameen Bank for Family First.
Thank you once again for recognizing Telangana Grameen Bank. We are on the forefront to dispense credit to the rural masses. These sort of awards do propel us to do more than what we have already been doing. Thank you, Scotch, once again for the recognition.
Congratulations. Telangana State Cooperative Apex Bank Limited, Dr. Muralidhar Nethi, Managing Director for COVID Pandemic Financial Assistance Program.
Good afternoon to the August gathering. My Managing Director, Dr. Nethi Muralidhar, he is away from this Hyderabad. So he nominated me to attend this. Thanks a lot. Thanks for selecting Telangana State Cooperative Apex Bank for this prestigious Scotch Award, sir.
Congratulations. Fed E-Remit, Federal Bank Limited, Mr. Vipin Vishwanath, Senior Manager.
Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm here filling in for Vipin actually. Thank you so much, Scotch, for recognizing us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We'll strive towards digital excellence and I hope we continue and get recognized by Scotch in the future also. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and wish you all the best. Fed ePoint, Customer Self-Service Portal for Federal Bank Limited. Mr. Sriraj K, Senior Manager.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, the Scotch team, for considering us for this award. So this will be a motivating factor and a catalyst. I feel that this will add as a catalyst for our digital journey in Federal Bank. So once again, thank you for this honor. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. Rajat Tripathi, Assistant Manager from Federal Bank Limited for FEDI.
Thank you everyone. Good afternoon, team. Actually, I'm being honored to get such an award for a product which is working on a relatively new technology called AI. With this initiative, basically what we have tried is we have tried to streamline AI, bring it to customers so that customers also get a first-hand belief of how AI will actually help them out in their regular services, etc. So it's just not about bringing AI, it's also about bringing industry first and best in class services to our customers. And with these accomplishments and with these accolades, it gives us motivation to go ahead and further beyond. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you and congratulations. The Gayatri Cooperative Urban Bank Limited, Srinivas Vanamala, Chief Executive Officer, Gayatri Mobile Banking Application. Gayatri Cooperative Bank, Urban Bank Limited for leadership, Mr. Srinivas Vanamala. Ms. Priya Pandey, Assistant Manager, Kaur Vyasya Bank Limited for Network Behavior Analyzer and Deception Technology.
Thank you, SKOCH team and panelists for selecting us and recognizing our bank. Thank you so much.
Union Bank of India, Mr. Raj Kiran Rai ji, MD and CEO for online portal for settlement of death claims.
This is Devkant here. I'm Senior Manager, Union Bank of India. I'm on behalf of Union Bank of India today. I'm presenting here. Dr. Gursharan ji and SKOCH team, thank you. We are privileged to be part of this semi-finalist in Order of Merit SKOCH. Thank you.
Congratulations and wish you all the best. Union Bank of India for UVCon.
Thank you once again. It's our product. It's a WhatsApp banking product we have launched, and this is the one UVCon. Thank you.
Congratulations. Uttar Banga Kshetriya Grameen Bank for transforming RRBs without major restructuring. Mr. Dhanjal Singh Rathore, Chairman. You are muted, sir. राठौर जी आप अनम्यूट करें अपने आप को.
Yeah. Entire team of UBKGB is thankful to SKOCH for this recognition, and this is really a great experience for entire team. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This brings us to the end of the announcement of the current round of SKOCH Order of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by for a video.
My column appeared, which titled Rangarajan, the Philosopher King.
It was that Rangarajan who recognized me as an economist and encouraged me to go further.
He's devoted most of his working life to public policy, and I think the country is better off for it.
I was more interested in economics than in other subjects, and therefore And I also decided quite early in life that to be a teacher. I taught for a year, even as I was finishing my PhD. I was at the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce at the University of Pennsylvania. I came back to India, and it was at that time I taught for a time at University of Rajasthan. Went back again, and I taught at the Graduate School of Business Administration of the New York University. I taught for about 2 years, then came back to India and went straight to the Indian Institute of Management at Ahmedabad.
There were very few people who were willing to teach with Dr. Rangarajan as a co-instructor, because Rangarajan was always rated as the best professor by successive batches.
All those economic theories have to be grounded in a business implication, in a management implication. And to do that when you are talking about macroeconomics is difficult. And Dr. Rangarajan was wonderful at doing that.
His drawing room faced our kitchen. And in the morning at 9 sharp, Dr. Rangarajan would be walking to the office. And I always used to get pulled up by my wife saying that, look, it's already 9 o'clock, you don't need to see the watch. And she has been telling me that she would like me to be as punctual as Dr. Rangarajan.
When I was faculty at Bank of Baroda Staff College, during those days we used to invite him as a guest faculty in our college, some of my faculty colleagues. And I was amazed to see that he will not accept the usual formalities of sending a car and waiting for the official car. He will just take an auto rickshaw and come in auto rickshaw and go back in auto rickshaw to IIM Ahmedabad.
He may be a banker, he may be administrator, he may be governor, he may be a global person, nobody. But compared to his academic work, I feel that I had greater happiness in that rather than in all these positions.
There was talk. This is the first time an academic was coming in as a deputy governor. His approach was essentially remained academic. He never forgot his basic academics. So what he would do is he'd always work with first principles. And what then very quickly, within a short while, developed was he became a problem solver.
Check clearance was one area in which the Reserve Bank of India at that time took the lead to introduce computerized sorting system. And there was a fear that computerization would lead to displacement of labor, it will reduce the number of people who are to be recruited, and so on and so forth. And that is why that in some sense the committee number 1, very often called the Rangarajan committee number 1, did not even use the word computer. It was called mechanization of the banking system.
He had to take a lot of flack from the unions, and he stood there with the courage of conviction, patiently, and tried to push it through. And that's something which you don't normally credit an economist with.
The period of the 2 years, 1990 and 1991, were years when the balance of payments crisis had hit the country.
Dr. Rangarajan was a very cautious man, so he would not make a brash statement. He had foreseen that the measures which we were taken will have a time lag. So before we could get into a default, the recovery would start.
One of the things that could be done was to pledge the gold. The Reserve Bank of India Act permits us two things. One, to keep gold outside India, and also permits us to borrow from the other central banks. So the gold was pledged only to the Bank of England and to the Bank of Japan. and the money was raised. And as you all know that it was redeemed very, very soon.
I've sat hours with him where he was in like a commander of a ship, seeing every little bit of the gold operation.
It was outstandingly well managed. We've never had a situation where you had a crisis of that seriousness, and 2 years later, I mean, we were able to tell the IMF, we don't need the third year of your loan. And if you look at it historically with other countries, most stabilization programs have been associated with a growth recession. This is a stabilization program that led to a big upswing in growth.
From a system in which we were determining, the Reserve Bank of India was determining the exchange rate, we moved to a slightly modified system in which there was a dual exchange rate system. But within a year, by February 1993, we moved on to a system in which the exchange rate came to be determined more or less by market forces.
He designed how to liberalize the current account, have a sustainable current account deficit, and insisted on hierarchy of capital flows, and in particular how to keep the short-term debt under control and external debt under control. And this was the original contribution well before the Asian crisis.
We deregulated the interest rate structure. The government also had to go to the market to borrow. As a result, new institutions have to be created. But the dismantling of the regulated or the administered interest rate structure and freeing of the interest rate itself had some impact on the way the banks were functioning.
In the relationship between the Reserve Bank and the Finance Ministry, this shift which was introduced, getting away from automatic monetization of the deficit. I think I was the Finance Secretary signing the agreement with Dr. Rangarajan on the other side signing the agreement that basically the Reserve Bank would no longer automatically issue treasury bills to monetize the finance deficit.
He's a very strong believer in women's rights, and he's a very strong believer that women must gain financial independence and must become decision makers in the family, in the house, everywhere. And that's an enduring value that he passed on to us.
A very dynamic decision that was taken at that time, and all the received wisdom on it said don't do it. He did allow banks to open bank accounts for self-help groups. Self-help groups who were amorphous, non-registered bodies having no legal existence of their own. And it was not accounts in the name of the individual women, it was in the name of a self-help group.
As a result of this single initiative, the SHG movement has now touched more than 2.2 million groups in the country. Dr. Rangarajan was also deeply involved with the reforms in the regional rural banks. At that time, the regional rural banks were bleeding at the rate of about 1 crore a day. And 196 banks, most of them were loss-making. It was Dr. Rangarajan's foresight which saw the recapitalization of the RRBs and the loosening of controls for them, including relocation of branches at better place of business, changing the mix between target and non-target groups, providing them better avenues for investment facilities, and so on.
In Andhra Pradesh, when he was governor, as an economist, he had a deep interest in our work also at the cess here. We used to interact with him. He suggested a number of activities for our work also here. But I could see him far more exposed to grassroots realities here. Because he used to visit various parts of Andhra Pradesh, meet people, common people, the poorer people. He told me a number of times how he was struck by the work being done by the Dwakra groups, the poor women, the self-help groups. And he had a very good impression about these self-help groups.
Whatever work he has done and whatever merit he has got, it is for his work, for his efforts, for his thinking and for his academic work and social work. All round development he had, for that he deserved.
When we met with the Finance Commission, we said this is the right way to go about it. To get away from the central government taking loans and passing on loans to the states. It's much more sensible to have the states themselves raise the loans, and we, in effect, the Planning Commission got out of the business of getting a whole lot of loans from the Finance Ministry through the budget and then passing them on as loans to the state government.
Fiscal responsibility at the state level was sought to be ensured through a mechanism of providing a carrot. We had a scheme of debt write-off which was linked to the states passing an appropriate fiscal responsibility legislation.
Which basically implies by 2008 and 9, you would have a situation where the overall fiscal deficit would be somewhere around 6% and there won't be any revenue deficit. In fact, on the contrary, there will be revenue surpluses, because when each of the individual states reduce the revenue deficit to zero, there will be some which would have a surplus.
We interact very often. The Economic Advisory Council submits reports, very often issues that the government is struggling with and you need a third opinion, get referred to Dr. Rangarajan, and on several issues, issues that I'm myself aware of, sometimes when we have a difference of view, let's say between the Planning Commission and the Finance Ministry, consulting the view of the Economic Advisory Council gives another perspective on how these matters can be resolved.
He has devised a term called the optimum inflation. A country should have this much inflation. So according to him, 5% inflation should be the optimum.
Recently, Dr. Rangarajan has been appointed as chairman of a committee on financial inclusion, and I think that in a way is a fitting tribute to a man who has done enormous financial inclusion without using the label as part of the reform itself.
Fair play to an extreme which could go against him. Fair play to the other person. Compassion for others. Generosity to people. Helping people who hurt him. What I'm saying is, in this kind of dog-eat-dog world, which is the reality outside, this is why I had labeled him and summed it up as the philosopher king.
Govinda Gopala गाते चलो कृष्ण गोविंद गोपाल गाते चलो अपनी मुक्ति का मार्ग बनाते चलो लोग कहते हैं भगवान आते नहीं लोग कहते
When I wanted to join politics, my uncle took me to one Mr. Anam Venkat Reddy, former Congress minister, who is close to our family. So my uncle told him that this boy is going to join some party. So he asked me what party it is. I said, I have not joined any party, but I like somehow Janasangh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani and all. He said, Janasangh? Yes. So he said, this is a North Indian party. Then he said, it's a urban party. Then he said it's an educated party. Then he said it's a Brahmin Banya party. Then he said it's a vegetarian party. I laughed at him and told him, sir, there is no such thing. So I became MLA in 1978. In the election, there was a Indira wave. 10 seats went to Congress in my district. I alone won on behalf of Janata Party. I was very active in Assembly. And then in 83, second time, the Congress people wanted to defeat me. Indira Gandhi came all the way to my constituency by a helicopter. They could not succeed and I won with a double majority. In 1985, I was made state president of the BJP. There they wanted to make somebody from South as All India General Secretary. Pramod Mahajan and all suggested, why not Venkaya? In 96, when first BJP government came, Vajpayee became Prime Minister. All my other colleagues went to government. At that time there was a discussion, who will look after the party? I volunteered. Again, when BJP government was formed in 98, then also the issue came, who will look after the party? I volunteered. In 2000, Rangaraj Kumaramangalam, he died. So Atalji and Advaniji called me and told me, there is nobody senior from South in the central government. He asked me, you become power minister. Because Kumaramangalam was holding the portfolio of power, energy. I said, Atalji, I'm sorry. They said surface transport. And I said, sir, I don't know anything about engineering. Then Prime Minister called me next day morning. He was looking, it is rescue. He said, Krishi. Then he called Rajesh Minister, Bhai, Krishi. He said, sir, Nitish Kumar is the agriculture minister. So Atalji said, Bhai, he is our ally, we can't disturb him. Then, aur batao. Then I said, Gram and Vikas. As I hail from village, I thought, what about our roads? Because I used to walk 3 kilometers a day to go to school. The original idea came because the Prime Minister told us one of the days saying that he is coming out with a new scheme called as the Golden Quadrilateral. Then I discussed with my colleagues. They all said it's good, but how can you think of rural roads from Delhi? That has to be done by state government. We went to the cabinet with a proposal. It was not favoured, but there was a discussion. Then in the next meeting, I argued very strongly, emotionally. Then Nitish Kumar supported me. S1 Sinha, who was a little earlier firm that this should be done by state, he was getting reconciled. Then halfway through, Atalji said, "Bhai, isko bhi dekh lijiye na, acha hai." Some people like Chandrababu Naidu, they were of the view the money should be given to states. I was not in favor of it.
Within the Planning Commission, there was a lot of fear about this scheme, that this is too much of centralization and everything is being decided in Delhi. Why not just give money to the states and let the states decide and they will construct roads? And I said that, look, let us start with this.
Venkaya came all the way to Konkan, my constituency that time, launched this program. I can see the huge benefit that has accrued to the people.
ग्राम सड़क योजना ये अपने आप में अद्भुत और क्रांतिकारी कदम था गांव के विकास के लिए, समग्र विकास के लिए.
It has created very good impact. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
We have prioritized the entire scheme. In this scheme, naturally the poorer states got more funds.
In the 30 years up to 2003, agriculture production in Bihar was less than 0.5% per annum. 0.23% in fact, that was the rate of growth, which means it was almost stagnant. And between 2004 and 2014, it has been growing at 6% per annum.
We have come to this level can be solely attributed to such leaders like Venkaiah Naidu, who just not only handholds you, but he also grooms you to take positions and responsibility.
The reform is a software which has to be marketed, has to be accepted, it has to be implemented in a manner that the reform will not be seen as a threat, but will be seen to be as an enabler for helping you to do business better. So Venkaiah ji understands that very well.
His foresight and his imagination has shown that a lot of poverty has declined because of PMGSY.
There is not a district in the country he has not visited. There is not a people's issue on which his heart doesn't throb. I feel proud to see him as an efficient leader of national stature.
हर रूप में उन्होंने न केवल पार्टी की मजबूती और पार्टी की सेवा की, बल्कि देश को मजबूत रास्ते पे ले जाने का एक संकल्प और उस लक्ष्य को लेकर आगे बढ़े.
He puts up his 100% effort on that and make it a success. That time he was there as a rural development minister. He is responsible for all those programs of Vajpayee ji. Now as an urban development minister, he is doing all these urban housing.
In the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, there are three distinctive features. One feature is that the house, particularly if it's a new construction, it should be preferably in the name of a woman. The second important issue is we are making it mandatory that whatever the dwelling unit is going to be set up, it must have a toilet.
We are going to fund the housing for the urban poor in a big way, 6% interest subvention, something unheard in the history of the country. We are now coming out with this program of smart cities, where you are enhancing the urban facilities and also creating economic opportunities for the people. The Atal Mission for Urban Regeneration and Transformation, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, uplifting the poorest of the poor.
For the first time, I would say there is emphasis on every household should have water connectivity, every household should have a sewage connectivity. So these are all fundamentals which need to be incorporated in our urban scheme of things.
Suddenly, my father became sick. Our relatives told, no, it's your duty to take care of our father. How can I take care of my father? So then they said, you get married. In such a family, who will be taking care of your father? She has helped me to fulfill my responsibility towards her by that Pitru Dharma, whatever you call, and also enabling me to have the dream of my mother to study law.
ప్రజాసేవ చేయాలని నిర్ణయించుకునే ముందు నన్ను అడిగినప్పుడు తెలుసుకుని సరేనని చెప్పాను. మా తల్లిదండ్రుల సహకారంతో ఆయన నాకు దగ్గరగా పిల్లలు లేను ఇప్పుడు ఆలోచన లేదు. దేశానికి ఉపయోగపడే పనులు చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మా బంధువులందరికీ పిల్లలకు సర్ది చెప్పాను.
I must tell you, I could not do justice to her individually, to the family, even to the children also.
Myself and my brother, what we used to do is we used to carry his clothes to the airport or to the bus stand or to the railway station, and we used to spend some time where he used to change his clothes and get ready and take the luggage again to go for another journey.
We used to see our father who was sticking posters of the party on the walls in the Nellore, this thing. From that stage, he has come to such a big stage. It is only due to his hard work.
With the support of my brother and my husband, we came together to work for the empowerment of the rural masses. And this happened when father was the rural development minister, because one day when we were discussing, we did this, that and all for Nellore or for the public. I said, Nana, fine, you have done this as a minister, but what are we going to do? How are you going to be remembered as an individual in the future? We are working towards education, empowerment and health in these three fields, and to support it we have started a foundation called Mupvarpu Foundation, which is our house name, which supports the activities of Swarna Bharat Trust.
He initiated social service. It is going on very well. Number of centers is starting. This is where I appreciate him. Service is his motto.
His dedication to the people's cause stands truly exemplary. This dedication led him to launch Swarna Bharat Trust in his hometown Nellore and Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. It is also imparting employment skills to women and youth, enabling them to get good employment.
మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాడు. తర్వాత వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాన్నతో గమనంతోనే డెవలప్ అయినాడు, ఎక్కువ వచ్చాడు. ఈ ఆటో కూడా వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాయన గమనంతోనే ఉన్నాడు.
పెళ్ళైన తర్వాత 2 సంవత్సరాలు లాజాతో విశాఖపట్నం పోయినాడు. 2 సంవత్సరాలు ఇందిరమ్మ జైల్లో పెట్టింది. అప్పుడు దాకా బిడ్డలు తల్లి మా ఇంట్లోనే ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత కాపురం పెట్టుకున్నారు.
9 years అప్పుడు వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి 9 ఏళ్ల వరకు ఇంచుమించు పైనే ఇంకా ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా నా బిడ్డలాగే పెరిగాడు. నేను నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఒకే ఒక్క మాట చెప్పగలుగుతాను. మాకు తెలిసింది తెలుగు తల్లి గర్వించదగ్గ బిడ్డ అంటారు పాట కదా, చాలా గొప్ప బిడ్డగా పెరిగినందుకు నాకు చాలా 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 హ్యాపీ.
This is a fulfilling journey. It's been 23 years since I joined him. I don't go to temples, I don't do puja, but he's a living God to me.
We have a hero and we call him Tatya.
My Tatya is a hero for me. Despite his busy schedules, he finds times to spend with us, takes us to movies, holidays and many more. He's too disciplined and wants us to be the same like him.
He's very youthful, energetic, and we play badminton regularly with him.
I love him so much that I cannot express in words, but if you ask me to say it in one line, I would say he's my center of my universe.
Born in a small village of Chavatapalam in the Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh. Having then moved to the Nellore town and becoming a school leader, and then to the VR college for further studies. But as a child, the loss suffered was beyond imagination.
My father had a friend by name Mr. Venkat Reddy. Both of them used to go to different places to purchase Ongol, oxen for competition, etc. So he sent a vehicle to fetch my father to my village, Chavatapalam. And my mother called the Dhobi to fetch her his Hangavastram. That fellow delayed, so my mother went to the backyard and started calling him. She didn't notice there was a buffalo. She just pushed it aside. While coming back, the buffalo hit us, and the horns have gone from this side to the other side. She was just carrying me in her arm, and she dropped me. Then my grandparents took me away to their native place. I was 3 months, 6 months exactly, I don't know. Though I lost my mother, earlier it was my grandmother, later my wife, then subsequently my daughter, who is taking care and substituting the role of my mother. I love my mother like anything because she has given me this beautiful life. I drew inspiration from my mother's wish, and then people used to say how my mother used to talk about me, saying that my son will become very great, he will become a good advocate, he will get a good name. Like that, villages, they talk among the family members.
So, well, that was a biopic of the person who actually revived the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana when he was the founder of Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana and revived later on. At that time, he wasn't the minister handling it. He was the urban affairs minister. With this, it's time to move on to our next panel discussion, which is on the state of banks. And I have the pleasure of introducing our moderator today, Dr. Dipali Pant Joshi, who is Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former Executive Director, RBI. She's been a career banker, central banker, and served the RBI with a distinction over 36 years and retired as its executive director. She pursued postdoctoral research in economics and finance at Harvard. She's fellow Harvard University Asia Center, has written 6 books on themes of macroeconomic stability, poverty, gender, and inclusion. She's presently Chancellor's nominee in the Executive Council of the University of Allahabad. And with this, I hand over the mic to our moderator, Dr. Joshi, to set the context for the initial comment and introduce the panelists and take the discussion further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gursharan ji. As usual, a very, very generous introduction. Thank you. So welcome to our great panelists, our young panelists who are at the cutting edge of what we hope to achieve. I think I'd like to see other people. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon.
I'm Devesh Dinkar from Bank of Maharashtra.
Yes. So Devesh Dinkar, your General Manager, Information Technology. So I'm going to be speaking with you about the penetration of digital technology. And then we have Surya Narayana K, CISO from Central Bank of India, the Chief Information Security Officer. Surya Narayana Garu, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am, I am here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I don't know why I can't see anybody. Gursharan ji, can you fix this? I can't see anyone.
Everybody is present.
All right, very good. So, Surya Narayana Garu, as you are looking at this very important issue of information security, I will ask you, when we come to you, to talk about cybercrime, data security integrity, firewalls, and best practices, in your opinion, in your view. Then, of course, we have Divyang Rastogi.
Yes, ma'am.
Divyang, you are more or less, I would call you a wedding planner, because you have seen the amalgamation of all these banks. So you've presided over a lot of marriages. So now the difficult thing is that with the State Bank of India, it was very easy because, you know, the State Bank of India and all its subsidiaries used to have one operating system, while you have had to mesh different operating systems. And then with core banking solution, which makes one a customer of a bank, not of a particular branch. The downside being that if you don't close your books in branch A, then bank, branch P, Q, R, S, and T are all hung up. Is that correct, Divyang?
To a great extent, it was correct, but there was some issues which we have earlier, while before going to the merger or amalgamation, we have thought of, and it was taken care of properly. So
excellent.
We
so
have tried to,
yeah, that's great, Divyang. I'll come to you. So basically, I am going to be asking you, what are the ongoing challenges of the wired and connected banking world for you? Then we have the good Jasmine from Equitas Small Finance Bank. Jasmine, the question I would like to focus most with you is on the microfinance guidelines and how you feel they're going to give a step up to your business, and what are the downsides of the removal of the pricing cap. Do you think we are going to land into an Andhra-like quagmire, which led to the Nigam committee, of which I was a part, or do you think we are going to be high and dry and go on a great trajectory of mezzanine finance? So then we also have Ms. Sharma, who's the lead financial officer of the AU Small Finance Bank. So, as you're the last but not the least, I'm going to ask you what you feel is the future for small finance banks. Do you think they're going to be gobbled up? Do you think capital requirements will increase? And how are you going to cope? And you might have guessed my next statement, which is how will you leverage digital penetration to become the hare and not be the tortoise of this story? So now, you see, I will make a few opening remarks. And after those opening remarks, we will go to Devesh Dinkar from the Bank of Maharashtra, who will explain to us the penetration of digital technology and whether his vision meshes with what we are looking at. So now, as to my initial remarks, I will simply say that the government of India is giving a very great push to digital technology, and the market is expected to reach around 31.33 billion by 2030. That is the banking, financial services and insurance sector. And you've all seen the quarter 3 FY22 earnings. They've been very, very good. Companies have reported hearty year earnings given the unprecedented input costs and the headwinds which were there with the COVID. So the asset quality of the BFSI space has improved, propelled by moderation and slippages. So what are the trends? There are 5 trends which I see. And those are: 1, rising technology leading to advancement in the sector; 2, a growing need, especially among the millennials, for a customized banking experience. Then IT and BFSI will include high levels of process mechanization and a host of web-based services. 4, they may also include APIs allowing cross-institutional service arrangements to deliver various banking products and implement transactions. 5, expected to increase market growth globally, and 6, expected to grow exponentially. So there's great hope and optimism surrounding the banking, financial services, and insurance industry. Now, as all of you are going to make this magic happen, I would love to hear the perspectives of all of you. So you see that the exciting thing now is that there are different modes of deployment of technology. So you have cloud technology, you have ECM, CRM, HCM, ERP, you have artificial intelligence, business intelligence, unified communications. Then if you look at the business size, large, mid-cap, small-cap, organizational size, SME, large enterprises, and small is beautiful. And I'm sure my friend from AU Finance Bank will agree, and from Equitas. Then services, professional and managed segment forecasts. Then RBI is going to be very supportive in the years to come, but it is expected that with the evolving technological improvements, best BFSI sector will include sources of deep business focus, pervasive analytics, pure agnosticism, open source, and extensive automation as architectural policies to attain new levels of agility, scalability, and flexibility. So there's new and advanced cloud technology services, which will allow thousands of customers to use innovative methods to reduce cost and time. So in sum, with new improvements, this sector is going to go quite far ahead, and the new technology will also allow markets to scope customers by better understanding their behavioral choices, their consumer choices better. So with this background, Devesh, flexibility, scalability, agility, cost cutting, these are words I've never heard in the context of the public sector. So tell me what has changed in the public sector. Give me your perspective. Your time starts now, and you have a good 9 minutes to tell us about yourself.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Deepali, Gursharan ji. Thank you, Scotch, for giving us this opportunity. My good afternoon to all the listeners and respected panelists. Madam has already opened the session with a wonderful buzzword, that is digital. In fact, you asked the perspective. One thing I'll share, ma'am, that all of us sitting around here, we will agree that the previous financial year, that is 21-22, must be termed as digital innovation and digital transformation year for entire banking industry, PSU perspectives particularly. While the banks which started, most of the public sector banks, the kind of customers and the class we need to serve, and we take pride in on behalf of Government of India to having served such customers. There were a number of challenges, and you have already put on a word called digital penetration. So there were a number of challenges which we also faced in terms of digital penetration and to get along with this industry drive in this last financial year. To quote a few of them, particularly Bank of Maharashtra, my esteemed organization, I'll tell you this year has been a wonderful year for all of us, and we have onboarded 2.5 million people on our debit card channels.
Devesh, I hate to interrupt you, but I wanted your perspective on scalability and agility. Do you think that your bank is geared up, and how is digital penetration going to help you there?
Yeah. So coming back, so see, scalability and agility, the kind of means there are two perspectives. One is the demand. What is the demand going from the market? Second is that we need to enhance our infrastructure. So as of now, the first part has been quite eventful in the last complete financial year. That is what I was trying to drive in. Now we are largely focused on the scalability of our own infrastructure, be it our digital payment infrastructure, what is the present capacity, and the kind of news we have seen a week ago that our UPI platform had scored another record of 5 billion transactions in the month of March. If you further look into it, considering the population we have, it turns out to be almost 4 to 5 times each one of us have visited that platform. This has never happened ever. So this, and if I count the amount of transactions which have transacted through that unique platform, 8,88,000 crore, and it turns out to be almost 7,000 per transaction value. So we can imagine the scalability of the kind of demand what we have seen in the market. And accordingly, infrastructure side also, a lot of work is to be done from bank side. I can see the initiatives taken by NPCI, wherein the platform, be it UPI or other platforms, are always getting enhanced with a lot of advisories receiving, and bank side also in to cope up with this customer expectations and all. Another this market demand, what we have seen, ma'am, this year is the digital journeys, service delivery. So most of the services are now getting delivered. In fact, my customers, public at large, they want customized, as you have also mentioned in your opening remarks, that millennial, particularly the largest portion of the customer in our country, they want customized banking product. So as part of public sector banks also, we have seen a lot of initiatives happen this financial year. The WhatsApp, which is the buzzword, and almost all the millennials are part of it. That has been a way of communicating through banks also. So Bank of Maharashtra also, we have launched WhatsApp banking. We launched chatbot, so that the people may not be required to come around to the branches, the traditional form of banking. We have to go away from that. There are various digital platforms which has been built. Some of these may be mentioned upon, like we have seen this life certificate submission, how our beloved pensioners used to visit the branches, and the banks. Many of the banks, including Bank of Maharashtra, we have developed a digital tool wherein sitting at home, they can submit the Jeevan Praman Patra through digital way. Similarly, the merchant onboarding is another multiple initiatives the bank has done, and I'll be happy to share with you that the platform which we have developed and enabled for our customers last year, it has resulted in 10 times growth of our transactions, merchant transactions on our own QR system, which we have, we onboarded more than 1 lakh of customers during the year. So there has been multiple such initiatives taken by bank.
Okay. Thank you. We'll come back to you.
Sure.
I now go, and of course, you mentioned the pandemic, and the greatest surprise was the amount of DBT which was delivered directly to the poorer people during the pandemic. So that was a big boost. I'll go to Suryanarayana Garu, and he will tell us that in all this excitement and frenzy, how is he protecting what are the firewalls and what are the cyber security measures? So, Suryanarayana Garu, that and anything else you may want to say, your time also starts now, and you have time till 7. How many minutes? You have 10 minutes. You also have 10 minutes. Please. Suryanarayana Garu, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Gursharan, and my fellow panelists for giving me an opportunity to talk about the security, information security side. I am working as the CISO of the Central Bank of India, and I am responsible for the ensuring cyber security in all the operations in the bank. So whenever we say cyber crime, it has certain specifications. It is very different from the other crimes, because in cyber crime, there is no visibility. Who committed the crime and what was the impact on that is very difficult to assess. Because in our normal crimes and our physical crimes, where tangible assets are involved, whenever we lose something, we know that something is lost, because that will not remain with us. But in cyber crime, that is not the case. If we lost our data, then the data will remain with us, because they are taking one copy of the data, and we don't know how much data is stolen by somebody, because since data is with us, we cannot assess the impact on that. Now, coming to the banking, nowadays banking is nothing but data. In banking, data is treated as money, because banking data is the banking, and because since everything, because of the increase in the digitization, especially this pandemic period and all, see, all operations of the banking are available through digital channel, whether it is mobile or a laptop, any channel. And so what is moving in this channel is only data. And fraudsters the hackers are very interested in banking, even though all the organizations are targets for attackers, but the banking is the most attractive target for them, because their bank is directly dealing with money. Since they get the data from the bank, means they can immediately convert to money. For example, whether it is the OTP we are sending to the customers, whether it is customer personal identification numbers like mobile number, immediately anything can be converted to money. So banking is one of the highest attractive sector for hackers, and we have come across so many incidents of cybercrime in the recent past. So many cooperative banks in Mumbai, Hyderabad, and all have targets for this cybercrime. So the thing is, as a bank, as a CISO, we have to ensure that the data is secure. Whether it is from the institutional level, that is at the bank level, whether it is the third-party level, because banks are dependent on many third parties, including telecom and various service providers, and at the customer level. Because customers' awareness is very, very important, because the data, if the customer is sharing some data to somebody, knowingly or unknowingly, the fraud can happen. Similarly, in a bank, if the systems, applications, and processes are not secured, then also the data will be lost and the fraud can happen. So thanks to the regulator, previously we were saying that just compliance will not work. We had to think beyond compliance. But now, thanks to the regulator, especially the banking sector is highly regulated. Thanks to Reserve Bank of India, Reserve Bank of India has guiding the banks with comprehensive security guidelines. So now the thing is that just if we can comply with all the guidelines, then we can go ahead. That is the situation now. Just the earlier concept has gone. If we can comply with all the guidelines, then it's good to go for all the bank. That is the situation now. The regulators helped in such a way to all the banks. So banks are taking all measures of the regulator guidelines, whether it is there is a guideline cyber security framework for banks of 2016. It is a very comprehensive guidelines for the banks. And 2021, there is a digital payment security controls platform. So all banks are in the process of ensuring the compliance part for at the institutional level.
So, Garu, if we are only focused on compliance, and of course, what you say is music to my ears because I was a regulator and involved in framing some of these guidelines. But if you're only looking at the compliance, then are we mistaking the trees for the forest? What about innovation? How do we stay one step ahead of the fraudsters? You know, RBI has started its innovation hub recently. What is your view? Don't you think that is important? Of course, RBI also insisted that data must be in servers in India only. And our data and some companies have come to grief recently because major KYC violations were found in the data retention. And for poorer people, it's very important that their consent is obtained when we give it to third parties. Do you agree with me, Garu?
Yeah, actually, this data localization guidance from Reserve Bank of India just made. Sorry?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. See, actually, this data localization requirements from Reserve Bank of India is that the data should be processed and stored in India only. Because the countrywide regulations and for Indian banks and the banks which are operating in India, there will not be much problem for this one. But there are so many banks which are operating in multinational, like different countries. There may be little challenges, but in the payment aggregators and all, the data should be stored in India only. That is the guideline. And as a bank, we are following that one. My bank is following that one. There is no issue. And why I'm telling about this compliance, because previously the concept was compliance guidelines was not so stringent. Nowadays, Reserve Bank of India studied all the bank security posture and the threats coming. And because that compliance itself is a very big thing.
Yeah, because any financial system is only as strong as its weakest link. And therefore, I'm very happy to hear that you are addressing this issue with all seriousness. Is there anything else you want to share with us at this stage, or would you like to keep it for later?
Yeah. Just before conclude, I want to say that this customer awareness, that is also a very big portion. There will be so many measures from government or regulator on banks also to make aware the customer, because so many frauds are happening from the data leakage from the customer side also.
Yeah. So RBI has
already adopted. There is still scope for improvement.
Aware. There's a booklet. Instead of beware, it splits it into be aware. Yes. And you're very right. Customer education is very important. So what are you doing in Bank of Maharashtra for customer education, Garu?
Yeah, sorry, I'm representing Central Bank of India.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Central Bank of India. What are you doing?
Yeah,
my apologies.
Customer awareness, we are taking all possible measures, sending mail, sending SMS, and display of security measures and all. For all transactions, we are sending messages, all security measures, we are sending them. And yeah.
Excellent. Your building is very impressive in Bombay. I used to see it, and I still see it when I stay at the Taj. Thank you. One of the oldest banks. All right. So Devesh, you did such a good job that I kept talking about Bank of Maharashtra. But now I will switch to PNB. So I am going to turn to Mr. Divyang Rastogi, who, as I said, has presided over many marriages of banks. And because he has seen many banks come together with entirely different operating systems. What were the challenges which you faced? How did you overcome them? What do you think will be the future landscape? Mr. Rastogi, all yours for the next 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, madam. Thanks for the chance provided to us. Actually, as a bank, we were fortunate enough that the system, though the operating systems and the servers might be different, but the basic platform on which we were expected to merge was Finacle. And unfortunately, the other two banks were having a version different from the one which was in PNB. So we have first tried to upgrade that version. And then we have tried to make a complete planning with a task force, what is expected to be merged, what policies, what circulars, and what issues should be got in a line, so that it would be easier for us, not only the users or the employees, but also the customers to get connected with bank. They should see the bank as a single bank. So we have tried, we have upgraded those versions to Finacle 10, and then we have tried that all the database, all the servers, which could be utilized from the other banks, should be got mixed or got connected with each other. And then we have shifted to a single database, single platform. The main point which we have tried, it was that while shifting or while merging, we should not have a iota of data loss. No data loss should be there. No security should be breached. So there were a lot of security products which were being used in different banks. That entities then merged, and we have used all those security products which could be utilized for this particular consolidation, and it helped us a lot. It was really because of our planning and our succession, we have done each and every plan how we have to do. It has done within a month. We could do that. So that has been, we have shifted to a single bank, single database, single platform, and now we are stabilizing it with that all the security products where we were utilizing a percentage basis. Some of the earlier security product was of one of the bank was being used for some of the servers. So now we are trying to mix it up, and we will be having a complete consolidated security architecture and all the database, all the customers. The main point was the customer should get connected with the bank. They should not think that they have been taken out of it. So that awareness creation was being the part. We have tried.
This is great, but I have one small question for you.
Yeah,
vendor dependence or
pardon?
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Ma'am, I think connectivity has lost from. As far as vendor dependence, the word which I could get that time. So that, let me be very clear. As far as our earlier structure was that, though the products were being taken from the vendor, their engineers were with us, but supervision monitoring was with the bank itself. And we ourselves have tried to gather that information, that knowledge, so that we can transform from one to other. So our dependence was not that too on vendor. We could guide them properly, and we could have their inputs also while shifting. So,
excellent, because I will share a personal experience which you will find funny. Once I was working on something very important, and suddenly the PC went off. So there was panic. We called the man. Before he could come, we called up the vendor several times. There was a boy who came in, and we brushed him away. That, what do you want? Very impatiently. He said, I have to clean your computer. So, abhi karna hai tumko, chalo. I said, okay, let's have, he'll do it while bring up the vendor. Where is the vendor? So he started cleaning the computer, and he heard me say ki pata nahi kya ho gaya. So he said, and the vendor had quoted 1 crore. Okay, for coming in and seeing the thing and settling it. And we were so desperate that we had said, of course, Are jo mang raha hai, do, we have to get this work done. We were in the middle of You've guessed it, demonetization. So this boy who came in, who's cleaning my computer, suddenly plugs in a line and says, Madam, aapki ye line nikli. The computer came on. And we were so shocked. So we said, acha, aap baithiye bahar, inko bahar le jaiye. So he thought I've gone nuts because I said, inko chai pilaiye, and I immediately wanted to give him 500 rupees, which he was unwilling to take. So this is what happens because you're dependent on the vendor. And you're so dependent that you don't look around at your system. That is just something which has got unplugged because you are in what is called pure panic mode. At that point in time, you have to get a report through, your neck is on the line. You just don't know what to do. So at that point, if your vendor comes in and says, I'll charge 1 crore, you don't even ask for anything. He gives you a lot of jargon that you patch this and fix that. So this is also life. That is why I asked this question.
No, ma'am, that is one of the things that it is not the part of the banking or any organization. It is the part of the society also. We don't do the work from the simple work. We don't step from simple to the complex one. And that happens generally. A simple restart is better than thinking of other parts. Anyway, as far as the vendor dependencies,
you've given a good thing.
We try to.
And firewalls. What are the Chinese walls or what are your firewalls?
So we do have firewalls. We have a security operations center.
Does everybody, how often do you change your passwords of your employees?
There is a forced password change structure in the system. Otherwise, we have given that the transaction password should be got changed within 30 days or 60 days maximum.
Which is very good because in the RBI, somebody did a system survey audit and discovered that all of us had passwords which were RBI at 1, 2, 3, 4. And we were all very angry that don't change this. Isko kisne kaha badalne ko? Keep it as it is.
Ma'am, we are moving to a single sign-on technology also. So that we should, the issue is not that the password is the default password or a single password. It is the issue with the human tendency or the mindset. We are unable to remember number of passwords with number of, so we have to, at least for the banking technology or for the technology for which we are working, we should have a single sign-on. We are working on it. Some of the applications we have done already and we would be trying for all.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to go to the good Jasmine, who's been waiting patiently. Jasmine, tell me about the impact which the regulatory framework for MFIs, which has just been put out by the RBI, no pricing caps, no margin gaps. The field is entirely yours. It's just a household estimation of income of 3 lakh, loan of 1.5 lakh. Do you think it's going to bring a sea change? How are you going to leverage it? How are you going to build your revenue streams and your portfolio? So from cloud, we come down to earth. Tell us.
So, thank you so much, Deepali. Just to add here that Equitas is no more a microfinance company. It has become a bank, and since last 5 years, it is a small finance bank. So
but
I would like
have
to
a vertical
on the digital banking aspect of Equitas rather than the microfinance, because it may not be applicable. It will not be applicable to Equitas Bank.
Right, not to worry. We have a friend from AU Finance Bank. You see, Vishwanathan used to be a great friend of mine in Hyderabad and used to keep making presentations. So to me about how he was going to leverage his portfolio. If you see him, say hi. But to go back now, RBI has taken out instructions just 2 days back on digital banking units. Do you think the customer service points are going to morph to these digital banking units? What is your bank's vision of the digital banking units? What is the extent of digital penetration you do, and how are you going about it? How are you giving a step up to your customers in digital through digital banking?
Right. So I think it's a great initiative by RBI in terms of having 75 digital banking units across the country. Now, there are multiple models that the banks can follow as far as the digital banking units are concerned. Now, we have seen in last 1 or 2 years, especially after the pandemic, that the entire banking has become digital end to end. So we have seen a lot of business models wherein banks have collaborated with fintechs, wherein banks have created their own digital banks or challenger banks within the banks. And the digital banking units are going to be a step forward and going to give a strong push to these banks, especially the incumbent banks, to go digital in a much faster, bigger manner. Now, this digital banking units will be a physical point, or maybe the only physical point of a virtual banking scenario for each of these banks. And of course, it is not just going to be digital services, but all the digital products. So whether we talk of digital liability products or digital asset products, digital payment products, all of these are going to be served in this digital banking unit. Now, having said that, the infrastructure is also going to be aligned in such a way that it is going to be do it yourself. So once a person steps into this digital banking unit, maybe there won't be any human element to it. It will be all do it yourself mode, and at the most a video banking or an assisted model. Now,
okay, Jasmine,
now coming back to
Jasmine, 1 second. You heard our good friend Devesh telling us all about the Bank of Maharashtra. Then Mr. Divyang told us all about the PNB, and Suryanarayana Garu about Central Bank of India. Divyang also told us all the challenges he faced in the technology and how he worked around the financial issue. You tell me, from the perspective of Equitas Bank, what is the present state of play in Equitas? What is the projection, and how will you adapt to these new guidelines? And what is the customer literacy you're going to build in this? Someone like me will be very scared of so many walls, so many APIs. How will we manage?
Right. So, the bank is at the forefront of the neo-banking and the fintech revolution, and it is one of the most fintech-friendly banks in the country, along with some of the 4-5 prominent banks. If I have to give an example of what we have launched in last couple of years, it is one of the fastest neobank in the country, which is Neo. Now, with Neo, what we have been able to do is convert the 3 to 4 days of account opening journey to a less than 100-second account opening journey. Now, this is, of course, the speed, this agility has been possible only because of the collaboration with the fintechs, because fintechs are fast, agile, nimble-footed, and are able to innovate and co-create solutions along with the bank. So I would be very happy and proud to say that within 9 to 10 months, we have actually crossed 1 million customers. And I think that's the fastest growth that any new bank has seen in the digital banking space. Having said that, this also gives the bank the opportunity to create more such newer neobanks. And when we talk of neobanks, I think every neobank is a separate use case. It's an individual story. So every neobank is very target segment specific. So for example, we see neobanks for women, for millennials, for salaries.
So what about the downsides?
For factory workers.
Jasmine, that's great, but what are the downsides and how are you protecting yourself from those downsides?
So there is always a risk involved as far as digital account acquisition is concerned. And with digital acquisition, we have to also be very innovative in our risk management activities. So for that purpose, of course, we have to come out with creative solutions wherein, say, for example, we have a solution wherein we track and score the digital footprint of every customer who wants to enter into the bank digitally. How do we do the scoring? It is all based on his digital activities done throughout so many years. So, for example, a customer's email account, how old is the email account that he is using for opening the account? Where all is he doing the activities? Is he active on Skype? Does he have an account on Twitter? What is his activities on Facebook? How frequently is he posting? How recent is his phone number? All of these things are tracked, monitored, and a score is given, basis which we allow or disallow the customer to enter into the ecosystem digitally. Because we have our limitations, we don't see the customer face to face, and we have, of course, seen the kind of risks that exist. These are, I think, a lot of innovative solutions coming out to help us control risk to some extent.
Okay, thank you. Be alive to risk. And I now go to Sunanda. So, Sunanda, last but not the least, come forward and tell us all about AU Bank and what you're doing. We're all interested to know. Your 10 minutes start now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, please.
And thank you, everyone, especially the SKOCH to have AU Bank on the panel, and it was lovely listening to everybody. So, AU Small Finance Bank, I'll just take a moment to talk about AU in general, and then maybe a little bit about the financial and the digital inclusion piece of it. So, as an organization, as a small finance bank,
do it the other way. Why don't we do it the other ways? Tell us more about the digital and less about the AU, or how you're working digital in the AU. Come. Please.
Sure, ma'am. So I'll just do it the other way around. And along with digital inclusion, I will also cover financial inclusion a little bit. Right. So I think
very good.
there is this guiding document that we follow at AU, which is the RBI's National Strategy for Financial Inclusion. And it talks in like 3 distinct pillars, and that's how we've organized our work. The first one is access to banking. So therein, what we're trying to do, a lot of course, the mainstream banks are doing a great work there, but as like a new differentiated bank, we have 30% of our touch points in unbanked rural centers. And therein, we are trying to, provide banking services in a phygital kind of manner. So the accounts are open through tabs. So that's like digital onboarding, but there is this one person to help them onboard it, right? And we're giving them QR codes in that sort of market. We are telling them how to get onboarded in the mobile application. So that is one very strong pillar, which talks about access to banking services. The second pillar that we talk about is the usage of banking services. And therein, keeping the financial inclusion part in mind, there is this bouquet of Jan-Dhan account, wherein there's a basic saving bank deposit account, there are social security schemes, there's micro pension, mudra loan and everything. And we are offering this bouquet to everybody with a special focus on the economically weaker section. So I can talk about an interesting initiative we did last year, and we call it ISR, which is individual social responsibility. On the lines of CSR, this sort of word was coined in, wherein we encouraged our branch banking team members to open accounts of people around them who are from the economically weaker section. They could be their driver or their guard or house help or people from this segment. And I think, all over we did achieve a phenomenal number of about 80,000 accounts of these kind of people were opened last year. And the third pillar, along with access and usage, is the quality of services. So, of course, what we understand is, I think one of the dharmas of being a small finance bank is going to the underserved people and, sort of help them not only with the access of the product, but also understand what's happening in the financial sort of services areas. So we take financial literacy and financial education very seriously, and we actually have a very interesting twist to it as well. So what we did is that instead of just going and talking to them about, why you should open a bank account or why you should transact digitally, we did this through a street play, Nukkad Natak. So there would be like a team of people, the theatre artists, who would be traveling to these locations. I think initially we started just covering the rural branches, which is how RBI has designed it. But thereafter, we also expanded to other, rural and some semi-urban and like in urban areas, urban poor areas, wherein these people would go in and through a infotainment method, then would try to impart them the importance of having a bank account, how the DBT flows, and things like that. So this is the way we have sort of organized the financial inclusion part of it, embedding the digital inclusion everywhere. Like as a bank, we have almost 30% of our customers who are digitally active. I think like all other banks, we also have like a digital first approach in today's age. And we have this app, it's called 0101. And 30% of my customers are onboarded in, and we are doing a lot of understanding of the people in rural areas also. For example, if I have people in unbanked areas, would they have the necessary infrastructure in terms of mobile phone to be onboarded on an application? So we're doing these studies, and it was very interesting to find out of a study of 10,000 people who was BSBD account holders. We found out that almost 60 to 70% people also had a smartphone. So there's a general tendency of saying that, these are in rural people, they may or may not have a smartphone, they may not have the necessary infrastructure, or they wouldn't understand. But to our surprise, that we were able to find that there is a sizable market opportunity in that area also, but it has to be just approached in a certain manner. So yes, we are also sort of working towards not only the...
So how about the script of your play? The script for me is, well, savings, credit, remittance, insurance, pensions, and most importantly, transactions. So after you open the account, how many transactions are taking place? I have also traveled in rural Rajasthan around Udaipur and quite a bit of Rajasthan. And I found that the women were quite alert, because once I stopped my woman and she said, "Sarkar साहब हम सपेरे हैं, हमको नरेगा का पूरा पैसा पंचायत नहीं देती." And so I could immediately haul up the panchayat guy who was being forced very sort of, Hukum Sa. I asked him, "What is this?" I mean, he was all in his Khammagani mode, so he was quite shocked when he found out that yes, the woman was right, and then we instituted action from the RBI. So this cross-check at the ground level of whether the BC actually comes, the bank in a box is actually happening or not. Are you guys doing that? That's very important, because penetration, good. But after that, because there's a cost to opening an account, as our commercial friends, Devesh and Divyang and Mr. Suryanarayana Garu will confirm to you, there's a lot of money which goes into opening the account. So how do you ensure the functioning of these small accounts?
Absolutely, ma'am. I think very well pointed out.
And how do you graduate them to loans? Yeah.
Yes. So, ma'am, there are two models. So the distribution that we have in these areas, we try to keep a mix of like a small branch and also these BC points. But the interesting aspect on the BC points is that we're not going and tying up with a corporate BC and say that just open BCs for us. So we go and look for these individuals and we handpick them. We decide that this person is, suitable. He seems to be educated. He understands, the way we work. So one, we handpick these people. Secondly, of course, apart from the regular trainings which are to be done for them and the exams that they go through, the team which is managing them, because we don't have a corporate BC, our team manages them. They frequently visit them and, have this check at those sort of points that if it's functioning in the right manner or sort of not. And along with that, ma'am, I think we have this sort of understanding of philosophy at the bank that, there are certain activities that you're going to be looking at maybe as a profit center, certain as an investment center, but certain as a duty. So this part, we are not looking at it from the point of view that it's going to be, our profit center. This part we're looking, that's a duty as a bank, that we have to be present there and we have to serve them. And if it comes at a cost, it comes at a cost. And we have sort of, made accepted that fact in the very beginning. So profitable customers are a different set of customers. And ma'am, the second point,
and you graduate them to loans also, no?
Yes.
That second point is that.
Right. The second part that I was coming at is that we gradually sort of also graduate them into income generation. I mean, as a bank, ma'am, we only function in an asset-backed and income generation loan category. As of now, that's like a forte and a focus area. And, small commercial vehicles, kirana shops, things like that. I mean, even the recent PM Swanidhi Yojana, funding the small street vendors. These are the kinds of small loans that we gradually help them.
Excellent. So now we have a little time. So I'm going to go back, right? We'll go to Devesh Dinkar, to Mr. Divyang, to Suryanarayana Garu, to Jasmine, and we'll come back to you for your last thoughts. So you all have 5 minutes each starting now for your final thoughts on whatever it is that you want to share with us. So Dinkarji, you go first. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So I was keenly listening to the wonderful thoughts shared by all the panelists. See, there are two things which have developed by now in our discussion. One is that each bank is taking a lot of initiative, and that is very good. And the kind of ecosystem what Government of India has developed, we must appreciate that the fintech collaboration is one of the proactive approach that government through multiple policies and appreciations and all various guidelines that has already made the country as third largest market for fintech in terms of outreach, and this has also helped the banks. So the public sector banks, I'll share the perspective that the pace of growth which is demanded by the customer as well as the ecosystem, that and the fintech ecosystem, that has given us another opportunity. So we always look at either to develop or collaborate. So we are also very proactive from public sector bank side, Bank of Maharashtra per se. We have had number of initiatives taken in terms of collaboration with fintechs also in case of service delivery. So you will be happy to note that bank has been proactive, and the first day of the year has been celebrated as Fintech Day. So 1st April, we have had a fintech meet right in our corporate office, and that was followed by a joint program hosted by Bank of Maharashtra and NPCI. For fintech on 5th of April also. So back-to-back two awareness programs we have had with fintech. I will also mention here that we have heard our CISO friends regarding security. So I will just add that all the banks are now reviewing the security architecture. That is really required. So do all the public sector banks in terms of implementation of new solutions, to safeguard them. We may not be able to stop, but we may certainly be able to minimize the risk by taking a lot of initiatives in terms of security posture. And last thought, maybe from my side, you have given me the chance. This public sector banks particularly carry the role of financial literacy, and I take the opportunity to thank RBI, which has been proactively helping us in that. Ma'am, I'll quote two occasions which we have got in multiple financial literacy camps we have had, but two particular things which are well in sync with what government is doing today. We had one village, I will just tell the name, called Charanwada. It is in Modasa of Gujarat. So Gujarat government took the initiative, and we joined hands with the government, where one village, one bank initiative was taken. And our team located at Ahmedabad, and particularly the Modasa branch, they undertook that village, and we onboarded 1,000 villagers through digital cards, debit cards, as well as QR, merchant onboarding, 1,000. So that itself gave us a lot of satisfaction as well as responsibility. Similarly, there was one border village that is at Jalgaon zone, ma'am. And we have a branch in very, very remote place. I just heard.
But
Yeah,
now I
same
go to
initiative.
Mr. Divyang, and he will tell us about what you mentioned. He will tell us quickly. Divyangji, your time starts now. Your 5
Ma'am,
minutes.
we
I'm
all,
fair, so 5 minutes.
yeah, just I would
Yes.
be trying to make it concise. The main thing which we have to remember is that we are a banker, we are in a service industry, and we are dealing with the money which the depositor is depositing or the borrower has taken from us. In both the cases, we are the custodian of not only the finance or the money which they have deposited or taken, but also the data which they have given to us. While going digital, we have to go digital. We don't have any option because we have to serve them. And the way they digital is being penetrating into the world itself, they are requiring more information, more services from us, and we have to go, but we have to keep that security aspect into consideration. And most of the time, most of the banks are taking care of all these things, that their data should not be got given or got leaked by any case. So that what I would like to say, that we have no option. We have to go for digital. That is one thing, but we have to keep our security and the compliances, because it is the means to the end. We can't think of the end itself, that we could gather more and more business, but it should be in a proper manner, so that the confidence level of the customer and us should be always intact. That is what I would like to say about that.
Thank you. And Suryanarayana Garu from the Central Bank of India. Give me your last words, your last thoughts.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, in the current scenario, cyber security is not an option. It is a very basic requirement for the survival of the banks, and for that matter, any organization. Because once customer loses confidence, then the bank is no more. So banks are taking all steps to protect their data and protect their money. And one challenge we are facing, that is for the matter all banks may be facing. See, there are so many technology solutions available in the market for various types of security purpose, whether it is network level security, whether it is application level, infrastructure level. But the banks are flooded with multiple vendors, because the one particular solution will satisfy only very small part of the requirement of the security. And most of the solutions are overlapping in their functionality. So because of these multiple vendors and multiple support systems, banks are flooded with so many vendors, and the management is becoming very difficult. So there should be some approach from so that some uniformity in the adoption of security.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
That's
But RBI always wants to be a little agnostic and not prescriptive on the vendor, for reasons you can understand. But anyway, Jasmine, now quickly, your last thoughts.
Yeah, so I think a couple of months back, Niti Aayog had sent out some recommendation note on licensing of digital banks. So I definitely look forward to that taking shape, because
RBI guidelines are there now, okay? If you go to the RBI website,
right,
the digital banking unit guidelines are there.
Yeah. So one is the digital banking units, which has already been shared. Another one was digital banking licenses, wherein the requirements is 200 crores of capital and specific licenses only for only digital banks with no physical branch presence at all. So that is something that the entire industry is looking forward to, and it is envisaged that the digital industry and the new banking industry going forward will be a $85 billion industry by 2025. So this will definitely be an enabler to the entire industry, and we look forward to it.
So, okay, very good, short, sweet. Now, Sunanda, your turn.
Just towards the end, I'd like to say that we're very grateful to be present on like a banking platform. Its power is immense, and like Mr. Stogi was saying, that it's a platform of where you handle public goods. There's public money which is sort of deployed as loans for the economy, and I think we recognize that it's a it's a very responsible position that we're in. But at the same time, I think we are also sort of leading with innovations in this sector. Just for an example, coming out with like a monthly saving interest as opposed to a quarterly, which is like a regular phenomena which was noticed. Coming out with saying that, we will have no deposit slips. If you are a customer of the bank will instead give you a slip rather than, asking those people who are little less literate or low literate to sort of fill up slips. So just removing these difficulties for people to access bank. And yes, that'd be all. Thank you.
Okay, that was great. Now to sum up, I've learned a lot from all of you because you have talked to me. Of course, Mr. Devesh Dinkar from the Bank of Maharashtra has explained a lot about digital literacy and in practice the 2 villages adopted by his bank. Mr. Divyang has explained a great deal about the challenges which he has already overcome in meshing the banks, and he has talked to me at great length about the cyber security. Suryanarayana Garu, you have completely reassured me as to the compliances, and the point which you raised about too many cooks spoiling the broth, too many vendors is valid, but the regulator hesitates to prescribe a particular vendor in these and just gives broad guidelines. So you may, depending on the needs of your bank, customize solutions for your own banking verticals going forward. Jasmine, your points are good, but just look at those guidelines on the digital banking units. They, of course, emphasize the need for a lot of infrastructure. And as Sunanda was explaining to us, but Sunanda, thank you also for this telling us about the vulnerable and weaker sections. Because now what is going to happen in the banking segment? You used to have a retail book earlier. Now you'll have a retail book and a digital banking book. And because of the increase in the working age population with growing disposable incomes, demand for banking and related services will rise a lot. And the millennials are also the 10-minute guys. You want your Domino's pizza, whatever you want has to be instant, not even an immediate flag on it. It has to be instant. So you will always have to be on a curve to meet these rising demands, to innovate, to ensure cyber security. And of course, Suryanarayana Garu, I agree that compliance is very, very important. So I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Devesh Dinkar very much of the Bank of Maharashtra, Mr. Divyang Rastogi of the PNB Bank, Mr. Suryanarayanan Garu from the Central Bank of India, Jasmine Gupta, Sunanda Sharma, and Mr. Gursharan Dhanjal for sharing all your knowledge with us and enriching us a lot in this discussion. Thank you very much. And we come to a close now. Thank you. Bye-bye, boys and girls. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you, Scotch.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scotch. This was an absolutely amazing session. Thank you very much for steering it so well and making it very lively and very involved. And I thank all the panelists similarly so for participating with equal enthusiasm and fervor. Thank you.
And all our listeners, we thank all our listeners for keying in and tuning in and hope they benefit. And if any of you want to reach me, you can get my email from Mr. Dhanjal. I will be happy to respond.
Love to do that. Thank you. So with this, we move on to our next panel discussion on the state of insurance. And we have the privilege of having with us Mr. Nilesh Sathe, former member live from IRDAI, and he's our chair and moderator today. And let me spend a couple of minutes introducing him. He was a member IRDAI from 2015 to 2019 and handled life and non-life as well. He was earlier CEO and director of LIC Nomura Mutual Fund Asset Management Company and zonal manager of LIC of India prior to that. He brings with him a rich experience of over 4 decades in the banking, insurance, and mutual fund industry. He's a certified associate of Indian Institute of Bankers. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
We are joined by Ms. Ajita Menon, Chief Operating Officer, Vithal Health Insurance TPA Private Limited, who is a commerce graduate with MBA in Marketing and Finance, Associate in Insurance with Business Studies from Oxford, and been with Vithal for over 18 years, handling customer service, business development, and drives government schemes. Our other participant is Mr. Athri Chakraborty, Chief Operating Officer, India First Life Insurance Company Limited, oversees the entire gamut of designing, implementing, and managing business operations. He's responsible for distribution and branch operations, customer service, persistency, new business, and underwriting and claims. With over 27 years of rich and diversified experience in the BFSI sector, he's dedicated 18 years in the insurance domain. Mr. Ashish Saxena, who is Head of Health Claims and Provider Networks from Future Generali India Insurance Company, been with the industry for over 18 years and worked with IFCO Tokyo General and Bajaj Allianz General earlier. He's been instrumental in setting up the in-house health administration unit for the company, and achievements in the field of health insurance have been phenomenal, from strategic business relationship to building strong stakeholder relationships. Mr. Murtaza Arsiwala, Head Wellness, Aditya Birla Health Insurance. With 30 years of experience in wellness, healthcare, health insurance, planning, operations, and finance, he leads the program called Multiply, which is India's first incentivized integrated health ecosystem and comprehensive preventive wellness program. His earlier stints include United Health Group, ICICI, Max Bupa, and Aditya Birla Sun Life. Mr. Azad Keshri Mishra, Senior Vice President, HDFC Ergo General Insurance. He has been instrumental in shaping rural and agribusiness group at HDFC Ergo. In his 12 years of service to the company, he has played pivotal role as a leader and strategist for the crop insurance business. His relentless efforts and commitment to the vertical has resulted in making HDFC Ergo one of the largest private sector crop insurers in the country today. So with this, I welcome all the panelists once again and invite our chair and moderator, Mr. Nilesh Sathe, to take over.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gursharan and Dhanjal, for the elaborate introduction of me as well as all the panelists. Welcome to the panelists. We are going to speak on state of insurance, and we will have a couple of. I will have a couple of questions raised to the participants. I'm happy that we have participants from a good cross section of insurance field, because we have one from life insurance, one expert from another TPA also, because generally TPAs are not seen, but there is one participating here. Two are experts in health, and one has expertise in rural and agriculture sector. So it's a good cross section. I'm sure the viewers will be benefited because of the variety of inputs that the panelists will give. To begin with, let me give you some perspective of where we have reached. Everybody knows that insurance has been in India for more than 100 years now. And especially after 2000, when the sector opened up, and a lot of foreign and private insurance companies started operating in India, the sector started showing phenomenal growth. And then came 2015, when the second set of reforms happened, when Insurance Act of 1938 was amended. And health was recognized as a separate line of business, as a result of which we found standalone health insurance companies starting operating in India. And especially in COVID, we have seen a significant contribution of health insurance companies, standalone as well as general insurance companies. They have done a significant job in settling claims. And more so, claims have been settled which otherwise would not have been settled, because if they went strictly by policy conditions, then pandemic is something which has exclusion in many policies. But despite that, taking into account the directions from IRDA as well as empathy that they had towards the customers, they did not pinpoint towards the policy conditions and reject the claims, but went ahead and settled the claims, although it was a hit on their balance sheet. So we have come a long way, and today we know that the penetration of insurance has increased. In case of life insurance, it has now crossed 3%, and in case of general insurance, which includes health, it has crossed 1%. This is not significant as if we compare with the world averages or the developed countries, but still, taking into account our state of economy and the affordability of payment of premium, definitely we have reached certain level. While the insurance premium in India has been steadily growing at over 8% in the last couple of years, the global insurance premium increase has been less than 0.5%. India's share in the global insurance market has been increasing, and one significant difference observed in emerging countries like China, Indonesia, Russia, India is in the state of India is that the share of life insurance premium is much higher than the general insurance premium. In India, life insurance premium accounts for almost 75% of the total annual premium, while in developed countries, it is below 25%. General insurance penetration is higher than life insurance penetration in USA, UK, Australia, and many other developed countries. This again shows, one is there is a huge amount of possibility of growth for the general insurance industry. And second is the thinking of public, which is towards life insurance as a savings element, is decreasing day by day, because life insurance is looked at only from coverage of risk point of view and not as a savings instrument, because it cannot give you market related return. With this, there is obviously a possibility that the general insurance premium, including health, going forward is going to increase in India, and the penetration levels also will increase in case of general insurance. Since 2000, when the private players started operating in insurance sector, the number of offices increased 5 times. Number of employees increased over 5 lakh. Number of agents went up from 6.50 lakhs to almost 25 lakhs. Capital infusion increased from 5 crores to over 28,000 crores. And last but not the least, the AUM went up of life insurance from 8 crore to 40 lakh crore, 8 lakh crore to 40 lakh crore. And in case of general insurance, the assets under management have crossed 8 lakh crores. We have seen many changes in the insurance products processes in the last 20 years. Unit-linked insurance plans have become quite popular. Many different distribution channels have been introduced, right from brokers to IMF to web aggregators to digital marketing. Repositories have been extensively used by new age policyholders and the millennials. Sandbox initiative is receiving attention. Awareness, affordability, and technology-driven ease of doing business and ease of access to customers have acted as key enablers for the insurance industry in India. Technology is playing a great role, no doubt about it. And we have seen there has been an insurance company, general insurance company, which is exclusively marketing its products only digitally. This is, in short, the state of insurance as of now. I have a couple of questions which I will pose to each one of you to take the panel discussion forward. And the first question that comes to my mind, as far as Ashish Saxena, who is expert in health from Future generally, is during the pandemic in the last 2.5 years, your company specifically and industry as a whole, what was the impact of pandemic on the insurance sector, rather the insurance companies? Mr. Ashish.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Nilesh and the Scotch for having me here. And so, as asked by you, pandemic is something which is not any industry or company specific. It has hit the industry very hard, and there was no company or industry which was untouched. Same goes for us, where we have also seen that during pandemic, once it started, the first wave came. No one was prepared for it. Some were I mean, each company has their own ways of dealing with it. Some were at advanced stage, some were at the nascent stage, but every company, I must say, that have taken actions, and within couple of months they prepared or geared themselves to take the situation under controls, and same went with us. If I talk about future generally as a company, frankly, prior to pandemic, we were heavily depending upon the physical work, the paper based claim process and everything. The moment pandemic started or lockdown started, we were in a fix how to handle the situations. We never wanted our customers to keep the claims on hold. I'm talking specifically from the claim side because I manage claims, and immediately we took a decision. We have to do something where we can reach out to our customers and help them, support them. And in fact, the nomination what we made for a Scotch was for the digital claims journey, where within is very specific 2.5 months time, we created a project team of business experts, IT experts, and strategy people, and we thought of making something which may not be best in class, but it has to have three features which were on our priority list. That was number one, simplicity, because we were not making a flashy app or portal. It was something which customer and all segment of customers, so not only keeping urban customers in mind, urban, rural, any segment of customer can easily operate from their smartphone or their laptop or desktop. And second is the security, keeping all the data privacy guidelines in mind, the data security and how the customer is going to upload, scan, keeping that in mind. And the third was the making the experience seamless, so that they should not feel that even the earlier process of couriering the document was better than doing it online. So keeping these three fundamental pillars in mind, we started working, and within a month, I mean period of 2.5 months, we came up with a digital claims journey for our customers from both the avenues. The one was the portal and the second is the mobile app. Any customer sitting across anywhere could have just within less than 2 minutes time. So, and there were three phases. One is you enter a bare minimum information. Based on my 18 years of experience, I can also say sometimes I realize, I'm not talking about every company, but most of them, the kind of information we ask from our customer at each claim stage is not something which is necessary, because a lot of information is already lying in our system. But instead of retrieving it from there, we assume that anyways customer is filling a form, let me ask 10 more questions. We thought we should not do that. If only 4 or 5 fields are mandatory or important, let us only ask those. Let us sync our systems in a way where we can retrieve those information rather than asking customer to fill it again and again. We also thought that, okay, hospitals may give scanned copies to customers, but there is one mandatory document which is called claim form. And in case of lockdown, every customer might not have printer at home. How will they manage this situation? They will still have to get a printout and fill. We came up with ideas that should we make editable PDFs where they can fill. And then we thought, what is a claim form? What is the information it contains? If you look at, basically it has two components. One is the information about the customer. Second is the information about the treatment. If I talk about health.
Right.
Customer can anyways very easily fill this information on the screen itself, which can be converted in a claim form because that is the requirement, and the nature requirement can easily be taken care of with the OTP authentication. Keeping all these things in mind, we made that process also simple, so the customer need not even scan anything. Everything is available. They have to just upload either through a mobile phone or the portal. In terms of, so that is how we made this claims journey very, very simple. And even we were not expecting that the adoption will be very high, but within a month, I mean a period of around 6 months, more than 80% of claims have already started flowing through this avenue. So there is no email, there is no hard copies. Customers are quite satisfied with the process. Teething issues were there, which we managed. Now, if I talk about the impact of COVID on the industry and the future generally as a company, we, I mean, like other companies, we were also hit very hard, and specifically with these two products, which were COVID Rakshak and Kavach. These were the someone which a regulator made it mandatory for every company to launch, and I think pricing was left to the companies every. So you know the reality, pricing was something which every company have done on their own. Whatever was the rationale behind it, but I mean, we are a company who believes that at the time of claim, no underwriting is to be done. So at the time of claim, you have to pay your claim. At the time of underwriting, if whether you have done it right or wrong, you have to honor your claim. So that is the philosophy, and we followed, and we went ahead with that philosophy, and we settled so many claims. Sir, you are aware that during pandemic, the regulator has made it mandatory to issue COVID cashless within 60 minutes. That was the directive claim last year, and I mean, TATs, maintaining TAT for cashless itself is a very big task, and 60-minute was a kind of challenge which everyone and we also have accepted, and ensured that all the COVID-related cashless are issued within 60 minutes of time, so that we are compliant with the regulatory requirement. Those also were some of the challenges.
Very good. Good. Good to know that you could quickly, find solution to the problem. Because that is what is important.
Just last statement, sir. The most important thing this pandemic taught us is there were many things which were in pipeline in discussions. Pandemic has taught us how to do things.
Right. Actually, that is what happens. Necessity is the mother of inventions.
Exactly.
Since it was absolutely essential, everybody worked on it, and quickly it was rolled out.
Right.
Good. I will come to Azad Keshri Mishra, who is senior vice president of the HDFC Ergo General Insurance. He is expert on rural and agri-business. We have seen in the last couple of years, government also has been focusing on insurance, which should spread to the agriculture sector. And Fasal Bima Yojana is one which is promoted by government on a large scale. Although there have been hiccups, year after year, we have been listening that the government keeps saying that claims are not paid on time. Some state governments have decided to have their own insurance scheme and withdrawing schemes from the general insurance companies. What has been your experience, especially on Fasal Bima Yojana, which is very much talked about scheme of the government?
Thank you, sir. I would like to just thank the SKOCH team to invite who have invited me as a panel for this panel discussion. As you mentioned regarding Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, which was launched way back in 2016 by Government of India. The primary objective was to provide financial support to farmers, to stabilize the income of farmers, ensuring flow of credit to the agriculture sector, the informal agriculture sector. And one specific focus was mentioned about bringing in technological initiative. So, sir, I can tell you our experience. Currently, we are implementing Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in 9 states, 69 districts, and I think more than 550 blocks. What we have observed prior to 2016, when the crop insurance scheme, earlier crop insurance scheme was there, at that point of time, the crop insurance penetration was very low. From 2016 onwards, we have seen the non-loany percentage. The non-loany, when we say the voluntary farmers, basically under crop insurance, till 2020, all loany farmers used to be mandatorily covered, and all non-loany farmers used to take it as a voluntary scheme. From 2020 onwards, Government of India had changed the guideline, and now it has made an opt-out option also being given to the loany farmers. But what is good to know that from a post-launch of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, the non-loany percentage, which used to be around 6-7% prior to 2016, now it has gone up to around 27%.
Oh,
and this is something the kind of joint effort by Government of India, state government, district administration, insurance company, which has made it this up to this level. Because earlier, whenever we used to talk about crop insurance, the major discussion used to be happen that since not many farmers are coming to get insured, mostly you are covering loany farmers because those are mandatorily covered. So yes, at that point of time, there used to be literacy barrier, there used to be linguistic barrier, a trust barrier was also there, access was very difficult, and most importantly, there used to be a very complex information structure at that point of time. But certainly the kind of effort that has been made by Government of India involving state government, district administration, insurance companies in last few years, certainly the awareness about the scheme has substantially increased, sir. So I can tell you, this year, last year, we are celebrating Amrut Mahotsav, Azadi Ka 75th Independence. And during Kharif 2021, Government of India launched Crop Insurance Week in the month of August. Then similarly, in the month of December also, they have launched this program. Now they are talking about distributing each individual inland letters having the policy information to farmers. And there is a campaign that is going on called Mera Policy Mere Haath, which has been started by Government of India from Rabi season. So earlier we used to have these problems. There are 2-3 problems. One, obviously, farmers were not much aware. So what I can tell you that based on the kind of initiative that is being taken by all stakeholders, the awareness has substantially increased, and which is very much reflected in the penetration of non-loaning farmers. Then the issue was, explaining them about the product features, explaining them what is the process of claim settlement. Obviously, claims is the most important part.
Right.
And as you mentioned, sir, something my colleague, our panelist was mentioning regarding COVID lockdown. Prior to the COVID situation, we never thought that there will be a time when we'll be digitally coordinating with the farmers. We have under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, we have a localized risk cover and post-harvest loss cover, wherein each individual farmer have an option to give individual loss intimation to insurance company for their named perils, which is mentioned in the operation guideline. Now, till during Kharif 2020, the total number of intimation that we received in Maharashtra, as an industry, was more than 7-8 lakh at that point of time. And in 2021, it's like 30 lakh intimation. So
more than 4 times.
Yes, sir. So what is important, earlier, we used, the process was like this, that a farmer may try to contact the call center of the insurance company, or many farmers will go to bankers, or sometimes district administration or block agriculture officer. So they will submit a document to block agriculture officer, then that will go to district administration, then it will come to insurance company. There is a whole lot of time that will be taken. During Kharif 2021, we started a self-help application where we just provided them a link where they can directly take the intimation. They can provide the intimation that is through in the vernacular language. Now, what we can see, sir, out of the 6 lakh intimation, more than 3.5 lakh intimation came from the self-help application. That helped us to further launch a PU chatbot, where what we found that major concern that farmers do have, one is pertaining to claim registration, and the other grievances that do have, they wanted to know about the claim status. So then again,
actually technology is a great enabler for settling of claims. And
yes, sir. Yes,
you intervened the claim settlement process with technology at an appropriate time, as a result of which the customer satisfaction level must have gone up. And this is something which is required, and the industry has actually, I have seen the digitization in insurance has increased manifold in the last 2 years, taking into account that door-to-door canvassing was not possible, meeting the customers was not possible, even customers coming to office was not possible. So the insurance companies made whatever was possible to ensure that the face-to-face connectivity is replaced by digital technology. And that has actually yielded results. I have got one supplementary question to you, and then I will move on to the other panelists. What has been the experience of Fasal Bima Yojana as far as claim ratios are concerned?
Claim ratios are from 2016 onwards. I think overall industry basis, I think as per the Government of India report, if you look into the average loss ratio from 2016 to 2018, it is more than 80%. So in terms of number, one significant change that was made during the launch of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana was to increase the sum insured per hectare up to the scale of finance. So now the average sum insured for the farmer is more than 1.8 times what used to be earlier. So I think majority, if you look into majority of state who are implementing PMFBY, the percentage claims beneficiary under the scheme and average ticket size of the claim amount per farmer has substantially increased over the years under PMFBY.
Okay, but still it is in manageable levels, in the sense it's not that there is heavy loss to the industry in running the schemes. It doesn't appear to be.
Sir, it's like it's a different experience to different companies, sir. I can tell you.
Right. As far as your company is concerned, it's still going good, because otherwise you would have withdrawn from the participation in Fasal Bima Yojana, which some of the insurance companies have done. Good. Let me now move on to Atri Chakravarti, who is Chief Operating Officer of India First Life Insurance Company Limited. And Atri has a great experience of over 27 years. And customer satisfaction is something which the life insurance companies always focus on, because it is always said that the purpose of insurance is ultimately when a claim is settled, or maybe maturity claim or a death claim. And Atri, from that point of view, in your company as well, now maturities must have started coming, because 15-20 years have passed. So the initial policyholders, their maturities must have been due. And death claim, of course, start coming from day one. How is it that you have changed your digital structure in the last 2 years, especially during pandemic, to ensure that the death claims get settled quickly? Because as we all know, it was not possible for customers to come to office and lodge a claim. So how did you manage it? What was your experience? You are probably on mute. Please unmute it.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. So I'll first talk about a little on the way we have enabled digital across all the entire customer journey. I think claims is obviously the most important part of the customer journey. So in India First, and I'm sure this is true for the entire industry per se, today the entire customer onboarding process is completely digital. Whether it is servicing, whether it is renewals, whether it is the claims, I think what the pandemic has done is really expedited the process of digital adoption. So we were not left with an option. I think the journey to moving to a digital landscape was embarked by all the life insurance companies, general insurance companies, but clearly what really expedited that is the experience of COVID. Now today, as an organization, 99% of all policies that we source on the retail side, I'm not talking about the group schemes, is digitally onboarded.
Very good.
So only 1% of our policies is where we have a physical form. And clearly, this is something which has led to much faster issuance of policies. It has led to customer satisfaction. Today, 96% of all the payments, new business premium that we get, is digitally sourced. 4% is cash and check. 99% of our renewal premium for individual business is digitally obtained. Of course, we are a bank assurance driven, and we have 90% of our businesses from the bank assurance channel, and clearly the debit mandates help. But 99% of our renewal premium is coming through digital modes. Which was the last frontier was on claims, and I think your question was that how do you do claims? Because historically, people have always looked at claims with a lot of documents and the claimants having to come to the branch and handing it over. So COVID taught us that there is a way out. And what I would like to share is that in the last financial year, close to 96% of all our claims came through digital means, which means that customers were writing to us, emailing to us, because, and 4% was where we had a physical form, claim form coming in with the documents. So obviously customers would call us and then we would guide them to email to us, specifically for individual life business. But where the real challenge was in the government schemes. So we have more than 60 lakh members in the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana through our banks, Bank of Baroda and the rural regional banks. So there, the model which has been driven, and of course, DFS has been involved in this and in their guidance and the focus, I would say, has helped us. So all the claims today, which is coming through the bank branches, we've developed a portal, they upload the documents. Near to 100% of PMJJBY claims today is coming through the portal.
Very good.
Near to 100. I mean, I'm talking about a few branches where there is a network connectivity and all of that.
An issue.
But that has been a remarkable change, because these are high volume claims that we are talking about. And that's where the country has moved to, and we are glad that we are part of that journey.
Good. Let me move on to the TPA, because the state insurance companies, general insurance companies, which are public sector, they handle their claims only through TPAs. And during this era of pandemic, how is it that the Vithal Health Insurance, TPA, could manage it? Because in general, the public sector insurance companies are low at digital penetration. And for you, unless the inputs are received from them, you cannot process anything beyond this. So how is it you could manage it? And what was the TAT turnaround time for the customers for getting their claims settled? And TPA has a big challenge, because unless you settle the claim, the hospital doesn't discharge the patient. So how is it you could manage it so well, I will say? Please let us have your input on that. You're on mute, I suppose. Ajita, you are on mute. Yes, Ajita.
Thank you, Scotch, and thanking all of you all, and a very warm good afternoon to all the panelists here. As you rightly said, sir, we are governed by various bodies, and then it was not easy for us to scale through during the pandemic. But then as a TPA, with very good support from the public sector companies, we could manage, right, working offline, right, and online and offline. See, the reasons are, initially we found it very, very difficult, because it was all of a sudden, and we ran short of laptops, which was very, very important, because it was all desktop given and people were asked to come to office to work. So that was a quick transmission, right? Within a week's time, we could hire some laptops, ask people to work from home. Based on the instructions given by the insurance company, we created a portal. We created a call center exclusively for this. And then all the grievances were routed through the call center, and immediately the scanning was done. People were asked to upload the claims through the portal, and it was all done in a way which did not create much hindrance to both the public and the beneficiaries at large. The hospitals were also quick enough to adapt to this emergency services, and they also fine-tuned well to work accordingly. Very important, when I talk about all those things, the government schemes also played a very important role. I specifically lead the government schemes here. Very, very important role was played by the government schemes also, especially the Ayushman Bharat scheme, which was launched in the year 2018. With all those quick actions taken by the state governments by way of protocols, by way of restrictions, right, this was quickly passed on to the insurance companies, saying that we can also put a lay here saying that these are the instructions given by the respective state governments, instructing us what to do, what not to do, how many beds allocation, and where they will go, the government hospitals. And through us working in both the channels, we as a TPA currently work for 9 states for Ayushman Bharat. So with all those inputs from the state governments, we quickly converted this and gave away these to the insurance companies for them to act accordingly. Otherwise, there was no restrictions on the price here. The medicines were all at a throwaway price given by the hospitals. With all those circulars being given by the state governments, we put it across to all public sectors and private sectors companies, saying that we have a regulatory board saying that these are the prices fixed, these are the beds available, and this information was also passed out. And moreover, Vidal as the TPA could collect the number of beds available during the pandemic from all the hospitals, the medicines available, the remdesivir available, and we quickly put it across to all insurance companies, and wherever there was a call for us, it was all adhered to. So a good number of people were on the field. Like all of us were online, but entire field staff here working for the government schemes were offline. They were working in the district, collecting data from all the hospitals, uploading it, and helping the entire country to see where the medicines are available, where the beds are available, and where the occupancy rates are low. We used to shift the people from one end to the other end. And simultaneously, apart from this, the claims were also settled accordingly with help. Insurance company gave us a tremendous support, right? Whenever calls were made, they used to pick up the calls. If there is no accessibility, they used to message us. Right? It is not that you need to have a mail. They used to do messaging. All instructions were given online. There was a lot of video conferencing happening saying that these are to be paid, these are not to be paid. And it is just an adjustment all of us quickly made within a matter of probably 10-15 days time. And we could adhere and we could settle the claims as well.
Yeah, Ajita, I can understand because the claims under Ayushman Bharat were so huge in number as against the individual policyholders getting admitted, because where the claim settlement is not with TPA, the individual insurance companies, they manage their claims, but the number will not be so huge as the TPAs have been settling, especially on
Ayushman
Bharat. So it must be a Herculean task that you people must have done. And that is why I am finding...
The entire team, sir. Not me, the entire team.
It's not, of course, it's not an individual who can do it. It's a teamwork. And I think that is the reason why you could do it, because Lord Ganesha, lot of,
yes.
I'm finding a lot of images of Lord Ganesha behind you. So it has helped you to come out of this difficult situation. Yes. So anyway, I'm thankful to you for the inputs that you have given. Now let me move on to Murtuza Arasiwala, who is Head Wellness, Aditya Birla Health Insurance. Wellness is something which health insurance companies of late have started talking about, because it's not a question of insuring a person on health, but if he continues to have good health year after year, then of course the claim experience will be favorable. He also will not feel a pinch of increase in premium. And as a result of which, if he is using some wellness devices, then some credit can be given to him by way of reduction in premiums, so on and so forth. So wellness is something new, like telematics that we have been talking about in case of, especially in motor insurance. This wellness, what sort of wellness appliances do you offer, and what benefits do you give to the customers using those wellness apps?
Sure. Good evening. Good afternoon, Mr. Sate.
Yes, good afternoon.
So good to see you, sir, after a long time.
Yeah.
And, a very good afternoon to all my fellow panelists and all the audience as well. So, sir, on the wellness side, I'll start with what we offer across, and then maybe I'll, with your permission, go across to what the larger industry also offers. So, sir, we do not offer across any devices.
Okay.
But what we offer across is, wellness benefits which are integrated as a part of our product offering.
Okay.
Okay. So, with the philosophy that we go with, I mean, this is the purpose that which we run our organization, is that we want to empower Indian families to live a healthy and active life.
Right.
It's a very, I'm just going to the principle, the DNA of, the philosophy that we follow in our organization. And to that effect, our customer promises, I'm happy to pay a claim in case, you get hospitalized, but I don't want you to get hospitalized. Nobody wants to.
Right.
Okay. So how do I move a customer from, curative to preventive to promotive?
Right.
Because insurance, the fact of life is, we all are sort of, it's been a better and better. It's a push product.
Yeah.
But if I were to go and sell wellness or a health outcome to a customer, I mean, if the whole world will want to buy it. Yeah.
So while, we don't have a health outcome which I can, sell to a customer, or I don't have a magic pill. If I had a magic pill to go and sell in the market, okay, sir, buy this pill and you won't fall sick for 1 year, the whole country would buy it.
That doesn't happen.
Right. So, but what we have done across is we have tried to put across a set of wellness benefits in our product, which we believe will excite the customer to, live a more healthy and active life. And then we have put incentives so that the customers go and use those benefits.
No, but how do we check whether he is not telling a lie?
I will come to that, sir. I'm just coming to that. So one of the benefits that we have across is we have put a feature called as health returns.
Okay.
Health returns is a feature that we have in our product which gives a customer premium back in lieu of he or she taking care of his or her health. Okay. So how do we do that across? We track across when the person comes in, we do a health checkup and we give somebody a healthy heart score, which is the outcome of the health checkup. A healthy heart score could be either a red, amber or green, depending on the health condition of a consumer. And we pay for this. As an organization, we pay for this health checkup.
Very good.
Thereafter, on an ongoing basis, we have defined something called as an active day. An active day is wherever a customer does 10,000 steps in a day, or they burn 300 calories in a swimming or a gymming or an exercise session, or they go to any gym, which is a part of our network. If a customer does this, we give them an active day. And then depending on every month, how many active days they have done,
he has,
and what is their healthy heart score,
right,
we give them a percentage of the premium back.
Right.
So, sir, when we started across, it was a 30% of the premium that we're giving back to the customer. And we had a lot of people taking up this benefit. So we have almost 50% of the people going in for health checkups. I mean, in my earlier experiences, it was never more than 2%, 3%, sir. But this time we, followed it up. We were so encouraged that we then launched a product which was giving 50% health returns back. And January 21, we launched a product which was giving 100% health returns back. So if a customer takes care of his or her health checkup, full premium back.
Great.
I mean, it's been 1 year now. We have got the 300 odd people who have taken across, 100% of the premium back from us. So yes, sir. So that's been our journey across in terms of the current offerings that we have on the wellness side that we offer to our customers.
Great. Do you have any idea whether the wellness apps have been used by other insurance companies, especially health?
Sure. So, sir, a lot of the industry has done a lot of good work on the wellness side. I think we have all made a lot of moving from funding for only sickness to now funding for wellness. Okay. This sandbox has been a big enabler over here. Okay. And I think a lot of companies have started using, integration across with, wearable devices, Fitbit, Goki, Samsung Health, Apple Health. I think they have all integrated. That's become like an industry standard. Okay. The industry has also integrated across into digital tele consultation. So a doctor on call, a doctor on chat, a specialist consultation, they have also become hygiene in the industry.
Right.
Okay, another item which we do across, I'm not sure about the industry, but a lot of people do it, is mental wellness.
Yes.
So I think mental wellness, offering across, access to pharmacy, access across to non-allopathic modes of treatment. So I think these are some of the areas that the industry is moving into. Another shift which I see the industry doing, sir, is moving across into health management. So if we really have to control the claims cost of people, okay, and in turn, actually, it's also an indication of how happy our customers and how loyal they are. If we can identify customers who are at high risk, and if we start investing in terms of managing their condition, okay, I think it's worked very well for us. We have started doing the journey, and these customers where we do health interventions and we engage with them, their claim ratio is lower by 6%, and their persistency is high by 26%.
Yes. Actually, this is one thing, Murtaza, which I have observed, that the persistency in case of such always have at the back of their mind that something is going to happen to them tomorrow, which is not so when some healthy person comes to you for insurance, he thinks, oh, I have been paying premium for the last 5 years, nothing has happened to me, so let me stop. But this is not the case with somebody who has got some illness. So the persistence is always high.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
that helps everybody, because since you also ask him to focus on his health, he also thinks that insurance company is taking care of me. So he continues to be loyal to you. So that is one more advantage.
Yeah, rightly said, Mr. Sate. If you can make a difference to somebody's health, in terms of either helping them lose weight or helping them control a chronic condition which they might have, for example, I think the customer is yours forever. I think you have developed a bond, which is much beyond just selling them an insurance product.
Right. So friends, our first set of questions to everybody is over. And I find the time is also 4:20, so another 10-15 minutes left. So I will do one thing. I have got a general question to each one of you. You can deliberate one after the other. I will start with Ashish Saxena. Ashish, this question is common for everybody. How do you see the positioning of insurance industry in the next decade, next 10 years? And what are the pain points? Because maybe pain points from government, pain points from regulator, pain points from ecosystem. So whatever comes to your mind on these two aspects, I think we'll be able to give 2 to 3 minutes to each one of you. You can quickly elaborate and focus on where do you find this industry to be, your industry, if you are in health, if you are in life, and what are the pain points? So shall we start with Ashish?
Yeah, right, sir. So I feel that the future for the industry looks promising, and specifically if I talk about the health insurance industry, because the good news is the benefits of this digital transformation journey which is happening, and it is an ongoing journey. It is not something which is going to end in next 2, 5 or 10 years. This will percolate the benefits to policyholders in the form of more access to healthcare, especially at the time of when there is uncertainty surrounding the pandemic, or even if there is no pandemic, I'm sure the expectations of the customers have increased to a greater extent. Talking about the pain points, again, if I talk about my specific health insurance, we are an ecosystem where we have insured insurance company and the very important stakeholder, the providers, where the entire pricing or the claim cost depends upon the cost of treatment. So I think something where still there's a huge scope among providers and payers to have a common understanding, because every private insurer is not having that kind of negotiation capacity like PSUs, where they can go and demand. Right? That is a challenge for private companies. How do they how do they identify some more avenues where they can negotiate with the providers and get best rate for treatment without compromising any quality of care? So I feel that is one pain point which we need to work on.
Okay. Coming to Atri Chakravarti.
Yes, so I think, again, it's an ongoing journey, and a couple of areas which I can think of. I mean, I won't say they are pain points, but we need to work on. One, clearly policyholder protection, which is where there is still instances of, malpractices, mis-selling, which, how do we curb that? I mean, how do we completely eliminate that as an industry so that customers can trust us? I think that's one. Two, there is obviously frauds, which there are areas where we see that frauds impact the industry, and how do we, again, as an industry, get together and prevent and detect such frauds. Third, I think the pricing of certain government schemes, I think we as an industry have been going back to the government as well on certain products like PMJJBY. I think the support from the government on this would be helpful on the pricing side. And clearly, the regulator has been very, very supportive in terms of the development of the industry. But I think everywhere, like we want to be more responsive to customers, I think the regulator, we need to work with the regulator, and the responsiveness needs to be much faster on products, and how do we get more and more innovation in the industry. So these are some of the thoughts that I have.
Atri, can you throw some light on Section 45, because of which probably it is reported that the claims get reported only after 3 years when you cannot reject a claim?
So this is something where again the industry is looking at specifically for the fraudulent claims.
Yes.
So so today we can call a policy into action within 3 years of the policy being in existence. But there are instances where there is medical non-disclosure. Right. There are fraudulent intent which is behind taking a policy, and which is where the Section 45 restricts the life insurance company to investigate within the 3 years to call a policy into question. So I think it is all good for policyholder protection, but very clearly the industry should stand behind genuine claims, and that's right. That's the objective of life insurance.
Obviously. Good.
So I think that's my thoughts on it, and as an industry we are sharing some of our thoughts with the regulator.
Good. I will ask the similar question to Azad Keshri Mishra as to where do you find the industry maybe 10 years going forward, and if at all there are any issues which you think that need to be looked into by government or by regulator?
Sir, obviously, I feel that the focus will be on the rural Bharat, not because I'm part of the rural team, because there has been huge disparity, as you mentioned, about the 1% penetration, insurance penetration in GI industry, for India. There is a lot more disparity if you see the insurance penetration at the urban level and the rural area. So it will be important for us to develop a small ticket size product which will be easy to comprehend, which you can clearly communicate. We should try out various digital initiatives to create awareness among why insurance is necessary for them. I think government regulators are also trying different mechanisms how to increase the penetration. There has been a discussion on the sort of model village for insurance adoption. There is a separate discussion that is going on.
Yes.
So all these things will, and there are a lot of relaxation that is in the regulator also, whether it's appointing micro insurance agents or village level entrepreneur common service centers have been allowed to distribute insurance policy all across.
Yes.
So these are some things that will be the future, I feel, sir.
Don't you have any issue with the state governments not paying you premium on time in case of crop insurance? Is it not a pain point?
It's a pain point, sir. It's a pain point.
It's a major pain point because technically you cannot undertake risk unless premium is received.
And obviously it will have an implication of the solvency margin also. So it's a pain point discussion with state and metro.
Okay, good. Now moving on to Ajita Menon, from TPA perspective, I would like your views to be heard on what issues do you face actually, and what are the challenges that you may have going forward.
Nilesh, if I may interject just for a moment here.
Yes.
It's a very interesting discussion and I hate to interrupt it. If you want to take maybe another 5-10 minutes, let's go ahead and do it. I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
The industry is poised to go, and so we expect the TPAs also to grow accordingly. Right? When you talk about the pain points, the main important thing is the out-of-pocket expenses borne by the beneficiaries, which is falling on the TPAs today because we go back in panel on a specific rates in the hospitals. The providers don't stick on to that particular rates and the outflow has not been accounted properly. So the very important pain point for us is when we sign an MOU, we'll have to ensure the hospitals stick on to the rate so that the beneficiaries also get the benefit out of it. They have not been asked to pay more, and the insurance company also get the benefit because they know the outflow actually what is happening. That will be very, very important for us to control. It is not only controlling, to make sure, right, we know what the expenditure is, the out-of-pocket expenditure, and secondly, the audit and the risk, right? We'll have to have an IT infrastructure in place so that human intervention is always not possible going around doing this. but then we'll have to ensure some sort of a logistics being worked on from our end, and we do an analytics based in an office so that 80% of the work can be done in-house, and based on the triggers what is happening, and it's just a minimum 10% going on to that field doing the investigations and audit to ensure that every the providers, the beneficiaries, insurance company, all of us are happy with the way we perform today.
Ajita, there has been a talk that when some patient goes to a hospital, the hospital authorities first ask him whether do you have health insurance.
Correct.
And if so, the bills get inflated to that extent.
Correct, sir.
What is your experience on that, and whether hospitals should be regulated? Is it high time that hospitals are not regulated, as a result of which, for the same line of treatment, the hospitals charge X amount of money to one who doesn't have insurance and X plus something for somebody who has insurance?
Correct.
It has been the experience. So what is your view on whether hospitals
Definitely,
need to be regulated?
Yeah. So when we go back and talk to the hospitals, for the same treatment, we find different sort of billing happening even today. When we talk to the hospitals, they do agree saying that they look at the patients, they look at the corporate policies they've been given, and they bill accordingly. That is where I said when I sign an MOU with the hospitals, my pain today is to ensure that they don't collect anything more. So that will be the work for the TPA from now to ensure that when a hospital signs an MOU, we'll have to be, whether it's a BPL population or a corporate policy or a retail policy, we need to ensure that they don't collect anything more, and it is just one billing which is happening across both to all hospitals.
Correct.
That is our pain point, and we'll ensure we work for it, sir.
That is required. Okay. The last is Murtaza. I would request you to throw some light on these 2 points, where the industry is likely to be, and what are the pain points that you may anticipate. Murtaza. Mr. Murtaza
He's very much there.
Anyway, it seems the link is lost.
That's his job. Yeah.
It appears to be. So we end our discussion here. I thank the panelists for actually having good insight into the subject. And since there were a variety of panelists today, the discussion was quite useful, and it had a different angle, because otherwise everybody will keep on saying the same thing. But because you were from the different health, general insurance, agriculture, rural, and TPA, so it was really quite interesting. I must thank you for actually giving me a different perspective as well on various issues. And I'm sure the market is going to increase exponentially in India, because one is everybody knows the 3 trillion economy is going to be 5 trillion quite soon. Obviously, the per capita income is going to increase, and with per capita income increasing, the allocation of family towards health, towards insurance, towards property, vehicle insurance, so on and so forth, is definitely going to increase. So as the per capita income increases, always it is seen that the disposable income, when goes up, the insurance premium goes up substantially. So I am quite hopeful on the insurance sector, insurance penetration going up steadily year after year. And whatever pain points you have raised, I'm sure they will be taken care of at your industry level with the regulator and with the government as well. I thank Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal for giving me the opportunity to moderate this panel, which was quite interesting. And I'm sure the viewers also would have found the discussion quite interesting. So we stop here. Thank you very much, SKOCH, and thank you very much, Dr. Gursharan.
It was absolutely an exhilarating experience. I must congratulate and compliment the way you bound the panel together, because the panelists coming from diverse fields, as you rightly said in the beginning itself, that this is quite a diverse panel and putting all of them together on the even keel and running with the discussion and with a clean takeaway. It's been very well done. So very true, as you rightly said, as the panelists also talk about that life insurance premiums, have actually gone up. The penetration has improved by a few percentage points thanks to the challenges posed by COVID, and non-life insurance premium has also increased. And coming to even the penetration of the health insurance, the people have become even more conscious. But the fact remains, there's also a question mark on health premiums, that it's the same person, the same family, which has increased their coverage, rather than new number of subscribers coming into it. So it's like we say that India is the most mobile penetrated country, but the point is that out of 1.5 billion people, if 1 billion people are having mobile phones, is it the number 1 billion mobile phones or 1 billion people having mobile phones? So those are the things which still remain. And correctly pointed out that the difference between the charges levied by or charged by the hospitals, there is a huge variation. Something which can cost 50,000 rupees without insurance costs maybe double with insurance. So as a beneficiary, I don't stand to gain, but as an industry, there is a lot to lose. So probably, some bits and pieces need to be tightened here. Yeah.
Right.
So, well, thank you all very much, all the panelists, and Nileshji, wonderful having you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So with this, we move on to the announcement of our last round of Scotch semi-finalist order of merit. And I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Murtaza Arsiwala, Head Wellness. We just heard him speak from Aditya Birla Health Insurance, Multiply Wellness. Mr. Kunal Jhunjhunwala, Founder and Managing Director. Mr. Murtaza is there? Yes, there you are.
Yes.
Please unmute yourself.
Myself, okay. Unmute 1 second.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So friends, this is so. Thank you, firstly, Scotch, for the consideration, and to the jury as well, the people who voted for us. This is Multiply is India's first incentivized wellness program, which makes an attempt to change the behavior of the Indian towards health and wellness. Okay, it's got a set of wellness benefits of program. It's got a set of rewards, and using behavioral science, we have tried to create a model where customers get the change into their lives on a daily basis and start indulging in something which makes them more healthy and more active. Okay, we have seen that people who use this program across 20% of the population moves from bronze to silver and from silver to gold. These are various levels in the program which indicate how healthy and active a person is. So as far as I know, across, this is India's only and most successful wellness incentivized wellness program. So please to vote for us across, and once again thanks Scotch for allowing us this platform to represent our service and our product.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
AirPay Vyapar from AirPay Payment Services Private Limited, Mr. Kunal Jhunjhunwala, Founder and Managing Director. Akshaya Telemedia Insurance Marketing for Cooperation and Coordination during COVID, Mr. Sudhir Joglekar, Chief Executive Officer. Please unmute. Yes.
So first of all, thank you to the great organization of Scotch for giving us this opportunity. And probably my slides are with you already and you have gone through. Just in a minute or so, I'll summarize. I'll take you back, sir, all of you, to say 2020.
Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. You have unmuted yourself.
It's good now, sir?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah. So this is the start presentation on our colony called Sahkar Nagar. It's a 50 building, ground plus 3 structures, 16 families per building, and a marketplace, small township, so to say. And how it faced when Corona struck in about March or so. So we are basically insurance marketing firm, and I was thinking all the while that my job is only to provide advices about insurance, what products to take and all that. But the times change and you have to respond in a different fashion. When actually Corona struck, only selling product was not the priority. People had already taken insurance, and now they were faced with logistics problems. For example, KEM, famous KEM hospital, is about 2 kilometers from our place. How to carry those patients or the relatives to KEM was a big problem. So, little bit now, even I laugh. So probably you will also laugh. We used fruit carts and all that. Whatever nearby people were there, they volunteered that okay, we will carry. And it was a little bit sad sight to see those patients being, but we could save lives. Now I can certainly say that we could save some lives. Secondly, about claims, what we did was we started representing to TPAs that please make it what you say advance payment, give them some advance payment or cashless, whatever we call. So we used videos, and our thanks to TPAs and our insurance companies, insurers, who after a bit of pursuing them, they agreed and they started recognizing whatever our this mobile video work, that this is the patient, please speak with him, how will he arrange funds and all that. But they responded beautifully. Secondly, and thirdly, we noticed that in Mumbai there is a outfit which provides music therapy. Now, this was a very unique initiative. So this small outfit comes to us and tells us that can we play music to these people recovering from Corona. It was such a different idea, but we could arrange for a hall, small hall, a community center sort of, and they were playing music. I think it was based on Miya Mallar or some, it is called Suravali. It is not the rag proper. It is a Suravali, specially designed. So, and believe me, the patients felt good, not because this music was greatly effective. It was, but it takes time. About 15 days of continuous listening to that music, that helped them. And the fact that somebody is giving them attention, somebody is paying them attention, somebody is looking after them, that was a great plus point for them. Patients responded beautifully, and we got some their feedback forms also, which was great. So these 3-4 things, and the learnings which are nothing different from what you did, that what we have to be ready for such calamity.
Very innovative program, and the way you have gone about implementing it, you have addressed the alternate side of it rather than taking the regular course of action. And probably that is the reason, why you have been brought on this platform, and why you are.
And that's so kind of the Scotch organization. They noticed, they bothered to inquire with me, and that's yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
Bharti AXA Life Insurance, Ms. Gitanjali Kothari, Head Marketing and Corporate Communications. Bharti AXA Life, Guaranteed Income Pro. Future Generali India Insurance Company, Mr. Ashish Saxena, Head Health Claims for Digital Claims Services Delivery.
Thank you so much,
Saxena.
I'm deeply honored and for recognizing our work.
Congratulations. Now invite Go Digit General Insurance, Mr. Vivek Chaturvedi, Chief Marketing Officer and Head, Direct Sales, simplifying insurance and customer journey.
So Vivek is not here. Hi everyone. This is Tanya Marwa. I head the brand team, and Vivek. I'm a part of Vivek's team. I was a part of the presentation as well, and I'm so glad that we made it to semi-finals. And it is lovely to hear everybody's views, especially talking about the little things that we are doing for the customers and not just about the big loudspeaker events that we do. Right, just now Sir was talking about how the idea was to enable people to get to the hospital. That is the main thing. It is not whether, how it is done and the small or big efforts that are there. Also, like Sir was talking in the first round, the first award, Sir was also talking about the wellness program. I think that's the way that's the zone that the industry has to go to, which is talking about what else are we giving customers beyond just, insurance or health insurance, just the product. Because making sure that people are living better is the objective and should be the objective of insurance companies. And that is also something which Digit is trying to do. And our mission is to simplify insurance, and we keep talking about that, which is why even our case studies say that simplifying insurance and the customer journey. So right from making sure that people just have to take pictures of their damaged vehicles or pictures of their documents when someone needs to submit a claim, to make sure that we are proactively moving to the customers wherever we can from an automated standpoint, is what Digit is trying to do. We are also looking at finer things in the customer's purchase journey, which is basically looking at policy documents and to make sure that even your 15-year-old child in your house can, someone who understands English or the particular language can go through it and understand. And to be very honest, I am someone who's not from the insurance industry, and I belong to actually advertising and e-commerce. And when I first came to insurance, I was like, this is too complicated for me. I had my own policies for my car. I didn't own health insurance as well. And 5 years to now, I was one of the first few founding team members who joined the company. And I'm so glad I made that switch and I made that decision, because I can see how customers can now,
having improved upon the customer experience, and you rightly named it, Go Digit. So I hope you make
so yeah, so that's
add on a lot more when we see you in the next round. You come up with even more larger number of innovations. My congratulations.
Thank you so much.
HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Azad Keshri Mishra, Senior Vice President for Capacity Building and Financial Literacy for Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Next one also goes to HDFC Ergo. Technological Excellence and Citizen Services Delivery.
Right. Thank you, Scott and jury. I humbly take this recognition on behalf of my 9 million farmer applications that we have serviced through and serviced in a leveraged geography, which is really spanning across 59 districts. Running so many tehsils, roughly 360 odd. It was cumbersome. It's a process nightmare as well as communication nightmare. We successfully channelized all those issues, and we were able to deliver to our farmers, and we are committed to deliver going forward. Thank you, Scott, for this honor.
Congratulations. And the next one also is on the Technological Excellence in Citizen Services Delivery.
Yeah, I would like to just add upon, this is the first AI-enabled rural chatbot for our farmers, and it has done a tremendous transaction from that perspective, and within a month we got lakhs of queries flowing for the resolution, and we were able to do it through our own initiative, PIHU, which is very well acknowledged within the government sector. And in fact, it will have a long-term ramification for the crop insurance scenario.
Congratulations. HDFC Life Insurance Company, Mr. Umesh Kumar Gupta, Senior Vice President and Head, Distribution Planning and Program Management for end-to-end digital journey for agile and speedy group claim settlement.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Umesh here. First of all, I'd like to thank SKOCH for organizing these awards and giving us this opportunity to present our work over there. On the project, I'd like to speak a few words. Say on group side of our business, we have, so first let me tell about this business a little, so that most of you who would be voting for us, probably this is a request, if everybody can vote for us, so
voting has come
they can understand it. Yeah.
Voting
so,
has come to an end, but yes.
Say group side of business, what happens is there is a business called CP, which is the credit protect side of business. All of us would have taken home loans, auto loans, or some other type of loans. When each one of us take a loan, there is a risk that if the life assured passes away, the burden of the loan can pass on to the family, and especially in housing loan, the loan is of crores of rupees, and the family can be in trouble. Now, pandemic has thrown a lot of challenges in front of us, and one of the challenges was a good number of our say customers passed away, and we had to ensure that their families are taken care of. So as a part of our customer experience, say project, and say HDFC is known for a very high claim settlement ratio. So we were facing a lot of issues in submission of these say claims. The families were not aware about say where to submit the documents to. Second thing is, if the documents were being sent, there were a lot of papers that we need for settlement of claims. Along with those papers, we require...
what is your claim settlement ratio?
Claim settlement ratio is above 99%, sir. So over here also we want.
How has it improved over last couple of years, ever since you introduced this?
So in fact, we always had been one amongst the top in high, you can say 90s, 98, 99% always. We had been like that. And we wanted to stay that way because of the pandemic and say our claims coming in, and we had to settle them. You will appreciate that we are the leading player in this segment, which is credit protect in the industry. We insure roughly about 2 to 2.5 crore lives in a year. So, which was really a big task in front of us to ensure that.
Mr. Gupta,
yeah.
This has been.
That is where we.
So I'm sure as we move forward, we will have more opportunity to interact with you and learn from your experience as to how to improve upon overall distribution planning and program management, which is what has been your forte. And my congratulations to you and the entire team, because this is something during these trying times not been very, very easy to achieve. So
thanks a lot, Dr. Gush.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
India First Life Insurance Company for Guaranteed Protection Plan, Mr. Atri Chakrabarti, Chief Operating Officer.
Good evening, and I would like to thank SKOCH and the jury for the recognition. Our objective as an organization is securing lives and creating value. This is one product where we launched during the COVID times, and we believe that the financial protection that a life insurance company is supposed to give, this is a product which was suited for that. It is innovative. Customers have liked it. We've sold more than 20,000 policies, and we believe that this would go a long way in securing lives of all our customers.
Sure.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Wonderful. The next one also goes to you for enterprise risk management.
Yes, so I think as an industry, risk management is very key to us. We are in the business of managing risk. That's what life insurance is all about. And we built a framework which was not really top down, but we looked at how we develop risk experts within every department within the organization. So in the program that we've nominated ourselves for, 30 risk experts were certified within the organization. 100% of our standard operating procedures were reviewed, and that has led to a lot of financial gains in terms of how we've mitigated risks. We believe that this is the way forward. And again, thank you for recognizing our efforts.
Congratulations. And there we are with the third one, settlement of 34% of unclaimed amount in a span of 3 months.
So this is again something which we would like to highlight. Unclaimed amounts, I'll take 30 seconds to quickly tell all the viewers that when we make payments, it is not only claims and death claims that life insurance companies pay. There are maturity benefits, there are survival benefits which are paid. Whenever a bank account number is not available to us because the customer forgets or he does not give us an updated bank account, these payments are not made and this money lies with us and moves into unclaimed. So we, in the span of 3 months, reduced the unclaimed amount from 19 crores to 13 crores. I mean, we reduced 6.5 crores of unclaimed. We proactively reached out to customers by various means so that they could actually benefit out of the money which is actually theirs. In the industry, we have the lowest unclaimed percentage as a percentage of the new business premium. And that really, we haven't stopped our journey. As we speak, we ended the financial year with less than 10 crores of unclaimed. So we will continue to ensure that we give to customers what is their due. Thank you once again for recognizing us for this.
Congratulations once again. Ananda by Life Insurance Corporation of India, Mr. L.K. Shamasundar, Executive Director. Social Impact Lending Scheme, Monexo Fintech Private Limited, Mr. Mukesh Bubna, Founder and CEO. Nearby Technologies Private Limited for Pay Nearby, Mr. Anilkumar Bajaj, Founder, MD and CEO. Cyber Security, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance, Mr. Amol Desai, Chief Manager.
Hi everyone. Good evening. This is for this cybersecurity application was given for basically overlapping controls on during the pandemic times and post the pandemic times, and we have had got multiple overlapping controls which were designed for especially for the remote working area, the remote working users. And during the pandemic, as you know, most of the it was literally 100% was working from home, working from remote location, which was especially a challenge for cybersecurity. And we had certain controls overlapped to take care of the risks, cyber risk. So we have submitted our presentation. Thanks for the votes which we have garnered, and wish we received the Future Scotch Award at least in the top first 3 awards. Thanks Scotch Group, and thanks to the organizers and the esteemed jury members. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to Reliance Nippon Life Insurance for Governance.
Sir, I'm accepting this award on behalf of our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Purnima Subramanian. This is on governance related to the financial value of new business. The challenge statement was that to increase the value of new business margins, and due to various steps taken by the management and the executive committee on the governance areas, we have achieved a sizable amount of the proper governance on value of new business margins. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Coach.
Once again. Mr. Atul Shingal, founder and CEO, Scriptbox Advisors Private Limited for Financial Technology.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Ruti Tiwari. I had customer success at Scriptbox, and I'll be accepting this award for Mr. Atul Shingal. I would like to thank Scotch for recognizing us. Honored to be receiving this award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Sinzi Technologies Limited, Private Limited, for onboarding solutions for RBI Retail Direct Scheme. Miss Manisha Kharge, Vice President, Global Marketing. Vidal Health Insurance TPA for Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. Ms. Ajita Menon, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, Scotch, and entire jury members. Happy and honored to receive this award, being part of the semi-finalist. Dedicating this award to the entire Vidal team of people who have worked during pandemic to ensure that the beneficiary, society, and the community at large benefits. So this award, as of now, being dedicated to the people who worked on the field. It was not online, it was offline. They've been working on the field with the help of the IT. They used to help the people on the field, going to the hospital, visiting. So thanking the entire team who has done it, and thank you.
Congratulations to you. And this brings us to the end of the announcement, 80th Scotch Awards, that concludes today. Ladies and gentlemen, now please stand by for the Scotch Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 80th round of Scotch Awards. And let me welcome our chairman and founder, Scotch Group, Mr. Sameer Kochar.
Namaskar.
And here we go with the announcement of the awardees. Now I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Dharmaraj Bhupati, Director. Silver Award in corporate category goes to Sigma Global Environment Solutions Private Limited for municipal solid waste landfill mining.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor and pleasure. On behalf of Mr. Dharmaraj Bhupati, myself Shankar Raman, General Manager representing Sigma Global Environment Solutions. As you all know, biomining and landfill mining reclamation of legacy waste across the country is what we do. It tangibly and positively impacts the environment by providing clean air, better groundwater quality, less carbon emissions and less methane emissions. So how we have done this? By adopting to a 4T approach. By adopting to technology right from the day one, ever since we started this biomining as a practice. Stringent testing methodologies, which we have set certain high levels of gold standards. Traceability of the aggregates, which are the residues of the biomining activity, are scientifically disposed for the scientifically disposed aggregates. Then the transparency by implementing state-of-the-art ERP solution, which is given to the urban local bodies to real-time monitor the dump sites. So it's been a very tough journey, but it's been really worth, and we are heartfelt thanks to the SKOCH jury for giving us this award. Thank you, one and all.
Congratulations. For public sector undertakings, silver goes to Engineers India Limited for development of technology for conversion of furfural to furfuryl alcohol. Mr. Suresh Chandragupta, Chief General Manager. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, SKOCH committee, sir. I would like to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Suresh Chandragupta. And this is a technology which is a totally green energy-based solution. Nowadays, India is pursuing various alternative energy sources. So, as part of this, we are converting furfural to furfuryl alcohol. Right now, India imports entire furfural alcohol from various sources. So, by adopting this technology at NRL refinery, it will reduce the import substantially. So, thank you. Thanks for giving us this award and the opportunity to present our case. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
In banking, financial services and insurance, silver goes to Chaitanya Godavari Gramina Bank for response to COVID-19. Mr. Kameshwara Rao Talasila, Chairman. We have Mr. Talasila with us.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for recognizing our work. It will definitely boost our entire workforce morale to do much better in the years to come, sir. Actually, we have launched special schemes for the benefit of farmers, self-help groups and other people during the tough COVID pandemic time, sir. And it had impacted to improve their living conditions during the tough COVID pandemic time, sir. Almost 250 crores we have lent to the farmers, self-help groups and other people during tough COVID pandemic times in 3 districts where we are operating, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the award.
Congratulations. In public sector undertaking, silver goes to Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited for state-of-the-art technology deployment and indigenous development of hotbox for ACC equipped power plants. Mr. Naveen Prakash, Additional General Manager. Sir Rahul Tandon, Head Digital Transformation from Bharat Petroleum Corporation for Project Anubhav. Silver. Mr. Tandon.
Yeah. Thank you very much, SKOCH, and thank you very much to the jury for appreciating and acknowledging BPCL's effort. I take this opportunity along with Mr. T. Pitambaram, our Executive Director, IS, in taking this award on behalf of Bharat Petroleum. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
The silver in BFSI goes to Bank of Baroda for BOB World, the super app of Bank of Baroda, Mr. Akhil Hada, Chief Digital Officer. For public sector undertakings, silver goes to NMDC Limited for Project Kalpataru, Mr. Sumit Dev, Chairman and Managing Director.
DF sir will attend on behalf of NMDC.
Well, this is Amitabh Mukherjee, Director of Finance. I would like to thank SKOCH for this award, and I think our team has worked. The Project Kalpataru team under Mr. Rai has worked round the clock even during pandemic days, and this has been an watershed project for us in digitization. We have huge plans of digitization, and the entire digitization process further is based on this ERP SAP for HANA backbone. And I would like to thank SKOCH for recognizing this extraordinary hard work, which will boost our morale hugely. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Silver in BFSI Box Advisors for Financial Technology, Mr. Atul Shingal, Founder and CEO.
Hi, hello everyone again. Thank you again to the SKOCH Group and to the jury for recognizing us. I'm honored to be accepting this award on behalf of everyone at Scriptbox. Thank you.
Congrats. Silver in BFSI goes to Aditya Birla Health Insurance Limited for Multiply Wellness, Mr. Murtaza Arsiwala, Head Wellness. Mr. Murtaza. Next, silver in BFSI goes to HDFC Ergo General Insurance. Capacity building and financial literacy for Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, Mr. Azad Keshri Mishra, Senior Vice President.
Yeah, on behalf of Azad and HDFC General Insurance, I would like to thank SKOCH for the award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Next silver in BFSI goes to Future Generali India Insurance Company for digital claims, service delivery, positive impact on customers. Mr. Ashish Saxena, Head Health Claims.
Thank you so much to SKOCH, to the jury and the people who have voted for us. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Silver in BFSI goes to Equitas Small Finance Bank for digital savings account by Equitas SFB in partnership with NEO. Dr. Jasmine Gupta, National Head Digital Banking.
Hi everyone, this is Vaibhav Joshi, Chief Digital Officer, Equitas Small Finance Bank. I'm accepting this award on behalf of the entire digital banking team. I think it was a great experience to launch NeoX, the fastest growing and the largest neobank in the country, where we reached 1 million accounts in 9 months. And COVID, it was a great learning of how to launch a digital bank in the country. So thank you, SKOCH. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sunaina Nagar, Company Secretary from SRG Housing Finance Limited for SRG Dream Home, silver in BFSI.
Thank you, SKOCH, for such wonderful, and thank you for recognizing us for this award. And on behalf of SRG, I thanks everyone.
Congrats. Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited for COVID response through CSR, silver. Dr. Alka Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director. Rail Vikas Nigam Limited for response to COVID, silver in public sector undertaking category. Mr. Rajesh Prasad, Director Operations.
Very good afternoon, sir. On this auspicious day of Durgashtami, on behalf of Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, feeling privileged to be part of this award ceremony function by SKOCH Group. We are very happy that our efforts are getting recognized for this transformational performance during the adversity by RVNL. We had achieved all the physical and the financial targets, for FY 2021 and FY 21-22. Thank you once again, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Prasad. Excellent.
Congratulations. Silver in BFSI for Punjab Grameen Bank for Financial Inclusion, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Dubey, Chairman. Union Bank of India, here we are, Punjab Grameen Bank.
There is no audio, I think.
Yeah, we've lost the audio. We're not able to hear you. Well, congratulations to you and the entire team. Ubicon by Union Bank of India, Silver in BFSI, Mr. Rajkiran Rai Ji, MD and CEO.
Well. On behalf of Union Bank of India, it's my pleasure to accept the award. And thank you, jury, and thank you, Scotch, for recognizing our efforts in this project. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
ASCENTech Information Technology Private Limited for Nagar Karyavali, Silver Incorporate, Mr. Ashutosh Vithal Samant, Managing Director.
Thank you, Scotch, and thanks, jury, for appreciating us with this award and recognizing our efforts. Scotch Award is always valuable for us due to its high standards of an evaluation process. Actually, this award is a reward to my team who has been writing constantly success stories. And of course, thanks to my clients who has been always cooperative to us. And thanks again. I'd like to thank to Scotch Group for selecting this for us for this precious award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Samant. Excellent work.
Congratulations. Gold in BFSI, Vidal Health Insurance TPA for Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, Ms. Ajitha Menon, Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Scotch Group. Thank you, the entire jury members. We are so happy and privileged to receive this honor. This gives a lot of encouragement to my team who has worked harder, and we will continue to work hard. Thank you so much, sir.
Excellent, excellent. This is Menon. Next year, let's look at you getting platinum.
Thanking the entire team of Vidal for making this happen. Thank you.
ERA's Lucknow Medical College and Hospital, Gold in Health for Innovations in Medical Education and Healthcare, Mr. Zaw Ali Khan, Additional Director, Research and Development.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gursharan, and I'd like to extend my thank you to the jury members, Scotch Group, and all people who voted for us for recognizing our efforts in improving medical education and healthcare. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. Mr. Sumit Deb, Chairman and Managing Director from NMDC Limited for Promotion of Technical Education and Skill Development in Dantewada District through NMDC ITI Bhansi, Gold.
Well, once again, it's a privilege to receive this award. We are very thankful that our efforts in a very remote part of the country, which is Dantewada district in Chhattisgarh, is being recognized, and that the fact that we have played a transformational role in the youth of that area and given them the skills where they can join the best of the companies is indeed very nice. These kids who pass out from our ITI have joined, the entire batch has joined Maruti Suzuki and other such major corporates. So it's a real privilege and an honor that our efforts are being recognized. And thank you so much, Scotch, for
for recognizing the same.
Congratulations, Mr. Mukherjee. This is indeed a very difficult job that you have all done.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much that it is being recognized.
Congratulations. Indian Oil Corporation for EPIC Gold. So Liton Nandy, Executive Director, Information System.
Thanks, Scotch and the jury members. Pleased to receive these prestigious Scotch Awards. On behalf of Team EPIC and Indian Oil, we are thankful to you for recognizing this project, which is a completely digitally driven, empowered business transformation project for Indian Oil. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Nandy. Excellent.
Thank
work.
you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Gold in BFSI for Bank of Maharashtra. Implementation of official language, Mr. Rajesh Bansal, General Manager.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, coach and jury member. Recognize the Mahabank Parivar efforts for Rajbhasha. Thank you very much, sir.
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको. मेरे ख्याल आपको ये दूसरी या तीसरी दफे मिल रहा है राजभाषा के.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू जो.
बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं आप. करते रहिए
सर. जारी रखेंगे. बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल.
Rail Vikas Nigam Limited Gold for SPV Kutch Railway Company Limited and Rail Vikas Nigam. Mr. Rajesh Prasad, Director Operations.
Sir, thank you once again, sir. Sincere thanks to the Scotch Group for the recognition in getting the award for the PPP in railway infrastructure, a success story of Kutch Rail Company. RVNL promoted this SPV, executed this project. We are having 50% share in this particular company, and we have generated revenue to the extent of 50,000 crore plus on behalf of Ministry of Railways without any additional investments. Thank you once again, sir.
Heartiest congratulations. Very good.
Ananda by Life Insurance Corporation Gold. Mr. L.K. Shamasundar, Executive Director. Shipping Corporation of India Limited for all women officers sailing on MT Swarna Krishna. Harjeet Kaur Joshi, Chairman and Managing Director, Gold.
Congratulations, madam. Excellent work.
Thank you. I want to thank Scotch for this recognition, and I accept this award on behalf of my entire team. As you will know that doing anything for the first time is always very difficult, and that too doing it against the public opinion. And we've done this. We take pride in the fact that we put India on the global maritime map. Since this is the first time it has happened, and it's not happened anywhere in the globe so far. Thank you, Kochar ji. Thank you, Dr. Gursharan ji. Thank you, Scotch, for this honor and recognition.
Excellent. God bless you.
Congratulations to you. Container Corporation of India Limited for Corporate Governance. Mr. Sanjay Bajpai, Executive Director, Gold.
Good evening, sir. And on behalf of Sanjay Bajpai, sir, I would like to thank jury members, Scotch Group. Thank you for recognizing our efforts. Thank you so much for giving this award.
Pleasure.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And this brings us to the end of the announcement of the current round, which is the 80th round of Scotch Awards. So ladies and gentlemen, very thankful to all of you to have gone through this long process of reaching this final stage. And since we have the pleasure of having Mr. Kochar with us, I would request him to say a few words of encouragement as we go.
Well, thank you all. I mean, I just look at it and I realize it's been 19 years. You know, Scotch Awards was started in 2003. And I remember for the first edition, we had maybe 7 or 8 awardees. And today I see almost 30 awardees. So I think it's been a long journey, and it also encourages me that a lot more people are putting in a lot more effort in developing India. There cannot be a bigger contribution to the country. And just doing your job and helping India grow, I think, is the biggest sense of patriotism that you could bring to the table. So congratulations, all of you. And I hope to see you again next year with higher levels of achievement and high levels of awards. God bless you all. Thank you.
God bless you all. God bless your good work and all the beneficiaries of your work. Their blessings will keep on adding to the work. And as we go, can I request all of you to kindly switch on your videos so that we can take a group photograph. It's a virtual world. The group photographs comes in very, very beautiful with all the small windows filled in with such smiling faces and beautiful ones. And we have all the videos on. That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.